very pleased to hear about the Rainbow Project, the Philadelphia Experiment, the Phoenix Project, all that good stuff. And so I guess you can all take it the way you want, you know, as one after another. So he puts on his sunglasses. And this is really, I think, a memorable event. And so you guys can take on the project, and thanks for being here.
Preston, why don't you start? All right. Well, we're here tonight. We have with us Mr. Bielik, who is from the Eldridge for the Philadelphia Experiment, the old fellow that went back to 43. We also have with us Mr. Cameron, who is also off the Eldridge. Two of the craziest people in the world. Now, compliment.
That's so crazy they survived.
We're here at the auspices of the, what's it, Galuppi?
Yeah, Filippo Galuppi.
Galuppi brothers.
Right.
We're here in this nice, beautiful home in Blue Point. This home has to be at least $250,000.
I hope so. Three-quarter.
$750,000, whatever. And I don't know what we're going to talk about.
Why don't you start with what Mantauk was about, how it tied into the Philadelphia Experiment. A brief synopsis, maybe, of the...
Okay, first of all, I got to find the
however you want to start with Philadelphia and then go to how it ties in?
I first have to find the power cord. I got a place to plug this power cord and start up the tape recorder. There, plugged in. All right, way back when. Let's start with the Phoenix Project. Phoenix Project is a carry-on from the Philadelphia Experiment. That was a... Can you hear them? Can you hear them okay? That was a solo project that the Navy did back in the 30s and the 40s, attempting to make a battleship invisible. They wanted to make an aircraft carrier invisible. They threw the switch one eventful day, and the ship went into hyperspace with all sorts of problems with people on the boat. Navy said the thing's a huge failure, it's a huge success, but it's also a huge failure, and they shelved it. In about 47, it was decided, you know, the government can't leave this thing alone. They got a wild effect that they wanted to study. So in 47, they reopened it and started up with what we came later to know as the Phoenix Project, originally the Rainbow Project. It was moved to Brookhaven National Laboratory, and Dr. Von Neumann and all his associates, this was long before any of us were involved in it, started to replicate this thing. Out of the Phoenix One, the early project, came the stealth technology, which I cannot talk about. And neither of these two guys will talk about the stealth technology, but I cannot talk about it because of my job. And also came out all sorts of energetic little toys, such as radiosondes. What is a radiosonde? Well, if you remember all back when we were kids, we saw these little white plastic boxes that had a white bottle hanging down on it, that they connected to a little red parachute, filled up a balloon with helium, connected the whole thing up in the atmosphere at once. The government told us, hey, this thing is a weather data package. It has a temperature sensor, has a humidity sensor, and it has a pressure sensor in it. And this thing will ultimately transmit temperature data, humidity data, temperature data, reference data, and the switching was controlled by the barometric pressure at the height by what they call the baro switch. This thing used a very unusual type of pulse modulation. In most cases, they used a CW, continuous wave oscillator, and pulsed the thing off. The pulse was pulsing it off. This turned out to be a very efficient conversion of electrical energy to etheric energy. Now, I very recently started collecting radiosondes. I don't know why, but I did. I walked in with a radiosonde, And one of the associates at Space Time Laboratory says, comes a weather control device. So, of course, that piqued my interest. I'd already known that the humidity sensor was terrible. Its accuracy was a lot to be desired. I know the temperature sensor was terrible. Its accuracy had a lot to be desired. And the other unusual thing that I wonder about is, I can get all the radio sounds I want. I've never, ever seen a receiver for it. So, we first did a quote-unquote psychic reading. The Space-Time Laboratories, everybody uses CAD, computer-aided designs. At Space-Time Laboratories, we use psychic-aided design. So we had a number of different psychics read on the radio sounds. Weather control device, doorbuster, orgone enhancer. That's the readings that came through. So I got very interested, and I started to ask around about radio sounds. The next thing I found out by word of mouth is these things were designed at Brookhaven National Laboratories up in Long Island, New York, just up the road from this place. And I started to talk to people I know at Brookhaven. Ran across a retired gentleman from Brookhaven who wishes to remain nameless, so I won't name it, we'll stay anonymous. He told me that the design was originally done by a character by the name of Wilhelm Reich. Of course, that piqued my interest even more. Wilhelm Reich? The story goes that in about 47, Mr. Reich handed the U.S. government a weather control device, a little package that would do door busting. He felt that if he could reduce the amount of door and increase the orgone in the storm wouldn't be violent, it wouldn't have winds, or it wouldn't do the damage. It would be a less violent storm.
What is the DOR?
Deadly orgone. Dead orgone. That's the bad stuff.
And where does that come from?
No one really knows where it comes from. I've heard a number of theories. Well, essentially, orgone can be considered like life energy, energy from life forces, energy from living beings. Dead orgone is the same type of energy but dead. It doesn't have any life in it. It has a tendency to decrease life functions. It reduces life functions. So the government took this little widget that Mr. Wright handed them. He told them, put it on a balloon, send it up. But they put a parachute on it because they didn't want the thing coming down with a big, loud, crashing bang through somebody's skylight, and the government gets sued for all sorts of money. And they send the thing up into a bad storm, and it gets reduced in intensity tremendously. So the government goes back to Reich and says, hey, we like the thing. So they launched another part of the Phoenix project where they designed these radio sounds. This is almost like a little subsection of this, by the way, this story. Now, of course, I dug further and further into it. As I already noted, I talked of the receiver. There are instances where we know they launch these things from every boat at sea, every airport, every weather station. They launch them from planes. At one point in the 50s, there must have been maybe 200 to 500 of these things launched every day. The radio range, being a radio person, I can tell you about that. I checked it. The radio range on these transmitters, even up in the air, maybe is 100 miles. So that means when they launch one of these frequencies, there has to be a receiver close by. They're going to send up a data transmitter and not have a receiver. That means if they're sending 200 or more of these things up each day, it's got to be one pile of receivers. These receivers should be very common. Now, I happen to be a receiver collector. I have over 100 receivers in my personal collection of receivers. I have never seen a radio sound receiver. I've heard them, but I've never seen one. I got almost every other receiver that was used in the 40s and the 50s by the military.
I have a question. What is the center frequency without modulation on the radio sound transmitter?
403 megahertz and 1680 megahertz. They use two different frequencies.
They're both on simultaneously?
Huh?
They're both on simultaneously?
No, it's one or the other.
One for primary and one for secondary?
No, it's one transmitter or the other transmitter that's in the package. The early ones are on 403. The later
Exactly?
plus or minus 2 megahertz. And the later ones are on 1680, plus or minus about 6 megahertz.
They were crystal pin or?
No, they were just free-running oscillators.
Free-running oscillators.
The 400 megahertz, I was going to get into the details, the technical details, how the radio sound works. But this is a good time to go into that. I don't have any illustrative material, so I'll attempt to describe to you people how the circuitry works. It's a very unique system that they had. Essentially, the temperature element was a thermistor type. It is a negatively varying resistance with the temperature. As the resistance goes up, as the temperature goes up, the resistance goes down. Now, I had a mass spectrograph done on one of these thermistors, and I compared it to a YSI thermistor. And they both have carbon in them. They both are essentially carbon, but the radiophone thermistor had some silver in it, had some gold in it, had some platinum in it, had some iridium. I'm trying to remember the other two elements it had. It has a fair amount of silver in it. Silver was about 10% by weight. Now, for a thermistor, it's not going to make it any more accurate. If anything, it's going to make the curve go really strange. You're taking it with metals like that. Of course, you read Wilhelm Reich literature, you'll find out Reich used sensors that had gold and silver in it. That's one interesting note there. The humidity element is a plastic plate with silvered edges with a grid of conductive lines going across the plastic plate. This way and this way. This way, this way, this way, this way, this sort of thing. They put on it a very odd mix of chemicals. The chemistry lab has not come back yet what the mix of chemicals is they put on it. Now, the unusual thing about the temperature and the humidity element is most electrolytic resistors I've ever seen, the resistance goes down as they get damp. These things, the resistance goes up as they get damp. Now, what we're theorizing at this point, which we've proven from the esoteric side, we have no physical data to back it up, is that the thermistor rod, the temperature sensor, the temperature rod, acts like an antenna for the door. It acts like a door antenna out of phase. That's the dead orgone. The humidity sensor acts as an antenna for the orgone. Of course, this parallels the whole idea of, you'll see in esoteric circles, people use salt water solutions with different electrodes in them to detect these energetics with a fair degree of success. Looks like here, Reich took it much further. The pressure sensor is essentially what they call a barrow switch, or a pressure-sensitive cycling switch. That the thing would rise, the pressure would change, and the needle in the little barometer would go across a switch segment, with the segments of a switch. That drove a relay that would in sequence put either the temperature or the humidity sensor back and forth. Which would switch between these two sensors. And it would switch to, which I'll explain in a minute how it's done, to what they call a reference mode in the transmitter. What they have, as this thing rises and goes above the earth, it transmits a signal that destroys the door, and also transmits a signal after that, or before, however you look at it, that builds up the orgone energy. Now, let's consider the transmitter. The transmitter is a very interesting little beast. It is two oscillators. An oscillator that runs at the carrier frequency of 403 megahertz or 1680 megahertz. There's a second oscillator, which is a 7 megahertz oscillator coupled into the grid of the carrier oscillator. Now, the control grid of the modulation oscillator, the 7 megahertz oscillator, has an RC network that causes to do the relaxation number. Now, as the oscillator runs, it builds up DC across the grid when the capacitor that's in the RC network for the relaxation oscillator. I have to apologize, I don't have any schematics with me. I didn't expect to talk of this, but there was interest at the table. As that capacitor will build up high enough in charge to put a high negative bias on the grid of the tube, cut the tube off, the oscillator will stop oscillating, of course. The RC network will discharge and pull the voltage down on the capacitor just like a neon bulb oscillator. So essentially that 7 megahertz oscillator will pulse on and off. Now, the lower the resistance, the faster the pulsing would be, and the higher resistance, the slower the pulsing would be. I'm trying to make it as clear as I can without having a schematic to point out. Are the two people here following what I'm saying that have some technical background? Now, they did not couple the 7 megahertz directly into the grid of the carrier oscillator. It couples into an RC network where the first resistor is in series with the plate coil. It's between the B plus and the B plus end of the plate coil. They have a capacitor going to ground, a bypass capacitor that integrates the function. Then they RC couple the series capacitor and a resistor going to ground on the oscillator of the carrier oscillator. Well, what happens whenever the modulation oscillator would click in, turn on, it would cut off the carrier oscillator and shut it off. Of course, etheric signals are already differentiated, so it means when you put the differentiated signal through the integrated network, it comes out as real form in that final amplifier, that final oscillator.
Wouldn't that circuit also attenuate the instantaneous spike? In other words, this is the emphasis network.
Yes, that's where they got.
That was the intent, wasn't it? Primary oscillator and the.
We don't know what the intent was behind it. That's what it appears to be. It's an integrator, which is a de-emphasis. Right. A differentiator is your emphasis network. See, in engineering, as a technician, you talk of de-emphasis and emphasis. In engineering, we talk of integration and differentiation. And, being trained in that's what I talk of. So the etheric signal or the hyperspatial signal, the orgone is already differentiated. You can't do anything. It's 90 degrees out of phase to begin with. This integration network brings it back in phase for the transmitter to transmit it. Now, also, you have to keep in mind that when the tube goes from a semi-saturated mode, as it is when the carrier oscillator is oscillating, the cutoff, there are other things taking place from the zero-point potential. When the tube is cut off, any of the etheric signal that's stored in the tube will be pushed out the antenna. Also, when you cut the tube off, and you go from saturation to cutoff, and from cutoff to saturation again, you're essentially ripping open the vacuum from the viewpoint of the Dirac space that he derived in the 30s. And you'll get an amplification. If these transmitters only pull out about a half a watt of CWRF power, the etheric content or the non-real power was equivalent to about 250 watt transmitter. That's how efficient these little things work.
Can you describe the phase relationship between the RF output power and the etheric power and the frequency difference between the two?
Okay, the frequency should be the same. The phase relationship...
Would it be a cosine function?
Let's see, what would it be? It would have to be, let's see, we're coming out of a differential equation relating the baseband to the carrier frequency. I think it'd be a tangent. It's a tangent function.
So it would rise sharply until the next cycle.
That tells you that sends out the etherics in bursts. So when this transmitter runs, the CW part of it, when the oscillator is on, it doesn't have much etheric. But at the point where the oscillator shuts off, it sends out a huge burst of etheric signal. That's your tangent function. I just had to think for a minute of what it would be to actually answer your question.
I have a totally different question. Who was in charge of this project, of the doorbusters? What department of the government?
This was under United University's Brookhaven National Lab that was eventually turned over to the Signal Corps. Because most of these things were U.S. Army Signal Corps stuff. Even the one set up from the Weather Service was Signal Corps. So Signal Corps had ultimate charge of it.
So as you're talking about this whole system, how does that now get into what was happening in the 40s and the 80s?
Okay. Okay, let's finish this off a little. Where was I? You know, questions always break a train of thought.
You were describing basically the time that goes up.
All right, the government could not tell the public that these things were weather control devices. They were keeping that secret. How they guard the secret? Two ways. They first showed a few receiving stations constructed to receive these things, put out that line. The personnel that launched them would laboriously calibrate them. Thirdly, the special tube that's in the radiosondes, they would list in the tube manual as a whole bunch of baloney. Essentially, they'd be saying that only a few hours of life. That means that the ham over there picked one up, looked at the tube manual, the 7533 is only going to last a few hours, he's not going to use it. And that worked very well. As I already mentioned, I've never seen a receiver. That says they didn't use a receiver with these things. This is why this is the hard data, besides the psychic data I base that the story is correct. All right, what we're seeing here actually is in actuality the genesis of the Mantauk project. The Mantauk project was Phoenix 2. The Mantauk project is a combination of Wilhelm Reich's work and the Philadelphia experiment. There's like two separate little projects going on in Phoenix 1. You had the development of the invisibility and its human factor study. Also, you had the development of Wilhelm Reich's weather control.
So that was Phoenix 1?
Yeah, that's Phoenix 1, and they converged. Towards the end of the Phoenix project, by using some of Wilhelm Reich's concepts and some of the modulation schemes gleaned from the radiosonde project, coupling, I know you're looking puzzled, this is what I found last week. Coupling that to the equipment that was used on the boat in the later invisibility project, they found out they coupled the two. You now could use this for mind control. I'm not saying move alteration. I know Governor Civil would rather have me say move alteration. Here, I'm calling a spade of a spade. Mind control. That's what these idiots were doing. They're not actually idiots. That's what these people were doing.
What the Mantauk project was?
No, the Phoenix 1.
Phoenix 1.
The end of Phoenix 1, of course, what happened? Congress, the political government heard, hey, these guys are playing with mind control. They don't want that. So they told them, hey guys, cut it out. We don't want you looking into mind control. That's a no-no. So, of course, the project was stuck. It was shut down. Does anyone here think it was really shut down? No, of course not. The people that were running this project went to the military and said, hey, we got this neat little project going. We can eventually use this to influence the mind of the enemy to give up and to surrender. We need a place to do this. We got to do this undercover now. So, of course, the military, they love the idea. You know, they love something, throw a switch and the enemy puts down all their weapons and comes up hands in the air. They love this. So the military was sold a bill of goods, and the military was said, okay, you can use the old Mantauk Air Force Base. Instead, it's derelict. Also, some of the equipment you requested is on that base, the old Sage radar. So the base was shut down, everything was auctioned off, but the Sage radar was left behind. And the whole group moved from the Brookhaven lab out to Mantauk. That's Phoenix 2. Of course, they spent the first 10 years from about 1969 to about 1979 researching pure mind control. They started out by taking the output of the Sage radar, modulating it in special ways that they came up with that Reich had shown them from the weather control process, and combining that with stuff they noticed from the Philadelphia experiment work and the stealth work. And they were hitting these poor bastards with the microwave beam out of the phase transmitter direct. Phase transmitter transmitted at about 400 megahertz, 406 megahertz, I believe most of the time it was set at. Would hop around frequency a little, it would change in phase. It was pulse modulated. They used the amplitude concept where you had many stages pulse modulated, each one pulse slightly different to build a form in the final stage.
Either specific pulse width or frequency of pulse width?
VRF was anywhere from 10 cycles to about 750 cycles. The pulse width, depending upon how they loaded up the capacitors, the voltage could be varied anywhere from about 10 microseconds to about 75 microseconds. The center frequency was 406 megahertz, generated from a stay-low type function, which was referenced from a zero-time function.
Was there any other modulation on this? Phase modulation, frequency?
There was phase modulation, there was frequency hopping on it. Now this is as I saw it when I got on the station. I'm first trying to account what our digging and cycling and digging and talking to different people told us was the genesis of this thing. So let's keep all the technical questions till later. Okay?
So maybe straighten out the chronology. Phoenix 2 then, it would start in 1969?
Yeah, about 69, 70, 71, somewhere in there.
Phoenix 1 went from basically from World War
48 to 68.
to 68.
Yeah. Now, essentially, the first part of the mind control project was to take an individual, such as Duncan here, stand them maybe 250 feet away from that antenna. As I was starting to go into what the phage radar was capable of, the phage radar had a peak pulse power of a half a megawatt. That's in the antenna. The antenna had a gain of 30 dB. So that means you're a megawatt. It has a peak pulse power, effective radiator power of at least a gigawatt. This is nominally a gigawatt. Can you imagine what that would do to people? I think it's amazing that the people are still here today that have been hit with this. It does such things as burn out brain function, neurological damage, and you look inside of a person's lung that had this done, it looked like the lung is all scarred from the heat generated, and it just goes on, the physical damage done to the body by this sort of thing. They tried this with a number of people, a few survivors, in this sort of thing.
Why the volunteers for this?
They were just grabbing indigenous people off the street and throwing in front of the radar beam, and let's see what happens. You know, that's the sort of nonsense that the government loves to do.
Who was in charge of the project at this time? I was covered now.
Mr. Jack Pruitt was in charge. All right.
Along with Dr. John Van Neumann.
Any particular agency?
I'm not sure what the agency was. So now, somebody got the brilliant idea, upon the urging of the different people, they got the idea, we're not sure who came up with this idea first. The signal they really want goes through the reflector. Let's take the big banana peel, that's what's called reflector, turn around 180 degrees, and put the subject directly in line with the gain horn feeding the antenna. Lo and behold, they got their results and then burned the people up. The poor bastards survived as they hit them with this signal. But they found out by varying the phase modulation, the frequency hopping, and the pulsing of the multiple stages, that they could have profound effects on a person's mind.
Could you describe some of them?
I think these two gentlemen here could describe them much better than I can. But let's not go into that at this point. Yeah, why not? Let's at this point break from the technical description of the first, what I consider to be the real mind control work that they have done that was successful. Let's go into some of the effects for, Mr. Bielik and Mr. Cameron, I think, can do more on this than I can.
But that was the goal in the maintenance of this whole project.
That was
That was the started goal.
That was the first goal.
Yeah.
And how many people more or less worked on it altogether on the base? Approximately.
That varies.
About 30.
About 31. Who authorized them to go on the base?
Huh?
Who authorized them, use of the base?
Air Force. The Air Force and the Navy.
Air Force and Navy?
In conjunction?
No.
Air Force and Navy work together?
Yeah, this was a joint project. There was both Navy personnel on it and the Air Force personnel on it.
Yeah.
We even have copies of the orders of the Air Force personnel.
And what was the cover story for the base? They must have had something.
They had none.
No?
It was a derelict base
It was abandoned. It was turned over to GSA as surplus
in 1970.
around 69, 70 when they shut down all the Sage radar systems. That, in other words, there was a non-existent operation. There was no government coverage for it. There was no government payment. There was a surplus base which allegedly had nothing on it. So it was the perfect cover.
Where'd they get the funding?
It was totally private.
Yep.
A private corporation?
Essentially.
It didn't originally come from corporations. It did in the later phases. The original money came from the Nazis, the Nazi government. In 1944, there was a...
That was Phoenix 1.
No, this
No, that wasn't Phoenix
not
1.
Phoenix 1. This is Phoenix 2 and Phoenix 3.
Really?
Yep.
In 1944, there was an American troop train that went through a French railroad tunnel carrying $10 billion in Nazi gold, which they had found. This has been documented in a movie on the whole Patton scenario, in which this train was dynamited in the tunnel, killed 51 GIs, and of course Patton, who was then in Europe, decided he had to investigate this. He couldn't understand how an American troop train in the Western Territory was dynamited in a French railroad tunnel. And he was concerned about the loss of 51 GIs, and also, as it turned out, $10 billion in gold disappeared. That was $10 billion in the valuation at the then existing European prices of $20 per ounce, not 400. The gold disappeared. It turned up 10 years later in the U.S. at Mantauk. This has been verified since. And that money, that gold, was used to finance the project initially, and for many years, because the value went up, as the value of gold went up, to approximately $100 billion plus. And they spent all of it and ran out of money.
That's when they tapped ITT.
And that's when they tapped ITT, who then from that point on funded it, because ITT was owned by a certain German group known as the Crooks.
Okay.
And that was, again, the same Nazi connection. Now, in terms of personnel, many of the scientists, the civilian people and scientists there, were all ex-Nazis who came from Nazi Germany, either after the war was over with Werner von Braun, or was snuck in before the war, as was Dr. Unterman and a few others. But the whole thing was basically a civilian project run by the Nazis for the U.S. government surveillance, you might say. The intelligence community knew what was going on. The CIA monitored everything, as well as probably did other government intelligence agencies. But the field of players, if you will, those who actually operated on the base was small, 30 to 50. And the funding was entirely private. At a very later stage, after the whole thing was over, that means after 83, there was some investigation started by a certain senator from Arizona, I think his name was Goldwater. They couldn't find any trace of government funding, no government oversight committees, no payments of money of any kind, no appropriations, nothing. They went absolutely bananas trying to figure out how a project of that magnitude and that scope could have been funded when there was no government money.
Even the senator would like to know.
That's right. The Pruitt was Air Force. He was an Air Force colonel.
How did you get Air Force personnel assigned to a derelict base?
Right. Pruitt had his office in the Pentagon. I found that out through other connections. And he was the basic director through the whole of Phoenix 2 and 3, though actually they had two directors. They had the so-called psychic metaphysical director, which was Pruitt, and they had a hardware electronics director, who was originally Dr. Van Neumann. And after he left, Dr. Unterman took over, Hermann C. Unterman from Germany. And they also had an electronics expert who, through most of the period of time, was a Dr. Matthew Lee Zarrett, who came in with Werner von Braun in 46. In fact, I understudied the man, strangely enough, in New York College of Engineering in Newark, New Jersey. He was my college professor. And I didn't know a thing about his connection to his background or that he had come from Germany. Lo and behold, he turns up there. Private funding all the way until, well, actually 100%.
78.
Until it was over, there was still private funding through ITT.
Oh, I'm sorry, yeah.
Government never spent a cent on it.
It was old, I think, ran until about 78.
Approximately
He got
that.
heavily in about 78, 79.
One of the reasons why they ran out of money was the fact that there was eventually not one base, but 25.
Yeah.
All stage bases, 25 of them were utilized for the same program. They were running in parallel. And eventually they shut down until the end, I believe. That is the info we have, is there were only 3 still operational, and they were tied together by satellite.
But they shut down quite late in the program.
Yeah.
How recently were they operating? When did they finally shut down?
The last of them shut down August 12, 1983.
That was Mantauk.
And that was Mantauk. It was the final one. When it went down, it shut the other 2 or whatever that were still operating with it by a satellite down. So
When Mantauk went down, they had to go down because that's where they got their zero time.
correct.
Was from Mantauk.
Mantauk was the key station.
So they automatically went down. All right, so
Well, you asked, the question was asked, what about some of the mind effects?
yeah.
I'll try to answer that and say, from what I recall, what the program was, I was part of it also, as well as Duncan.
As an officer or a
Civilian.
civilian who was used?
Used is the correct term, very definitely used.
You were subjected to the...
Well, yes, I was subjected to the, not say the mind control field, not as I initially went in the program, because they wanted me at one point for my psychic and metaphysical abilities, and you don't subject a person who is a sensitive to those kind of fields, because they know they will wipe them out, or alter them so drastically that they're useless. But they assigned me to a particular part of the program involving the indoctrination of the younger recruits, I'll put it that way. And after, let us say, one of the first attempts at indoctrination, which turned out to be a total disaster, I said, there's no way I will have any part of this program, no matter what you do or say. So they said, oh, yes, you will. And I said, oh, no, I won't. So they put me in front of this roasting oven, if you will, the mind beam, and it did do damage to me. And finally somebody else said, shut it off. He isn't going to give in to it. I suffered some damage, but not severe damage as some others did. And it did affect me to some extent. Duncan was affected much more heavily for other reasons. But nevertheless, the effects were, in some cases, totally disastrous. They burned brains out and the people just dropped dead. Now, neither of us were among those category, but there were other recruits, young kids they picked up, you might say, off the streets, wherever they could find them. The basic age bracket was between 12 and 16.
So that's where a lot of the disappearing
Yes.
kids.
10,000 we estimate went to Mantauk. The total number would be about 250,000 with the 25 stations estimated. What the actual final directives, what the final thrust of the program was in terms of these kids, we had never come up with the answers. They wanted them fully programmed for something, and we have never found out why. And eventually they disappeared off the station. They were sent to various locations and places. But they were initially subjected to one form of programming, and then later on it changed into a somewhat more humane, a somewhat faster and less obtrusive form of programming and conditioning using the electronic techniques. The original was Reichian and was more physical and was less sophisticated. The later programs, after they worked out the techniques to use computers, electronic programming, and the electronic use of the Reichian techniques, and it became very fast, very quick, and usually took very well with no side effects. And these kids would never know what happened to them. They ship them back to where they got them, or to wherever they wanted them to go. They wouldn't know the better.
Are you aware of the names or identities or the present locations of any of the individuals?
I've run into a number of people over the years, let's say in the last 3 years since I've become aware of the program and the fact that I was part of it. There is a very specific field identity pattern you can detect. If you're sensitive enough to read human auras, you can spot a person that's been through the Mantauk program 5 miles away. Their auras are very distinctive in the way that they have been altered. You can tell them immediately if you know what you're looking for. And I've spotted many. I would say over a dozen. Mostly in the Long Island, New York area.
When Newman was officially dead, right?
Well, correct. Officially he was dead, but he was very much alive throughout this entire program, all the way through 83 and for quite some time after that, up into through this year.
Well, he's passed on after that?
I don't know exactly the whole story of what's happened to Von Neumann since, because he ran into a problem with the government, and he ran into two problems. One, he suffered a personality split himself about 1977. Whether it's because of some of the experiments he was on or the strain, we don't know. But he resigned as director. He said he was no longer fit. The government wouldn't leave him alone. They wouldn't let him leave. They said he would remain as a consultant, which was agreeable to him, to the balance of the program. Because there were other reasons why he had to be there, which goes back into the old Philadelphia experiment. But he remained on as a consultant. At the end, he told them, he says, when this program is over, he says, I'm not going to work for the government again ever, no matter what you say. He says, I'm through with you. He says, I want no further part of any of your government operations. And he retired to his little farm and led a relatively peaceful life for a period of time until he was harassed again in the last year and a half. But that's not part of the Mantauk thing.
Was he living under another name then?
Living under a pseudonym.
When did he officially die?
1957.
57.
That's the official death date.
What happened to the other scientists? Food and was it Enderman?
Food was there until 83.
Yeah.
And then he went and worked in different corporations and disappeared.
Enderman was seen to turn up. You ran into him.
Yes, a couple of times, that was it.
Yeah, and then he just...
One of them ran for the hills, I think.
Most of them did. They ran for the hills.
Well, let's continue on the description of the Phoenix Project.
I just have one more question about the Mantauk. Were any of the subjects given psychotropic substances? LSD?
I don't know.
We don't believe so.
My gut feeling is no.
In conjunction with the...
I don't believe they
No,
were.
they used other drugs. They had one drug that would be used in connection with the right programming to make them more receptive.
This is not... Do you know the name of the drug, the chemical name, or the generic name?
No, I don't.
I have no knowledge of
Can
that
you
at all.
describe any of the effects of that alone or in conjunction with the...
Okay, the effects would make you horny as hell.
Uh-huh.
That's essentially what it would do. It would make you very sexually active.
Well, so euphoric at the same time.
And euphoric?
Well, that would go along with it.
Right.
What was the purpose of being euphoric?
All right. Essentially, I don't...
Well, they got the chair from the audience.
But we're not sure whether they got the chair itself from the aliens, but
Did they
the
get the
technology
prototype from
base
the aliens?
came, yes, the prototype came from the aliens.
Maybe they were working with crashed explosive.
Maybe.
Change of sorts.
We don't know.
Also, I had another question on what you were describing before. Could this experience that is becoming very common of the UFO abduction could have been programmed by the alien under this mind control?
Sure, it could be. Not all of it is, but some of it probably is.
Some of it.
Right. But they got this chair from the aliens. Through some connection. Another associate of ours was on the station managing money, and he actually went out and bought this chair from somebody. He wasn't able to dig out yet who. So, what they essentially did is they took this chair, they made one computer to interface the chair itself to say the digital codes, and then another computer to interface it to a special computer to the transmitter, and then the transmitter. What they actually ended up with, in essence, was a mind amplifier. Duncan here, his major responsibility on the station, he was one of the selected individuals. He had been through a lot of psychic training by the government to sit in that chair and generate thought form. The idea they had was, okay, they can transmit the signature digitally, that worked very well. They could put the person in the orgasmic state digitally, that worked very well. But they wanted a human being to generate the actual thought form, the details of what they wanted done.
From the chair.
From the chair, yes. In other words, they would put into Duncan's mind, when he's in a trance, what they want him to think of, what they want him to think of that he's doing. The chair would pick it up. After the data was sent, that would turn on the target individual. His thoughts are channeled directly through the transmitter to the individual. It worked, but it didn't work. It worked very well, extremely well. But they found another capability. Let's say they were target still at Tuesday, 4 a.m. during the sleep. The manager discovered that Phil was actually hit 2 weeks later. What did they discover? They did not block the time of the person. What did they get? They got a time machine. The next bright idea they got was, okay, let's tell Duncan to think of a vortex connecting 1981 to 1947. He will do it. What happened? They got a vortex going from 1981 to 1947. You can walk through it. Great. Now,
Duncan had to be, you had to be really good to be able to visualize. And
Duncan's very good at
you have to
visualizing.
be really master, I would think.
So let's not go into that at this point.
Yeah. Well, you're talking about it at this point, that's why I bring it up.
The master is a word in the dictionary.
Word I use. If you want.
Well, we're talking of earlier capabilities, not today. He was also raked over as well. But, yeah. But they discovered that, okay, the real time he followed it, but they discovered that they recorded it, put the tape on the computer, did the same thing again. So now, they had a tape that would open the vortex. And they saw going back in time, they saw going ahead in time, they actually got the time machine. That's the last phase of the Phoenix project with the time machine. Of
And
course,
they could control that time factor to where they wanted to
Yep.
go.
whatever he thought of, or other people like it. He wasn't the only one. They had to have at least 5 backups.
So that's the phase 2.
That was phase 3.
Phase 2.
Yeah, was the time machine.
Now, that time machine, what do you know the date?
That got going about 79 to 80. They got that operational. Of course,
Fully operational?
yeah, about 79 to 80.
Both matter and
Thought,
signals.
They had this, you could walk through the vortex. You could walk in 1981 and come out of
Who, Cameron would, or the one?
anyone.
Can you explain again? How this was just developed?
Who's the mechanism behind it?
First of all, this transmitter was so freaking powerful. This transmitter had enough power to walk space and time, go through Bierman's equations, with more than enough power to do it. He had the capability of thinking of the vortex function that they couldn't synthesize. They didn't know how to synthesize that vortex function, but he knew. Innately, inherently, he knew how to do it.
Can it be mechanically synthesized right now?
I'm sure they got the tapes. I'm sure they got the tapes. There were also things they did was they would have the subject, the sitting in the chair, think of a creature. And that creature would precipitate itself. They would have the subject think, there's a car coming up the road, stop the car. The car was stopped, there'd be no electrical activity in it. They would have the subject in the chair think of change the direction of the fish, and the fish would do this sort of thing. They would have the subject think all the animals on Mantauk Point are going to charge into the town. There's records of that even to this day, of all animal life coming up the point charging into the town. There'd be, you talk to the local kids, now they're young adults out at Mantauk, that lived out at Mantauk, you'll find out there's rumors of kids hearing big things stomping around the woods on the point. That's what came out of somebody's mind, precipitated through this huge mining enterprise. They almost had the power of creation. They could almost create a being. The problem they had was the being only stayed as long as the transmitter was on. Flip the switch. The being stopped all its mobility and faded back into hyperspace. But that's how powerful this thing was. This thing, you're talking gigawatts, and the etheric power probably many, many terawatts. You're talking astronomical etheric power. Because they're using multiple pulse modulated amplifiers on top of pulse modulated amplifiers, opening different windows from the driver this end to that amp, and you can encode all sorts of zero-point functions as you go through what they call the amplidyne function. So the amplidyne is essentially a zero-point amplifier. So by the time they started pulsing, the 100 watts stayed. By the time they got out to the half a gigawatt output, the etheric power was up in the sky. This thing was tremendous. This transmitter, it took a time, 2 generators supplying a megawatt each to run this thing. They were pumping 2 megawatts into this whole building, which we'll see pictures of. But, I don't think I can overstate how much power, as far as we're concerned in this room, it's astronomical power this thing had. This thing literally had. If the person who was sitting in the chair thought of a time warp in the vortex, that vortex was gone.
Excuse me, does this have any military applications that you're aware of to the question?
I can think of thousands.
And is that why Europe's almost free today, because the Russians are simply scared of this? I don't know.
Who knows? There's also other thoughts that other outside groups are saying to the Earth government use straighten up or ship out.
Who knows? You said people could walk through this time vortex.
Right.
Did you ever walk through the time vortex?
No comment.
Do you know anybody that did?
Oh, yes.
Could you describe at least the experience, or?
Yeah, I can.
Okay.
I did more than once, and it's weird, to say the least. The recollection is that you.
First of all, how is it formed? Just at the beginning, before it's created, what do you see before it's created?
Before it's created, you see nothing but the building or the area that you're in.
You're in a chair or
No.
open space?
No, what they finally ended up doing was they took whatever Duncan or his alternates would generate, they put it on tape.
Okay.
Now, it could generate it inside the underground area, or it could generate the...
From anywhere to anywhere.
Generate it outside. It can be from any particular point where they chose to generate the origin, and it would go to the terminal point.
Where?
The terminal point would be wherever they chose it to be.
And you could be driving a car.
You probably,
I mean, what would happen if you were driving a car?
Your car would go through it.
if your car went into the entrance of it, yes, the car would go through and come out at the other end wherever it was. It could be 100 or 1,000 or 100,000 years in the future or the past.
You would have to. That other time to describe what.
Whatever went in the beginning, the entrance would come out the other end.
I've driven computer modeling.
I'm sorry?
Could the car be spatially dislocated? Could it be somewhere else in the universe?
Sure could.
Yes.
I've run computer modeling based upon calculations of learning from the radio summons and such, and the vortex could have a diameter of 5 miles. Could be a 5-mile opening. Or, of course, they could bring it down into Long Island.
So what was it like, Al? You were saying?
It's like looking into the entrance of a peculiar spiral tunnel which was lit all the way down. You would start to walk into this thing, and then suddenly if you pull down it, you would more or less be projected. You didn't walk through it as such. You were more or less propelled through it.
You walked into it.
You walked into it, correct, start. Then you were propelled down the thing like some force grabbed you and pulled you through, and you come out the other end, wherever it is. You could be far in the past, you could be in the future, it could be very close by, and it could definitely be another place, physically, other than the point where you started and usually was.
wherever whatever point in space and time the transmitter will set the transmit to.
Emphasize space and time because it could be anywhere in the universe.
Could you go back or forward in time?
Either way.
Were you physically there? Could you interact with other things?
Yes.
Yes.
And you could take remnants back with you. You could take a sense, like for example, if you project yourself to go to another planet, you could bring something back with you.
Sure,
Yes,
sure.
good.
You could live on the other planet.
You're right. I can't answer that for certain, but I would say probably.
Have you ever personally brought anything back from another time, either past or future?
Yes.
Was it a terrestrial origin or?
Yes, in this case it was terrestrial origin. It was a Life magazine from the year 1983 to take it back to 1943, but that's part of the Philadelphia story.
That's still continuing in the Phoenix project yet.
How did
You guys asked the question of what
Okay, the description of the vortex, please continue.
Well, the description was it was like a tunnel, coruscating corkscrew, sort of lit, sort of looked like the walls were
Solid or moving?
they were solid, but they were fluted. There was not a solid bore through rock, as you would think. It was a fluted sort of structure. And it would go down this, and you would be propelled down this tube, as it were, this tunnel, which was not straight. It was corkscrew. And it would not go in a straight line either. It would take some very strange turns, which I could not explain. But it did take turns, and it would come out at the other end, wherever you were supposed to come out, and meet somebody or do something at the other point. And
you have like a mission?
Yes. Then you would return. Then whatever you were doing was completed, the tunnel would reopen for you, and you go in the other direction, you walk back in it, go back to where you came from.
Exact reverse of what happened when you were there.
If someone switched off the power, would you be able to get back?
No.
No, you'd be lost in
You'd be
time and
stuck there.
space.
And you'll never get back?
You would not get back.
People were lost. People were lost.
Yeah.
Wow.
I've heard of that.
Was everyone who went through one of these programs?
Possibly.
Possibly, we don't know of all of those people, those young kids who were programmed, what the final intent was. We only have a little glimmering of part of it now, and this is in the last week or two, and it's very incomplete. It's been a mystery to us for a long time. What was the end goal of all of these kids being programmed? What did they want to do with them? And 10,000 there and all the other stations? There had to be a reason.
When you said people were lost, does that mean that if the machine was turned off, instant disintegration or just abandoned in that time period?
It would depend on which happened first. In other words, if they went down the tunnel and got to their termination, they were fine. And if the tunnel was turned off and they couldn't get it refocused to that area in time, then the person was lost there. They were abandoned, so to speak, and trapped in that time and location. If the tunnel disintegrated while they were in transit, they were lost.
And if they were abandoned in time,
Yeah, they could be abandoned
and
in
this is
time.
going to be a sort of a philosophical question,
Yeah.
wouldn't they be angry and do something really wild to alter the future?
Depends on where they were abandoned.
Well, they did not abandon people in time. The problem was that the transmitter would glitch, and as you were in transit, from time 1 to time 2, the tunnel would collapse,
Yeah.
and you're lost.
You might be lost intact, you might be lost in a form of being atomically disintegrated, in which case you were totally lost.
But the philosophical question is valid. I mean, when you would go back in the past, could you alter the future?
Sure you can.
Of course.
Has it been done?
That's
That's the reason we exist in a time loop right now. What we do from one end to what Mantauk penetrated in the past to what we do to where Mantauk penetrated in the future is now fixed. He wasn't fed back on itself. It's now fixed. It's fixed right now. It has to be because of that. It has to be fixed.
You went forward in time?
Went forward and backwards both. One of the first things they did with the 12 recruits, as it were, after they passed the initial tests and examination to see if they were suitable for the program, and were found suitable. I don't know what the reason was, but I do remember that one of the things they did was they sent every raw recruit forward into the future to a year around 6030 AD, and it was always to the same point.
someplace in the future in the middle of an abandoned city with a square where there was still a statue in solid gold. And they would ask them to look at this and see what they saw after they came back. And they interpreted whatever the individual saw, for what purpose I'm not sure, but this was one instance where apparently all recruits were sent to this point in time to see what they saw, and whether they were expecting to find a different answer, and from person to person, I don't know.
Were they equipped with protective suits or equipment?
No, ordinary clothes.
That's that they were going to a friendly environment.
Yeah.
Well, if you send someone into the future, you know, into a possible nuclear...
Well, they first would look into the future through the vortex. They could sample the air, they could sample everything on this side.
Now, were there different potential futures that people could be sent to?
No, because once you make the first connection in your future, it's fixed. Anything from that future point back is fixed.
But what I'm saying is, are there different
That's the reason the
futures that they
government
could go into?
The first projection, yes, there's multiple different futures. But once the first projection is made into the future, from that point back, from the future, let's say they project from 83 to the future.
Okay.
From this point back, it's not fixed. But the fact that he went from here to here has not fixed the current
Even
flow.
after they turn off the machine or whatever?
Because the fact they turned off the machine does not alter that he was here and then came back.
Right.
Then that sounds like you couldn't change the present by sending someone to the past.
Yes,
And vice
you
versa.
can. You can, yes.
Yes. You
Exactly.
can change the present by sending someone into the future, too, for that matter.
Yep.
And
How do you change the present by sending someone into the future?
under certain conditions, you can.
Well, it's a closed loop, you can.
Cameron, did you go into the future at all? Yes. I've seen the horse, which Al speaks of. It's a... Oh, the golden statue. The golden statue. It's a horse with no rider. It's an abandoned city. It's sort of like a dream state. It's a very peculiar, where there's virtually no dynamic ability ongoing. It's a very stationary, almost frozen state.
No markings on the statue, no, did you know what it was? What it was?
I don't think I can say.
Beyond that, do you want to make any statements about anything else in the future that might interest people, or that you could talk about without doing damage?
Only in the fact that when there is a function that is presented ahead, there are increments that, from that particular point in time, which was propagated from, there will be effect back to the initial point of reference. That is the nature of the beast. As Preston spoke, once you have a reference,
Once you close through,
whether it be ahead or behind, that doesn't necessarily mean that that particular point in the future cannot be changed. It is everything and nothing is possible. So
If there were changes that were going on in the future, you can't really do much about that yourself, could you?
That's correct.
Could it be just like a projection or something, or not the real future? Some kind of...
it's something...
To answer the question, depending upon what realism set of functions, however they be real or manifested or surrealistic, depending what function and what time line, there are many timelines and functions of realism. Depending where you're going and where you attribute the point of reference, that determines how it will affect, as let's say you and I here, as to us here directly, the realistic point, how much that, let's say it's a manifested realism, that could have some effect here, but not that dramatically. As something, let's say, us sitting here 20 years ahead, that is in our space and framework and function of time, so that would affect us more dramatically than just something that was sort of created
Okay, say that one psychic sets up a vortex to the future and we use that and then we shut that one down. If another psychic sets up a vortex to the future, will it go to the same future or can it go to a different one?
They'll go to wherever the function is generated, they go to.
That's correct.
Okay.
There have to be people who are really controlling this very exactly, specifically.
Oh, yeah, sure.
Very definitely.
But what I'm saying is it'll go to a different place in time, but will it be on the same timeline, the same reality as the first psychic vortex?
As long as it's before the most furthest point they projected
Okay.
ahead, yes, it will be. In fact, the government is using that today to, the existing time machines still flow in the Mantauk line.
Okay, once they have done that, can we go back in time and change the past to change the present, and then the future will be changed?
You already did it. Once the loop flows, everybody does automatically what they're supposed to do.
So the loop has been closed once you've gone to the future. So we don't have to worry about our present being changed now,
No, it can't be changed.
because we've already moved to the future through it.
And through the past.
Right.
Let's say this is 83, let's say this is year 1, this is year 1000. And you go from 83 to year 1, from 83 to year 2000. Anywhere between 2000 and 1, now you set it back on itself. That means
So it's locked.
whatever the people do in here, they're going to do forever and ever. We're in an endless doom loop in the computer right now.
What is the furthest forward anyone has traveled that you know of?
10,000.
So that's all locked through 10,000.
Unless the vortex
Can you describe any recollection of anybody you know that has traveled that far into the future?
Nobody has ever gotten that far into the future and gotten into a real, almost like a running light situation, so we don't know what it is. As Duncan described, it always appears to be like a dream state where they hardly ever encounter any other people.
What about, all right, as far as going into the future and encountering people on Earth, okay, how far ahead is that?
Near term.
I believe they've gone about 10,000 years ahead.
But you still,
And encountered people.
no, what I'm saying is encountered something other than a dreamlike or a sublimated state. Interacted with
How
it.
far can you go and get a tangible, real future? Or can you do that?
No one's gotten a tangible, real future beyond 2012.
2012, 13, 14.
Somewhere in there.
Depends.
Does that indicate that maybe things have changed so radically at that time that there isn't anything else to see?
Something's happened.
There is a very, very abrupt wall there with nothing on the other side.
So the prophecies speak of the earth changes at those times.
Curious, isn't it?
In your travels, did you ever, Cameron, learn so much that for yourself it really was of value to you, not so much to others, but...
Okay, you have to realize the intelligence at the particular time. I now can sit here and speak of this in a matter-of-fact terms. When the project having to do with out in Mantauk was ongoing, I was very much not myself. In control of other, control of other people, functions, forms.
they control your...
I beg your pardon, that's correct. In the control of, I should say. So I gained only what...
They wanted you to...
That's correct, basically.
Do they also deprive you of sleep and food and things like this to make you more malleable? Or?
Basically, that's sort of corny.
Right.
To demean your question,
No, I
but
understand.
it was very elementary in the
Right.
procedures that they did.
How long were you permitted to stay in the time period? Within hours, minutes, seconds?
I'm sorry, I don't understand the question.
If you were put into a time period, forward or back, okay,
How much
how
on
long
clock?
were you permitted to stay there? How long would the vortex stay open?
As long as they ran the train then.
Yeah, I mean, what was the mean time that someone would stay in the future? Minutes, seconds, days, hours?
I can't answer the question is not answerable, considering
I mean,
the
in your
format for which we're
perception of
traveling.
time, in your perception of
No,
time.
there is no such
The people who were running...
consideration of perception of time during that period. It's very...
It wasn't a deal where they were told you got an hour to do the job, you gotta be back in an hour.
Does that mean that when you went back, for the people on this side, it appeared you just went in and came right back out?
Yeah.
So, time per se, it's been cut out of it.
Right.
In theory and in function, you can return before you even start.
Right. When they return you before you started, you don't remember what happened.
That can
That's
happen.
one of the ways they erase memories.
They do that intentionally.
Yeah. So they have you do a job, go through the job, and then they return you to maybe milliseconds before you started. At that point, it becomes an isolated loop. You're detached from it. You can't attach the Akashic record from that.
What was the shortest period of time that you know of someone traveling forward in time? Enough time to see himself coming through the vortex?
Okay, you're again asking Preston.
Okay.
He has information of such. I don't mean to demean your question.
I know that he has a lot of general information. You have specific information. So if anyone wants to answer that, the shortest period of time, like for example, if there's seconds between the time you enter the vortex and the time you arrive, could you put yourself in the future? For example, could you put yourself in the future 20 seconds or a minute or 3 minutes and meet yourself?
Okay, what he's getting at is, can you project yourself, let's say, 2 hours in the future and meet yourself 2 hours in the future? Yes, you can. It's very dangerous.
So has it been done, to your knowledge?
No, it has not been done because when you walk through the tunnel, the way the tunnel was created, the person that walked in one end was out of phase with the person that walked out of the other end. If he met himself, hope was gone.
Like matter and antimatter?
Yeah, very much. Like, but not quite like that.
It's okay, just to add to something what Preston said, in theory, this is what happens. Indeed, it did happen.
It did happen.
Oh, sure. As a matter of test run and procedure.
And the person did not survive.
Well, sure, it was literally just this one part.
Yeah.
Is it incinerated?
That's when they found out that the transmitter did the phase reversal number. Still, they don't understand exactly what phase reversal it is. It's not normal phase reversal. It's
Cameron, if the time you went into the future and you were in a point of danger, let's say in some situation you didn't expect, did you ever come across that sort of thing where, like that situation, right in the moment, whatever it was?
Well, on a metaphysical basis and theory, since I was educated in that sense, when you start moving through space and time, it is of necessity to start looking around and seeing what's going on other than supposedly straight ahead. All different functions and violations of all sorts of things that go on.
to breaking all sorts of laws.
Really?
Oh, sure.
Physical laws.
To answer your question directly, though, I have passed myself in view, not made a connection of sorts. You just don't do that.
Have you ever given anything to protect you against anything you would come across? If it was a life-and-death situation, that people go into the jungles and they have weapons, let's say, or you're on a mission, you have weapons. But you would go into the future. If you met something and you were really in danger, what would you do if you didn't have a weapon? Did they give you, did you carry such a thing?
Or would you have immediate access to the court?
Okay, I think I could answer that.
I have no information on that.
I think I could answer that. First of all, they could design the vortex that would follow him, and they could essentially view what's happening to him in the future. That means, this I do remember, I'm sorry, this I know happened, that they could follow the person in the future or the past. Anything dangerous start to happen, they just bring them back automatically. It was like a mission control where there was a group of people watching what went on, and they were able to talk to him. He could talk back to them. You know, they had set up so that when they speak into a mic on the station, he could hear it. And what they hear what he says to the speakers on the station. And they had a whole monitoring set up operational. And they also had the capability with the transmitter to run the vortex right over him and pull him back without him walking in. They walked the vortex to him. And if he started to encounter anything dangerous, zoop, he'd be pulled back and he'd be out of it.
Excuse me,
put me down if I'm jumping ahead, but with the vortex, as many of us have read, first opened with the Philadelphia experiment in 1942-43.
Yes.
Are you going to be talking about that later?
Yes.
Yes, we will be. As soon as we can get over this hurdle here.
Right. Hurdle, you know?
It's a good size one.
Also, because I remember even that lecture, when you first talked about it, the circumstances by which this project was canceled in such
Well, we haven't got that
in a
far.
panic situation. No, I know.
We haven't got that far. Let's at this point continue. We can.
Well, I got a related question real quick. When you went into this future and saw the horse, was that by any chance something to scare you into agreeing to do what they wanted to prevent something, or?
It was more of a view, just to consider indeed what was there and critique.
Yeah. If they really wanted to know
Like a
something.
reference point.
Yeah, it's a test.
It was a test, basically.
We're all getting the same info.
They wanted to see if everybody came back with basically the same gear, the same information. Test your powers of observation, whatever.
Okay.
What did you see? Describe it in detail. Not only the horse, but the surrounding city that was in ruins. Well, do you have any ideas why? Did you see anybody there? Did you see anything else? Et cetera, et cetera.
You just be on the viewer.
Right.
All right. Okay. Let's continue.
One question, could this system of the vortex without the technological trappings have been something similar to how Nostradamus or the prophets or whatever were supposed to see the people?
Who knows?
I mean,
That's
speculating.
Probably in
As good movies were sometimes taken in the past.
Well, movies can be made right off the viewers.
Oh, really?
Is that off the viewer?
Sure.
Like,
The viewer was a video signal. You put the viewer right onto a videotape machine. Wow.
what kind of files must they have from all?
Yes, good question. What kind of
Somebody already had movies. All right.
Home movie.
That's a good one. What a pile of home movies.
Sounds like a title for a sci-fi movie about this.
And question of the year, do you have any of these tapes?
No. They're awfully guarded. I know it takes from me, because I saw it, but there was
You saw the tape?
I have to admit, I think I have to admit at this point, I was there too. I was the guy that built the transmitter. Rebuilt the transmitter. See, they did the number on me where I would go to work. And then I would be taken out to Mantauk. I'd do 10 hours work, then they would bring me back, run me back to millisecond or so before I left, and I never knew what happened. I had to reference to that period to pull my memories. And I have done it. I pulled most of the memories. That's how I can talk with the viewer. I was the one to design and build the viewer. But I had tremendous facilities behind me to do it. I can't do
Gas
it.
and information and computers.
No, not like my garage.
No.
Educators.
To continue, all right, they got the working time portal, the working time vortex. Somebody on the station realized, hey, we're headed for a mess. We got to stop this thing. Just like in the old movie Donovan's Drain. What was done was in one of the chair subject's minds, there was a little thought implanted. So you're going to pull a monster out of the id, a monster out of the subconscious, and transmit it through the transmitter on site. And the person went in, laid down in the chair, went into the thing, and there was no one else in the room, which happened every once in a blue moon, but it did happen. This person snuck in and said, okay, the time is now, what the key word was. At that point, the person unleashed through the transmitter the phone, and the transmitter precipitated this huge, big, black, hairy thing that was hungry. It ate everything in sight, buildings, people, ground, and they went into a panic when they couldn't control this thing and stop it. Kerwood says, shut the transmitter off. They go down to the power station, shut down the generators, throw the switches, freaking thing didn't stop. Kept going. They're still hungry and still eating.
This is on the base?
Yeah, on the base.
Actually, we're eating people and
Yep.
machinery and everything.
Yep.
And smashing everything that could go in
Building.
the site.
How big was the building?
About 30 foot tall.
Storage barrier.
Solid, or?
Yeah, it was solid, sure. The transmitter had the capability to precipitate the thing. We knew at that point the transmitter could do it. And finally, we looked at, okay, you gotta go up and cut the wires to come out of the ground into the radar building. You cut those wires, you figured maybe the wires on this wire on the ground was getting power from somewhere besides the generator power. Cut the wires, frequency still continued to work. And then they kept going, they cut the wires inside the building, frequency continued to work. No one could walk upstairs at that point. The energy was so heavy, you couldn't even get above the first floor. They tried cutting everything to the first floor to shut this frequency off. Then to try to go ahead a little, what had actually happened is they had made a connection on that day that Junior was released with the Philadelphia experiment. Somebody had to go shut off the Philadelphia generators. I will go into that. That's his field of expertise. When the generators are shut off on the Eldridge, then Fruit was able to take settling torches and go up and cut the transmitter apart in Mantauk. You go out to this day, you'll see where there's settling torch marks and everything on the equipment.
You can go on the base now?
Yeah, you can.
Yeah, it's right up.
And this was in 83.
Yeah, 83, August 12, 1983. Okay, at that point, anyone that was left, they dragged into a site that we won't disclose at this point, and did a total brainwashing number on it. So we didn't remember a thing. All of us sitting here were brainwashed, so we didn't remember anything. Except that he found his way to my place. And that's when the deprogramming started.
You were one of the two you spoke of on the tape? Somebody came to your house to tell you about what happened? Or you spoke to Cameron or Al?
Cameron.
Okay.
How did you happen to go to Preston's place, Cameron?
Directed or instinct or perchance, it's hard to say. There's a story that goes on with it. It's sort of long and bulky, but somehow it comes up that indeed I was directed to, still under influence and command, so to speak, to disrupt Preston and his work.
At that point, they were getting worried about me because I was starting to stumble into Mantauk in real life.
You were remembering things, or you were just,
Well,
you had occasion to go
over
there?
the years, one of the problems with this thing that they set up, although you don't remember any of the work you did, little bits and pieces of it filter through, I developed a huge interest in esoteric technology, psychotronics, psychic activities. I was researching this to the nth degree. I had a team of psychics working with me. We were trying to figure out what was the energy form and all this stuff. I knew in the mid-'70s there was a source of psychic interference here on Long Island. And after a couple of years, I was able to trace it right out to Mantauk. So I had my eye on Mantauk for years. Of course, I could never get on there. The security was thick. Well, it was a derelict base. There were security guards all over the place. And all I know is a friend of mine from out east called me and said, Preston, the old Mantauk Air Base is wide open. And then, when do you want to go look? I said, tomorrow. And I was out there that morning with my friend. We walked all around. First thing, when military pulls out of a base, what do? They clean everything up, they take everything with them. There was junk strewn over the whole base. There were files dumped out of a file cabinet just still in one room in the big building, the floor of one room. Equipment was still left. Power was still on in sections of the base. You just put switching the light to come on.
People going?
They just fled. Boom.
Because they were scared of this creature?
Blood and utter panic.
What happened to them?
That's your responsible military force.
When the transmitter was shut off, was finally cut apart, the monster stopped animation over a period of days, just faded back into hyperspace. See, all these things were active, tunnels, creations, whatever, as long as that transmitter was functioning. Either it got power from the site or it got power from the Eldridge. It didn't matter where it got its power from.
What happened to this person who created this id or whatever? Is that one of you?
I don't know if these guys want to say.
Well, information, there is a photograph that was taken just in routine basis out in Mantauk that was presented in the first lecture of Preston in 85, 6. Chicago, wasn't it? USDA conference. There were random photos taken, and one of the gentlemen from SIPTU, was that correct? Yeah. What is this? What does that stand for?
Society for the Investigation of the Unexplained.
He looked at a photograph and said there's something there unusual. There was a blow-up of it, and there was a sort of what's been categorized as sort of like a Bigfoot. What I see on that is myself, is an image of myself riding the back of it. How much, I'm very startled with the photograph for sure. It does seem to have a connection with me, even though I try to discredit.
Is this in one of these ones? One of these ones?
It's there.
It's in the collection of slides.
It's in the size, very small.
So it feels like it's faint image.
Right, a faint image.
So this would be very similar to the quote-unquote it or the shadow or whatever
Yeah.
technological technique you want to use.
Yeah, just an add-on here. Preston spoke of a 30-foot type creature. There are a number of images associated. 30 feet is by all means, could very well be correct. 9 feet, 10 feet, depending which image is considered.
Also, perhaps how scared the individual was who saw it.
Well, some of the marks on the buildings are up quite high. It had to be like 30, it had to be at least 25 feet.
I'm going to say
On the
at least
outside or
15,
inside?
probably more.
Outside.
So when you got outside, it was attacking the building from the
Oh,
outside?
yeah.
Right.
It was rolling free.
Was it like a monkey type big, like King Kong?
It was very similar in appearance to one of the Bigfoot, which you showed, and I've seen pictures of them, I'm sure, at various times.
Like huge.
But huge. Instead of being 7 foot, it was perhaps closer to 30. My original impression was, when I first went on the base, it was perhaps 30 foot high.
Now, to the best of your knowledge, how was this creature created again? Was there some kind of, someone decided this was to be created?
Yeah. Some person, we're not sure who it was at this point, felt like the rest of us here, that this was going too far, it was getting dangerous, and there was going to be problems in the future. It had to be brought to a stop. The project had to be crashed. And the most effective way to crash it was to make something hungry that would cause them to panic. Throw them into a panic.
Information that someone was tapped on the shoulder somehow and did some business to do this. Some information was passed along.
You wonder if you worked there at all or not, but you have been living with your folks a long time, don't you know? Did you ever ask them what you were doing in this time
We
period?
had no time loss. They returned them immediately
Just
after.
before it happened.
Yeah.
Before it happened. So he was never gone. Even though he could have been out looking for himself.
I
during that
came
time,
home
he was
from
not
work.
gone.
So freaking tired.
You essentially lived a couple of years in 1 year.
Yeah.
How do you make a living normally? I mean, they stay outside of this project.
As a microwave engineer.
And you're still getting a check,
Oh, yeah.
paycheck,
But
whatever.
I come home from work, I felt like I'd worked 20 hours, 10 hours, 20 hours, anywhere
Probably
in
worth
there.
even more.
And since about 83, I haven't had that. Since 83, I've been fine. But from about 75 until 83, God was I tired. But I wouldn't remember any of it because they would bring me back to milliseconds before I left and it was closed loop. But the experience and the education would come through. That's why I went into metaphysics. But this other project, I was heavily in metaphysics. Originally, before that, I was a nuts and bolts electronics type person. I didn't even metaphysics. That was my reaction.
Yeah.
But
This is for idiots type thing.
well, because I've done so much in this other function, it's still enough filtered through that I developed an interest in this, what I'll call this life, if you want to say, of metaphysics. And that was their downfall. Because it was that made me conscious of what was going on at Mantauk was the source of these interfering signals. Because they were interfering signals. So that they were found at my research in no end.
Was there any sense of all these experiences
earlier project which started this whole business off, so far as I can determine. And that was the infamous Philadelphia experiment, so-called, because in its final phases was conducted in the harbor outside the city of Philadelphia, Pennsylvania. It originally began back, I'll condense this quite a bit, it originally began back in the 30s in Chicago with three people, Dr. John Hutchinson Sr., who was the dean of the University of Chicago, Nikola Tesla, and a third man by the name of Dr. Kurtenauer, who was an Austrian physicist who was apparently on staff at the University of Chicago. They decided about that time to try and do something about all of the speculation rampant at that time and for years prior about things like invisibility and how could you possibly make an object invisible and so on. They got together and researched the thing and did some work at the University of Chicago around 31, 32. In 33, the Institute of Advanced Studies at Princeton, New Jersey was formed, and the project was transferred there probably about 34. And one of the first people on staff at the University Institute of Advanced Studies was Dr. John Erwin Neumann, who was from Hungary, Budapest. He had his degree about 1925 in chemistry and 26 in physics, PhD in math. Taught in Europe for about 4 years and transferred to the United States. He taught at the graduate school at Princeton for 3 years and was invited to join the Institute. Other people at the Institute, of course, included Albert Einstein, who left Germany in 1930, went to the California Institute of Technology for 3 years, taught there, then went to the Institute upon their invitation and acceptance. A lot of other people showed up there as time went on. So the project expanded about 1936. In the meantime, of course, Tesla was named as director of the project because he was a very good friend of a certain gentleman in the White House known as Franklin Delano Roosevelt, who he originally met in 1917 when Roosevelt was the Secretary of the Navy, and Tesla was asked at that time to do some work for the government for the war effort, which he did. And they maintained their friendship. When he became president, Roosevelt, as far as I can determine, called him down to Washington and asked him, well, how would you like to work for the government again? And since he was not terribly flush with money at that time, namely Tesla wasn't, he accepted. Became involved with this project insofar as being the director was concerned. He had already been involved. And he became and retained his position as director of the so-called Invisibility Project until he resigned or left, however it occurred in 1942. 1936, with their studies in the labs there, they decided to have some kind of an early test. They had partial results, which means a partial invisibility. The Navy was encouraged, everybody was encouraged to continue. And of course the Navy had been funding it almost from the beginning in terms of doing things like giving them a little research money and grants and that sort of thing. It progressed onward until 1940, and I'll get a little bit out of sequence here, but in 1940, after further research and with Tesla's approach, they decided they were ready for a full test. And they had a small Navy ship, probably a tender, and two adjacent vehicles, Brooklyn Navy Yard, and the two adjacent vehicles provided the power and the basic drives for the coils and the equipment they had on board the tender, with cables from either side, and the idea being if they're in the area of the Brooklyn Navy Yard with the cables, if something went wrong, they could cut the cables, and if they got desperate, they could sink the ship. Well, nothing of the kind happened. Everything worked, and the project was declared completely successful. But the important point of that 1940 test was there was no one on board the test vehicle. It was strictly a dry run, no people, no personnel. It's important because of what happened later. Now, in the meantime, other people came on board. There was a Dr. Gustav LeBon, an associate of Van Neumann's, who became a close associate. There was a Dr. Clarkson, came in about 1940. But additionally also came a T. Townsend Brown, who had had a strange history I won't go into, But he joined the Naval Reserve about 1933, and about 1939 he was top two shoulder for active service by the Navy, and they wanted him specifically because of his background in gravity, gravitics, high voltage and such, to work on the problem of the German magnetic mines. He was given the big status of the head of a department to develop countermeasures for the German magnetic mines and other mines, minesweeper operations for the Navy. That became important because this led into a parallel project, the degaussing project of the Navy, where they developed the so-called degaussing cables to explode the magnetic mines at a distance quite safe, quite far away from the ship. Normally they'd be triggered by the magnetic flux of the ship's general mass, which would concentrate flux lines at a certain point that would trip the mechanism, and of course, ideally the magnetic mine would be tripped under the hull and of course blow the ship to kingdom come. He provided a strong, powerful magnetic field that would trip the mine's sensing mechanisms at a safe distance and would be harmlessly exploded. That project was actually separate from the invisibility project, but was also parallel in the sense that much of the same technology was involved. Now, I became involved with this thing. I have to go into a little bit of a personal history. We'll again try to condense it because we are, I think, running a little late, but whatever. Quite aside from my legal name, which is on my birth certificate of Bielik, I was born in 1916, the best that I've been able to determine from my own memories and what comes up 4 August 1916. I was born Edward A. Cameron, and in 1917, I believe 15 May, this guy was born in his original body, Duncan Cameron, or whatever they called him at the time. And we were born into a family with considerable amounts of money, not really wealthy, but they were well off. And we didn't hurt for money, we didn't hurt for the means for an education. There came time we went to school. He wound up in the University of Edinburgh, Scotland, according to his readings. Took a PhD in physics in 1939. In the meantime, went to University of Princeton, bachelor's and master's degree, and so far as I can determine, again, his memories, took a PhD in physics from Harvard in 1939, and both of us in the summer. It was arranged by our inimitable father, who had a great deal of influence with the Navy and apparently political clout in various sections and parts of the government. We do not understand how he got these connections. We don't know anything about them. There are no documents to show this. He himself served in the Navy in World War I, apparently as an ordinary recruit, did a 20-year stint, retired. At what status, we don't know. Again, the retirement papers are missing, the separation papers. We do not know whether he got involved in intelligence or not, but it would appear that he did because of the subsequent events. He didn't work, from everything we know, from that point on. He had money from the family, and he became an ardent admirer of sailboats and decided to build his own. He built one, raced it, took some trophies, would sell it and build another. In between, he was traveling back and forth to Europe, and as I've been previously mentioned, he became involved in the smuggling of German scientists, Jewish scientists, out of Nazi Germany into the U.S. This ceased in 1939 when the Cold War turned to a hot war. He had connections. We don't know how they were obtained, where they went, but it was determined that the two of us would become part of this project. When we finished our education, we were invited to join and to enlist in the Navy. We were both given commissions, September 1939. And we then did about 3 months at Provincetown, Rhode Island Academy, the naval officers. In those days, they did the so-called 90-day wonder business. But we were already fairly well prepared. We didn't go through Annapolis or anything like this. And then we were sent to the project. We were there in 39 up until, for a period in 39, then through 1940. At the time of the test in the Brooklyn Navy Yard, we were on board at the Princeton Institute of Advanced Studies, and we also had, at that time, officers in the Philadelphia Navy Yard, which again became rather important later. But we did a lot of shuttling back and forth as part of our job. And one of the reasons why we were chosen was that the Navy wanted 2 people to represent their interests and keep full tabs on what was going on in the tests and the development of the program, who were technically competent to report in detail what was going on and to report to the Navy in the appropriate reports which they required.
exactly what was happening in our technical commentaries. And that's why the education. There's also another aspect of this involved that, aside from Tesla, who did not have a good formal education, he started out, but in 1979 his father died, and his first year in the university was terminated, and he had to go to work. Came to the U.S. in '84. He had enormous insight and an incredible intuitive insight and solved his problems in that manner very competently. He had a perfect track record. But unlike he, Van Neumann had a PhD in math, and his mathematical background was in the turn of this century. And before he came to the United States, he met a number of other people. J. Robert Oppenheimer was in Germany at that time. He became important because at a later time Oppenheimer was involved with the atomic bomb project, but not with the invisibility program. Additionally, he met Dr. David, what was the mathematician's name? Hilbert, who was a genius of a mathematician. He developed all kinds of new math. He was essentially contemporary with Van Neumann, who was born in 1905. Hilbert was born about 1912. And he had a PhD in math, but he developed whole new systems of math, about 5 different varieties, the most important of which, and for which he was well known, was the so-called Hilbert space. And this was a new means of describing mathematically multiple realities, multiple space, which became very important to the project. Van Neumann met him about 1925, 27, in that period, and took a lot of Hilbert's work and ran with it, and Van Neumann, in turn, developed all kinds of new systems of mathematics of his own. He was also known as a real genius of a mathematician. He was considered probably the most outstanding mathematician of this century. Some people think he was better than Einstein. Of course, others don't agree. But he developed many systems of his own which became important. There was another man who was also very important as a mathematician, of which there's virtually no traceability at this time. He's an American by the name of Levinson, Dr. Levinson, born 1912, died, as far as I can determine, 1976. He's published 3 books on very involved mathematics. I finally was able to hold in my hands 2 of those 3 books. I found them very recently at the Institute of Advanced Studies Library in Princeton. Never been able to find them anywhere else, but no history of Levinson himself. He developed what was even more important, the so-called Levinson time equations. With that as a background, they were able then to go on and develop the whole system of the visibility project as applied to a large part object. Now, in 1940, as I said, the test was successful. The Navy then decided they would go full bore, finance the thing with unlimited funds, and classify the project, of course. And we were part of it. Well, in 1941, the project was going on, and of course Tesla had full bore enthusiasm from the Navy, and they had full confidence from the President and everybody else to go ahead. While we would see, because they decided the 2 of us needed some sea duty, so we spent a year, 1941, at sea, in the USS Pennsylvania, as I remember, which toured the Pacific. We came back to Pearl Harbor for some repairs and dry docking in October of 41. We took some leave. We went to San Francisco. The 5th of December, we were about to board the plane back to Pearl when we were stopped by the captain just getting on the plane. Said, "Gentlemen, your orders are canceled. Come with me." So we went Vice Admiral Halbone Sr., who was the then director of the Office of Naval Engineering, which was abolished in 46, but he was in charge of all of the research work for the Navy. And he told us, "Gentlemen, you may as well know we will be at war with Japan within 48 to 72 hours. We expect to hit Pearl Harbor. You're not going back there. You're too valuable. So we're going to leave you in San Francisco until your tour is over, which is the home base for the Pennsylvania. You do office work. You can enjoy some leave times. You might as well enjoy it, because when you go back to the Institute, there will be no leaves and there will be nothing but hard work." So we did. January 42, we went back to the Institute and remained there through the whole series of tests and the whole project. In the meantime, Tesla was given a ship for his full-size tests with crew. And that happened to be a battleship, unknown. But in wartime, apparently, politics has a bit of pull, and the politics coming from the President of the United States, he could probably order the Secretary of the Navy to supply any kind of ship that Tesla wanted. So we got a battleship. The equipment was designed, of course, by Tesla with a lot of work and cooperation, and you might say also a lot of fighting between Tesla and Van Neumann. Tesla was director, Van Neumann was, I guess, assistant. They didn't agree on everything. Van Neumann had a great deal of respect for Tesla's ability, but they didn't agree about everything. Tesla was insisting, as the date approached for the tests on the battleship with personnel, that they were going to have a very severe problem with personnel. He said flatly, he said, you cannot employ the large amounts of power required to make a ship of this size invisible without having a very disastrous effect on the heads of the people, or the minds, or the bodies of the personnel involved, because you're talking megawatts of RF power, enormous amounts of power, and the coils, which in the early phases were like degaussing coils, were wrapped around the hull of the ship, but the later design was a set of 4 coils mounted on the deck of the ship, specially designed Tesla conical-shaped designs. And just interestingly enough, every transformer design ever built by Nikola Tesla was conical, was not round core, it was conically shaped, tapering towards a point at the top. Well, he knew he had a problem in Tesla. He went to the Navy, asked for more time, they wouldn't give him more time. He said, you have a deadline. And he had already been advised, and here we have to backtrack a little bit into the history of Tesla, by his own statements to the press in 1900 in Colorado Springs. He said he was in contact with intelligences from off the planet Earth, very coolly received by his scientific colleagues. He made the same announcement to the press in 1923 at the time of the Mars approach, the close approach in 23, and he made another announcement after that. And according to 2 people I know personally who worked with Tesla in the period in the late 30s and the early 40s, he had a great deal of RF equipment in his New York labs. He had 2 of them, actually. His residence at the Hotel New Yorker and a receiving station there. And he also had lab offices and a lab operation in the top towers and the top floor of the Waldorf Astoria, and his transmitters were located there. At least one of these 2 people said he was in contact with somebody off-planet nearly every day. And he said, I didn't understand the equipment. He says, I know he was. The inference here, and the data I have, is that he was in contact with the outside, and he was getting information which said, you've got a very serious problem. You've got to solve it, or you're going to lose people, they'll be dead. And so he went, based on this, to the Navy. The Navy would not give him additional time. He says, I know how to solve the problem, but he says, I need more time to design new equipment. The Navy says, there's a war on. You can just make it work. Don't change anything. Make it work. You got a deadline. So he took the only way out he knew. And that was to sabotage the project for the test which came up in March 42. So we just detuned the equipment so when the switches were thrown, nothing worked. I mean, the transmitters were lit, the tubes came alive, and power was consumed, but nothing worked. No field effects, no invisibility. So he says, well, gentlemen, I guess I grew. It's time to leave. You have a very good man here who can take over the project, Dr. Van Neumann. I'm leaving. Bye. It's debatable whether he left or was fired, or whether they said, you were fired, and he said, you can't fire me, I quit. In any case, he left. And that was the end of Tesla insofar as that project was concerned.
What year was that?
That was 1942, March. Van Neumann took over, and he looked at everything. He said to the Navy, he says, I've got to make a study of this. It obviously failed. He says, I don't know what's wrong, but I'll find out. He says, I need time. The Navy couldn't say anything. He said, give him the time. So he went ahead. We were working with him at that time. We were back and forth between the Philadelphia Navy Yard office and, of course, the Institute. I don't know where we spent more time, probably the Institute. So Van Neumann made his own study of it and decided to change things around, and they still had the 2 generators that he proposed to use. In the meantime, he didn't have the battleship. There was a ship of the line that went back in service. It did not have a special crew. It had the regular crew. And they finally decided, he, of course, talking to us, to the Navy brass, we needed a special ship that would be outfitted from the ground up. So it was decided to pick one that was going to come down the ways, and they decided on DE-173, which later was named the Eldridge. And about July of 42, they were laying the keel, and it was designed, the design was modified so they could put in 2 huge generators. And the reason why they had to design the equipment to the ship is the fact that the destroyer escort is not a very large ship. It's about 1,500 tons, roughly equipped. The later figure said 1,900 dry weight. There's agreements between both the Greek records and the American records of 1,240 tons dry. So a rather small destroyer. It only had 2 gun turrets. So to fit 2 huge generators and the motor drive system and all the RF equipment and the 4 transmitters on this thing, it took a lot of design effort, actually, from the beginning to know where you're going to fit the stuff. You don't throw it on this ship in midstream after it's built. So October came down the ways and they wanted to dry it up, put equipment on board, and before they did this, they decided they needed a special test crew. Selected about 33 people, all volunteers, trained them up at Groveland, Connecticut, from about September to December of 42, and they graduated, and the picture still exists of the graduation class, and who was the head of the class but our father. There's a picture there with a naval uniform and the captain, scrambled eggs, and the whole bit. Still don't know how he got involved in this, but he could have transferred between the Navy and the Coast Guard, because there is a letter of citation still on the records, which Duncan has had, I believe, I don't know, I think he still has it, I've seen it, a letter of citation from the Coast Guard for assistance during wartime period, meritorious assistance for during the war, the Coast Guard, et cetera, and this was the Coast Guard Academy at Groveland where this crew was trained. So they came back to Philadelphia, and the crew continued, the equipment was outfitted, and they started after the ship was not seaworthy, but actually out of dry dock, sitting at the dockside in the Philadelphia Naval Yard. A long series of tests began, a lot of modification equipment. Along about March of 42, Van Norman started to shake a little and became concerned that maybe there's a personnel problem. And he started to agree with it because Duncan and myself were pounding on him, saying, there's going to be a personal problem. You can't turn the switch on. You're going to possibly kill people. Tesla said so. Well, we mentioned the Tesla's name. He got very upset. He would fly into a rage, eventually got over it. But he agreed, well, maybe there is a problem. What do we do about it? We decided to put in a 3rd generator and modify the system, and at that point we still had time to do it. So we ordered and had installed a 3rd generator along about May of 43, and it never worked right. It wouldn't sync with the other 2. The other 2 generators, I might add, were driven off a single motor on a gearbox, right-angle gearbox drive with special electronics to synchronize the generators, because with a motor of about 750 horsepower and the gigantic gearboxes required, those gearboxes were sloppy. You could not mechanically synchronize the generators. They had to be an absolute electrical sync, so that was it.
All right. There was a higher force that existed sort of with more control than the people were at the station. You know, people have their little kingdoms and they think that they rule the world in a sense, but as you were going through the experience, you sense higher forces, much higher forces that really have something to do to say about destiny and how things go on this planet.
Well, since Duncan is deferring to me on that one, I'll try to answer it. I would say that during that period itself, looking back on it, there was no awareness on my part, and I don't think there was any on Duncan's part, of such a higher agency, if you will, directing our efforts at that point. I would say very definitely there was before that point, and at some time in the past we were aware of it, but perhaps not in our respective earlier lifetimes, of this lifetime, but further back. And since then, very definitely, that there's some kind of, if you will put an expression, a divine plan involved in this whole thing, which is very, very difficult to explain, very difficult to extrapolate on. There was a reason for all of this happening. I know that without any question. What that reason is still not clear. And I think Duncan would agree that, yes, he knows that there was some kind of a reason for it. Preston would probably agree with it. And he's looking at it from the mathematical, no nuts and bolts end of it to try and come up with a reason. And it's not easy. Yes, there was a reason why it happened. If you go back into, as I will shortly, go back into the Philadelphia experiment end of it, which was the beginning of the whole business, one can see from the way that thing was maneuvered that there was a higher hand of some kind involved. in setting the whole thing up, because it would never have happened the way it did, unless two obscure dates, 40 years apart, coincided with two experiments.
If I could just add something directly to your question, quickly. Having to have seen and knowing possibly some other intelligentsia, there's a function of the time tunnel where a person, or in my experience, per se, it's the only thing I can relate to, when a person moves a number of procedures, there's a point in maybe 2/3 down the tunnel as it proceeds, where there's a very big thump. The energy leaves the body. There's a tendency to see on a broad scale. I can only answer that question theoretically. Looking back on it, I'm sure there is and there was some intelligence there, certainly a higher form than we know. As to the recognition of it, I would have trouble in that sense, but there is what I call a full out, where the energy leaves the body, and there's a tendency to see on a very broad scale. That's partially what they were trying to do at Mantauk, is to stabilize and to freeze what I call a full out, the seeing process.
They didn't want you to see it, is that what you're saying?
No, they were trying to manifest that.
Oh, they were.
For whatever their purpose is.
In your travels, did you ever go back in time and see it of your own lifetime? Did they ever ask you to do that?
No.
But it would seem to me that you could do that.
Well, they could, but it'd be good.
Yeah, it wouldn't be in your interest.
No, but I just don't think they ever asked you to.
I have no information directly, but theoretically it's very possible to influence a person's function, however that's possible.
What was the role of the aliens at all? I mean, other than the chair, which...
Okay, that would be the earlier part of this that we haven't got into yet.
Okay.
Let's look at another little sideline here. What was done, one of the cute little trips that they made was they made a trip from 83 back to 63 and installed him in a new body. That's all I knew of it, that they installed him in a new body. I don't know why, but Al can of course tell us why. I think this would be a good time to, let's go and discuss the Philadelphia experiment. Why don't I first give like a general overview of what they did technologically?
Can we take 5 or 10 directly?
Sure.
Is that adequate?
Yeah, let's take a break.
Yeah, take a break. Great, please.
That caravan before the front got broken, backed up to the main door in the back of the big building. This is the main radar building. This really, you should go to this picture later. That's essentially what it is. All I know is what I got here. I don't know what the deal is. All right, let's go to the next picture. Is that our focus? This is leaving the site. Of course, there's my car again. And the red building is one of the old leftover radar buildings that they didn't use. The round things, we don't know what the hell the round things were. And there is the street coming out. Okay. That's the back end of the main antenna. This thing is an antenna which is roughly 300 foot by 200 foot. And that power that goes this way, the gain horn is mounted on. That's the omnidirectional antenna. The little thing on top is shaped like that. Is the IFF antenna. They didn't use the IFF.
Is this for the project?
Yeah. This is the transmitter. You're looking at the transmitter. But anyone that has any sensitivity, this is a full shot of the building. Anybody that has any sensitivity can probably feel the energy coming off this picture.
This is a fallen tower, or
We have a fallen extra tower.
we have a pointer for him, so he doesn't have to pointer. Right, okay, let's check this out.
Yes, we have a...
Okay.
Here we go. From the pointer comes. This is going to be all right. This is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 floors in this structure. Each one is about 100 foot square.
This is the transmitter?
This is the transmitter building.
Transmitter was on this floor and this floor, and this was the antenna controller. All these ducts here are cooling for the transmitter.
That's just sitting there open?
Yep.
I'm looking for lawsuits.
Yep.
Go ahead.
This is another picture, another site, another picture of the building with the antenna. Again, you can see doors you can look out. This is all open. We know it was open as of September.
You can walk inside the building?
Yep. Oh, yeah. This is a shot. Ultimate reality. This is just essentially background. Let's keep going. This is another one of those round structures. What they did with these in the project, if anything, we don't know, and they didn't look maintained. You can see it's all rusted over here, here, but you see that other building was maintained. This was like about 85, these pictures were taken. Okay. This is a shot from the roof looking up at the antenna. This is a catwalk. People walk here. You get an idea of the massive size of this thing. This is the antenna? This is the antenna. Transmitting antenna. This is shot out over, that's the ocean, from the roof of the building. No changes in here. This is the group. This person should be familiar. That person should be familiar. This is my friend Jeff that comes up from Maryland. That's the guy that plays Rambo running around the woods. Now those buildings in the back? That's two of those round buildings. You can see they haven't been maintained. Look at the doors here. Did you go inside of them? Yeah. And you couldn't tell what it was all about? There isn't anything in them. Nothing in them. Those are cleaned out. And those buildings you can still walk in now? But they haven't boarded up? Sure. I don't know. This is a picture of what they call the omnidirectional antenna. This is what the antenna they use. In fact, if you look, you see all the wires feeding in, all the coax cables feeding in. This they use to send out a signal, but we believe they use this more for picking up signals. This will pick up a return from the person that they were targeting. This has one huge cable that goes up to it and a bunch of little cables for receivers. And they control the different dipoles on this. Okay, let's go. This is a general shot of the antenna. That's the gain horn. See, they were first focusing this so the signal will go in, bounce off, come out. But they finally realized that they didn't want the Hertzian component to reflect it, so they positioned it so the gain horn pointed right at the subject. That's the way they eventually developed this thing so it works right. Outside. Outside, yeah, it was outside. The subject was in another building that was downrange.
The focal point was at that building.
Yeah. This is a distance view of the thing. You can get an idea how massive it is.
What are these dimensions approximately?
300 feet by 200, 150 feet. 100 feet.
125 tons for the antenna and 125 tons for the control mechanism on the roof.
That's the pedestal. 125 tons each. This weighs 125 tons, and this is about 200 tons.
Did you help design this transmission antenna?
No, that was part of the phase. The white dot shot. But this is interesting. This is essentially the main building. This is a transmitter building. This is the control center where all the computers were, and this was offices.
Where was the subject?
Down the hill that way.
Okay, in another building.
Yeah. Now those buildings are still there. Are they open? This one is open. I'm told this one is open and this one is open, and the powerhouse is open. This is a distance shot. You're 2 miles away here from the building. On Mantauk Highway. Same thing. You're 2 miles away here. I don't know what that is. Oh yeah, you're further away. This is now this is in the town still. This is like about 5 miles away here. That's the building.
in those yellow buildings.
And what about this? This building here is where they had the subject. This is the... How many people know what the planetary grid is?
I know. Yeah.
This is one of the cross points of the grid. You stand here, you'll feel the grid.
And that's still there.
Yep.
That's not a lane.
So if we have the right picture, you'll see they arranged the buildings around the cross point like the Indians arrange mounds of rock around the cross point. These buildings tune the cross point. But they focused it, if I remember, on that building, is where they had the subject. You know, these buildings were... Duncan verified it, that's where he was.
Okay.
Duncan has a tendency to flip when he sees stuff like this. Okay, let's go to the next one. That's me. Standing next to the radar site 5 miles away. Can you see my welding glasses?
Yeah.
Another shot. You can go on. That's a strange.
Do these power lines go straight to that
Yep.
location?
You go straight to that
And all
one.
they are is to carry...
Right now. Right here, so you see the high tension line.
Are they still active?
Oh, yeah. Those are what supply the plate. Okay.
I mean, are they active?
Here's a picture of the pedestal. These are motors. 4 of them. The motors are going today.
This is on the roof.
This is on the roof.
Motors are gone?
Yeah, someone took the motors. How? I don't know.
How they got them down, right?
Oh, that's if they push them off and let them crash, there'd be big crevices in the ground, but we haven't heard of any crevices. Train freaks may have taken these, because these are the same motors that run the big locomotives. This is a picture of a game horn. This is the same, this was about the size of my Volkswagen Rabbit at the time. This is what actually sent the signal out. It went out like this. More awake guy went down the catwalk and went into the building.
We're looking at sideways?
Yeah. Oh, there's the UFO landing pad.
That was a landing pad, right?
What is that? That's the only one of these round little buildings that's maintained.
Oh, right. Where do you think building?
Okay, that's an old radar building that wasn't maintained. This is the main operations center. This is where they had all the computers. And the chair was right below this building, we figure. And then that's the office building here. That's where Jack Pruitt and what's his place?
Which building was the subject in? Can we see it there?
Huh?
Can we see the building the subject was in from here?
No.
Okay.
Another same area, essentially. You know, these are not maintained. This one's nicely maintained. Some people believe thoroughly that they landed UFOs here. This is a shot of the lighthouse from the roof.
So the lighthouse isn't far away?
No.
Wow.
One of those two little maintenance buildings or something.
Maintenance building?
I don't think they've been used in years.
Right, is that?
That's the red radar site. There was a big bubble on top of that at one time, but I've been there for years. Same shot. Just different lens.
This thing had been constructed in World War II or something like that?
Can I add this? Sometimes you just had that shot.
No, this is the...
No,
the Europe.
Yeah, he took a lot of shots. Yes, James took tons of shots.
What is this?
That is what's left of the old Fort Sierra. There was gun emplacements in there. There's a emergency generator in that building now, or there was. Closest I could figure from the wires.
Where were the 4 megawatt generators?
You'll see it. No, you'll see it. Go on. That's another shot of the red building.
Why a pink building? This is the building where there were marks you say on the wall.
No, that's the Bell Tower. You took a shot of that too. Right, people. You took a shot of that one. The Bell building, of course, is at the base of it. Something new and different. I never understood why, oh yeah, this is a maintenance shed, this is the diesel tank that ran the generator. Okay, there's the building that the subject was in, from the roof. There's the cross point, and there's the tuning buildings around the cross point. The government built this, and the state, this is a state park today, the state's been told they cannot tear these buildings down.
Oh, really?
Yep.
They cannot what?
They cannot tear these buildings down.
Are they being maintained? Can you still get in them? What?
I don't know.
Can you try to?
Can you go inside them? I've been in the building. I don't know if they're open when you're in it, practically. Oh, yeah. Even I can pick it up, and I have the sensitivity of a rat.
Drive there and walk into those buildings.
Well, you drive in the parking lot of Mantauk Point State Park and then walk back.
Now, is that
About 2
gate
miles.
there? Is that the gate?
Oh, 2 miles.
Walk park from the...
No, this is just pipes going over the building,
Okay, but
over the walkway.
You can't drive the...
No, you can't drive up here. They got gates that are closed,
Okay,
okay?
okay.
But you can walk in and around and you can get there.
I saw cars there when you were there.
Well, we have permission to be in there to take pictures and stuff like that. This is just another shot of over there. You can see how far away they were focusing, and they were focusing right on this building.
Yeah.
They're right in line of sight.
But you can't drive into the main base.
No, not now.
No?
No.
You just gotta walk through.
You guys gotta walk in. It's a long walk.
Yeah, especially. Okay. You have permission, when did you go with the car?
This was May.
When it was warm?
86.
May of 86.
Yeah.
Do you have a letter?
Yeah, I love it.
Is that letter no good now?
No, it's not any good now. What is that tank? This is the diesel fuel tank that ran the generator station. I don't know why you took a picture of that. But you can see again the building where the subject was of the early experiment. Same thing. Here's the building again. Now, here. Let's keep going. There's the powerhouse. This thing is 4 huge diesel generators, and you can see the cooling tower for each. They used 2, they had one ready to go, and one was being repaired. How big were those things? Megawatts. I mean, how physically, how big? How long? Size of a locomotive. You know, locomotive engines, essentially. Yeah.
Now, if the power went out coming in on those trunk lines, though, that wouldn't be enough power to power this.
Well, they originally used this to run the station, but what happened, they discovered when they turned on, it created such time disturbances, it gave the generators the heebie-jeebies and they went down. So they put the generators down permanently and ran off a loco.
Right.
But the generators had the heebie-jeebies. This is another shot of the power station. Oh, you were really in there. Yep. Another shot over, I think this is the bay between the forks. Same thing. That's one part of it. I don't know if this is, that's a shot of that other gantry from the roof. You saw that thing next to my car. And the other hasn't been maintained either. Do I have it right? Yeah. There's stuff strewn all over the place. Now, are you saying that this 53-foot creature was doing stuff to things like this or not? Yeah, we think that was part of it. Ripped it off, you know? But if I see anything that's obvious, I'll let you know. Yeah, a whole lot more. Yeah. There's a lot of duplicates that I didn't read. No, that's nothing. You've seen that. No, go inside. Yeah, okay. That's a choke. That's a charging reactor. Can you give a little louder, please? This is what they call a charging choke. This is a filter choke, I'm sorry. The rectifiers are up in there, big multi-disc rectifiers up in there. You know, what I call hockey pucks. Huh?
What type of material are they using to rectify something like that?
Silicon.
Yeah, solid state silicon.
I call them hockey pucks. I call them hockey pucks. This is one of the power tubes. This is called an amplitron. That's the tube right there. Those are the magnets for it. And the pulse transformer is in this oil-filled tank. And this crane lifts this thing out.
How big is that diameter on the anode?
3 foot.
Is part of the equipment that was, that had to be destroyed, or is it just?
No, they left this behind. Just gone. This is a tube fully assembled with all the magnets on it. This thing is about 6 foot tall from here to here.
Justin, that would never be used for radar, is that correct?
They originally used it for radar. This was long distance radar. But then they rebuilt them. Another shot of the amplitron. I never noticed the red flare before. Is that here?
Yeah, I'm here.
You ever noticed the red flare?
No.
Something funny going on.
When we were in there, part of it was red. And I don't recall what parts.
This is a close-up of the amplitron.
When you look at the walls in the back of that, you can see the marks.
This is some of the settling torch marks where they cut their waveguide to stop it. This is the power transformer. This thing probably is about 12 tons. This is about the thing I tell Duncan move. He grunts, he groans a little, and he moves it.
Mungo like beans.
Yeah. This is a Firotron. This is the main pulse modulator. They use 4 of these things. This is about 2.5 foot tall, this tube. They're about 6 inches in diameter. Wow. And there are 4 of these in parallel to fire off the pulse forming network.
That wasn't just sitting there, was it?
Yeah.
I hope you got it.
Yeah.
Oh, good.
So this is one of the ones that's broken. I got complete ones, good ones. These were made in the 50s? These particular ones were made in the 80s. Wow. But they were designed in the 50s. That's 500 Gauss magnet. That's just the plate on one of the magnets you go on. That doesn't mean a hell of a lot.
Except for the stamp area.
Yeah, let's go outside. That's cool. You can tell when they left, they took off in a hurry. You can see the junk strewn everywhere. The military doesn't leave it like this. How many of those tubes were there? 2.
Where's the, yeah, I guess there's
That's the same thing. Another shot. That's welding torch up to there. Yeah, there's 2 big ones. Notice they're always where this would turn and go up. What was he cutting at? Was there something coming out of the wall? Yes. The waveguide went up like this. This thing was quite disassembled.
I wouldn't put that thing running. I wouldn't want to open waveguide.
I wouldn't either. I wouldn't. Another shot of the tube. I can assure you I didn't cut it apart. Another shot of the tube.
Big deal. I probably ordered some private to do it. He didn't know what was going on.
No, Crew himself did. Crew himself? Yeah. Crew himself cut it apart.
He must have been desperate.
What would it look like this pump? This is a C-23J, which today is about $4,500. Another shot of the amplitron.
The amplitron's a little more expensive here.
Yes, the amplitron is worth about $250,000. Each one? Yeah. Another shot of the amplitron. We can go on. Much more. The amplitron here. You even have built-in vacuum pump, which you can see here. That's it. Okay.
April 16, 1992, and this will be the second underground interview with Al Bielek, coming to you directly from the American Academy of Discipline Sciences. Al, would you summarize for our viewers, very briefly, for these that have not seen your first underground tape, what was the Philadelphia experiment and what was your part in it? Because all of our discussion in this second interview would be about what happened later and about some other projects that basically have not been commented about so far.
Okay, very briefly, the Philadelphia experiment was a project undertaken by the Navy during the war years, which had its early and original genesis in 1931 in Chicago, was moved to the Institute of Advanced Studies in 1934 in Princeton, New Jersey. And by 1940, they had a functional test which proved they could produce invisibility on a Navy ship. That was Rainbow 1. They classified it and made it a project called Project Rainbow. In March of 42, with Nikola Tesla having been the director since 34, he was to have a test of invisibility on a battleship. He deliberately sabotaged it because he refused to be responsible for the loss of life which he expected due to the extremely high electromagnetic power and energies involved to produce the invisibility effect. So when Neumann took over in 1943, after a lot of preparation in mid to late 42 and in 43, they held the first test on July 22nd, 43, which was fully successful. The ship became invisible to radar as well as to the sight and to a camera. But they had some personnel problems, not super bad, but nevertheless those on deck were nauseous and ill and had to be removed after the ship returned to dock. The final test was 12 August 1943, and that one was a total disaster. After it disappeared and then remained in hyperspace for some 4 hours by linear measured time in 1943, it returned, and there were some crew members missing, others on fire, and all those on deck were crazy, insane, except myself, who had just come back. And from that point on, the Navy, after one more aborted test late in October, washed their hands of the entire thing and scrapped the project and sent the Eldridge to sea as a regular destroyer after re-outfitting it. Now, the project was dropped in 43 due to the very bad and disastrous results. And in 47, it was taken up again at the request of the Navy. Dr. von Neumann was asked to look into it and see if he could find out what really went wrong and if anything could be salvaged. He did find what went wrong, and since he was already working on a computer design from 1946 at the Institute of Advanced Study, he continued his work. The computer designs were completed in 1952. The first model was built. The second one went to England, and I think the third went to the Navy Department in 1953 with a totally new design, having been working on several projects simultaneously. They had a final test with the Navy and a totally new project in which there was no personnel interaction. They had full invisibility, radar, and optical, and everybody was happy because there was no problem. So then we classified the project again and called it Project Phoenix. And that name, code name, Project Phoenix, became the genesis and the cover-all for a multitude of sins and a multitude of projects which the government shoveled under that umbrella. They had everything from mind control projects to invisibility project, that is a continuation of the Philadelphia experiment, to time travel problems and time travel systems and time tunnels and attempts at crossbreeding humans with reptilians and a few other little strange things all came under that umbrella. So that is very basically and very quickly what happened with the Philadelphia project. The Philadelphia experiment, as it was called, was a disaster because it locked up with the Phoenix project, which was running through 1977 to 83, but in the last month of its running, the last 12 days in August, from August 1 to August 12, the Phoenix project was online continuously without let-up. And on the 12th of August, 1983, the two projects locked up, pulled the Eldridge into hyperspace, where it remained for some 4 hours by standard measured linear time.
On deck or on Earth?
It was out in hyperspace. It was not on Earth.
Yeah.
It was in a limbo condition. And Duncan and I were running the equipment on board the Eldridge. When we saw that it was totally uncontrollable and out of control and we couldn't shut it off, we jumped overboard and wound up in 1983 at the Phoenix Project. Stayed there about half a day, and we were sent back to the Eldridge to smash the equipment. We returned the ship to 1943. While this was coming out of the fields in the fog, and the equipment was running down because enough was destroyed that nothing would run anymore. As the field started to dissipate, we found, of course, 4 men buried in steel as we went out on deck again, and a 5th man with his hand in the steel bulkhead, and a lot of other insanity all over the place, and everyone running around totally in gibberish, insane. Some of the guys were burning, some were disappearing and reappearing, and it was a total disaster. Duncan took one look at this, jumped overboard, went to 1983, as later record showed, and that was before the fields totally collapsed. He was still able to get back. He didn't want any part of what he saw. The real reason for that, why he deserted ship, so to speak, and went back to the future, no pun intended on the movie, has been a subject of debate now for some 6 years, since we became aware of the interlocking projects. Actually, from about 88 onward, why did he return to 83? The best answer I've been able to come up with was the fact that in the period of 1943, between the first and the second test of the Eldridge, then the Chief of Naval Operations, who was Admiral King, issued an order, which I found out about in the last few months, to the effect that if the second test was a failure, nobody was to leave the Eldridge alive. In other words, he proposed to kill everybody. Well, this was interdicted by a higher level order from the highest level in the Navy, which was the Secretary of the Navy, then James Forrestal, who countermanded the order. Duncan apparently knew about the original order, and I suspect did not know about the second order, and jumped overboard in a panic, thinking we're all doomed anyway, and looked at me before I jumped overboard like, well, aren't I coming along? I didn't. It changed, in many respects, history, and definitely changed our personal history. Duncan was reborn later in 1951 in another body, and after he went through many escapades with the military and the Air Force from the time of age 18, which was 1978 onward, 68 onward. He left the Air Force and eventually wound up spotted Phoenix Project in mid-70s. I became
Again, in his second incarnation.
In his second incarnation as Duncan in the same name. The first and the second Duncan were the same name, Alexander Duncan Cameron Jr. Father saw to that. And the second one was named that, according to what he told his 5th wife, who was Duncan's mother, in memory of its son who had died in World War II.
And this is not a natural incarnation.
No, it was not natural in any way.
Made by machines or some technology by the government.
By aliens, combining with the government, part of the Phoenix Project. Now, if we want to get into some of the other commentaries, many of the things which have come to light in the last few years have made this entire operation called Project Phoenix and the carry-on of the Philadelphia experiment, also Project Phoenix now, more than a little bit bizarre. When they perfected, that is, when they made a working experiment that was without hitch, without glitch, and without problems for personnel, of course, the project became of great interest to the Navy and to other military services. After several generations of revamping, they finally came up with what is today commonly called the stealth technology. Now, the stealth technology basically involves not only...
The real stealth technology.
Yes, it involves not only special coatings placed on the stealth fighter and the stealth bomber, but also the full invisibility technology, which is on the B-1 bomber, has been for many years, the B-2, which is the stealth, every Navy fighter aircraft in the fleet, reduced to the portable size where an individual can be made invisible. So it's gone through many generations of revamping and shrinking of the size of the equipment, which says two things. One, solid-state technology has become of age, and you are now able to do in a very small package things that it once took a huge pile of equipment to do. Secondly, they've modified the equipment to some extent so that it is now possible to make it portable and still completely effective. What the principles now are that they're using, I don't know. I don't know if it bears a resemblance to the original procedures or not, but they do have it working. In fact, there's even a famous photo available of President Bush and his Secret Service man out fishing at Kennebunkport, Maine, in the surf. And in between the two of them, there was a fishing pole standing there fishing with nobody hanging onto it, quite invisible, hands holding it up. This is rather a famous picture, and it is there. It has been publicized in a couple of newspapers, and it merely goes to show that the government has rather good control over this sort of thing. There are other stories, not apocryphal, but real. Yeah, this is the famous picture. Right.
Picture, and we see the
you see the president on the right in his pink shirt, the Secret Service man on the left with his arms crossed, and the fishing pole standing there all by itself in the surf. And it's very strange. If you look closely, you'll see down in the water there are splash marks around invisible feet. Right between the two, yes, right there. The angle seems a little bit off in terms of the where the poles are fishing, but we don't have the full picture of exactly what bay they were in or where this was and exactly where their lines were actually anchored. So this now can be done by either one of two techniques. One, hardware, or the second one I understand is they can put the human, that is a Secret Service man, through a special processing where without hardware he becomes invisible for about 72 hours. And then he starts to do the invisible man number and start to come back into visibility, and also he gets, I understand, violently ill in the process of coming back to, quote, normalcy, unquote. Either way, they have control over processes of invisibility.
Hangover.
You might have a very powerful invisible hangover, and the hangover is not invisible to the person who has to withstand it. This is only one of the aspects of many things which have occurred.
One very interesting thing here that comes to my attention is that if all carriers and if all planes are equipped with this invisibility, which basically is also a teleportation technique, then practically all confrontation on this planet becomes impossible, because you cannot fight a fleet that can hop around the world ocean at will, just flipping the numbers.
Flipping the dials and showing up somewhere else after turning on the invisibility. There's more than one report of this, of a fleet going invisible in the Pacific, off radar, off optical view by private aircraft that happen to be flying in the area. And the fleet shows up a day later, so a couple of thousand miles away, and steaming and under completely normal conditions where it doesn't appear like anything has happened. So they've changed location in the meantime, and they were totally off all radar, and not visible, and could not be tracked in that period of time. They made a quick jump of some type, and were there. How do you explain this to the sailors? I don't know. How do you explain to the personnel on board the ship that are not in on the equipment, because these big carriers and larger ships, everybody does not know about the equipment, only a handful of personnel, including the skipper, of course.
Maybe the film, The Final Countdown, gives an idea of how this is explained. They simply said that it was a whirlwind, a cyclone with some time-changing characteristics that moved the ship back in time to the Pearl Harbor attack.
Yes, that film purported to be fictional, and they got away with it, you might say, by showing it as a freak of nature. And nature does not engage in those kind of freaks. not so far as we know at any time. My information was that there was a real test. They had the equipment on board. It was the Nimitz, and they were the first ones to be so equipped. And they went back into the past on direct orders to the day before Pearl Harbor with the intent, of whoever gave the orders, that the aircraft on the Nimitz would wipe out the invading Japanese fleet before there was an attack and prevent the attack and thereby change history. Well, as it showed in the movie, one of the civilian observers along was arguing with the captain. He says, "Do you want to play God and change all history?" He says, "If you do," he says, "you don't know how many people will be living who might otherwise have died in the attack, and you can change the whole structure, as it were, of our history and the possible outcome of the war." And nonetheless, in the actual movie, the skipper did not win. He started the attack, but then in the movie, the natural phenomena closed in on him, and the attack was canceled. In fact, I understand that the skipper got cold feet and called off the attack and pulled the planes back, and then returned the ship to current time.
So basically, all these things show that if these things are real, that the whole Cold War has been a very clever Mickey Mouse game between the two superpowers in order to siphon tremendous amounts of funding into these black projects. Because technically, both superpowers are armed with these advanced technologies. You cannot literally fight a war, or you can destroy the whole planet. But my important point is, what do you think about the recent revelations in so many places that basically this whole war has been a very clever arrangement between the two superpowers that have been transferring technology behind the scenes?
Are you referring to World War II? Or
after that.
not
After
after?
that.
Insofar as World War II is concerned, I would say yes. There was a great deal of covert transfer of technology, not just before, but during the war. Before the war, it was not covert. During the war, it was covert, and after the war, of course, we seized everything because Nazi Germany surrendered. That is, the Nazi group surrendered Germany. They did not surrender, period. The Nazis never surrendered, which is one of the best-kept secrets of history. They merely moved out of Germany and went to Antarctica and took all their best projects and hardware with them. But insofar as the covert technology transfer is concerned, there's a great deal of evidence that there was a continuing covert transfer of personnel. My father was in on some of this smuggling of people out of Germany to the U.S. prior to and during the early part of World War II. And with it, some of the technology, because the Germans developed their own time machine in 1945. We developed the equivalent of it with the Philadelphia experiment in 43, and an actual one in 44.
These two projects have been secretly coordinated from a higher level so that to compare notes and to see which one would do it better.
That would be true, except for the fact the Germans had no invisibility project. There's no evidence they had one of any kind, but there is some partial evidence to the effect that there may have been an attempt by a Nazi sympathizer to steal the Eldridge in the final test and take it out to sea and turn it over to the Germans.
Or maybe it may have been an attempt by the American power elite to transfer this technology to Germany, as there have been many such cases in history of transferring super technologies to Russia before the Second World War, during the Second World War, after the Second World War, in order to boost up Germany's resistance.
Possibly true. The problem with that is, however, that while at some higher level there was covert cooperation, and during the war, of course, there was a great deal of cooperation between the U.S. and the USSR, and they were given, literally, some 25 pounds of purified uranium before the war was over. And the Russians were, and that was the material which was eventually used to develop the first atomic bomb in 1949. But this type of cooperation there was between allies. Between Germany and the United States, there was a different story. you had financial interests and industrial interests who were so heavily entrenched in the world's financial structure and in the industrial structure that there were delivered orders out that there were certain bomb targets in Germany and that you did not bomb. And I'm not talking about the concentration camps that did not bomb, but the actual industrial targets which were immune from being bombed throughout the war. The question is why, and who gave those orders? Obviously, they didn't come from the generals. They didn't come from Eisenhower. They didn't come from anyone in Italy, in Germany, or Italy, or England. They came from some level above. Where, I don't know.
Or the case of the German ball bearings that was stripped of their plastic spent and used in American machines, or high-grade American aviation gasoline ships in American ships with German fuel to Germany for the Luftwaffe.
Well, that part I didn't hear about until very, very recently. But if that is another example of the type of undercover cooperation due to industrial interests, to keep the war going, then yes, there was definitely covert cooperation at military levels, which the public didn't know about and most of the military didn't know about. We also have a fine example of the Germans developing jet aircraft in 1939, operational, and they had jet fighter aircraft and two-engine fighter craft and jet bombers by 1941-42. And rockets by 43, which were ready to go in production in 41. And this was before the British ever heard about a jet engine. In fact, they only heard about it because the Germans were building them. And they probably captured one. And at that point, they tried to replicate it. They couldn't. They went to a different design, which was grossly inferior. The British design that was changed much later. But they did not have the correct design. The Americans, I understand, did proceed with the design very much according to the original German designs.
Guess where did they get the drawing?
I couldn't imagine. Much of this sort of thing went on. You also had, in terms of some of the more bizarre projects, you had attempts in Germany which were becoming quite successful at mind modification, not strict mind control, but mind modification in terms of indoctrination, which was used by the SS masters to indoctrinate the SS troops in their special rooms where they were being impinged by 27 kilohertz high-frequency energy off the special loudspeaker systems, which hit them in the rear of the head.
I would like to add a little comment here on the transfer of technology, and then we will turn to mind control. It's very interesting to notice, according to a study by an American professor from a major Ivy League university, I think it was a Princeton University professor, that studied Russian armaments industry from the 20s all the way to the 50s. And in his monumental academic work, he, among other things, he noticed that 14 out of the 15 munition plants in Germany at the start of the Second World War were, in Russia, 14 out of the 15 munition plants in Russia were built by German technology, with German money, expertise, know-how, engineers, and management. And even to these days, the AK-47, the Kalashnikov submachine gun, fires with bullets that are the original German Mannlicher bullets for the rifle that the Germans had during the First World War. So basically the Russians fought the whole Second World War with munition produced in German munition plants. After the war, I've heard stories that, for example, Rolls-Royce sold a whole factory for jet engines to Russia because the Russians were way behind, even behind the British, and the British were behind the Germans, just in time for the Korean War. So the whole Korean War was fought with MiG planes that had their engines built in a factory somewhere in Russia that was delivered by Rolls-Royce. Later on, I've heard stories about a whole nuclear submarine being sold to the Russians secretly in the 70s to boost up their submarine fleet because they were lagging pretty much behind. And so this Cold War confrontation was not very real. Everybody in the Pentagon knew that the Russians are behind in submarine production, so funding could not be appropriated by Congress for new construction. or way back in the late 40s when the Russian ambassador stole a nuclear warhead, a nuclear bomb, and smuggled it out of Washington into a suitcase and onto the plane. All these things do not happen by coincidence or through sheer geniusness of the Russian secret services. They are cleverly orchestrated and arranged at a higher level, conspiratorial level, higher than the leadership of the CIA or the KGB, in order to coordinate this Cold War and to have the two adversaries basically equally strong so that money could continue to be appropriated by both the American Congress and the Supreme Soviet. And this has been going on for all these years. My personal feeling is that behind the scenes, a massive space program of the two superpowers with the cooperation and participation of other countries has been going on. And what we see in Star Trek as a fictional reality is probably a Monday, everyday, 9-to-5 job for a limited select group of elite intelligence personnel and elite scientists in both Russia and the United States. But I would like to have you all discuss a little bit more about the German mind control project and how they were later carried on in the United States.
Okay, the initial work that I know of that was carried on by the Germans involved the use of sound techniques, which produced a semi-hypnotic effect on the persons, groups in the SS being indoctrinated, so that the indoctrination training would take more readily. This equipment at the end of World War II was captured by what they call the Buck Rogers flying teams, who went all over Germany looking for new technology, things they wanted to bring home to the United States. Quite aside from the 30 railroad cars full of patents and paperwork, which they brought back to the U.S., they found all kinds of little interesting pieces of hardware. And one of them was this indoctrination hardware, which wound up in Los Angeles, went to the Technicolor Corporation to replicate the electronics, and the speakers, which were very specialized, wound up at Altec Lansing to be duplicated. I know this because of a certain friend of mine who was involved in the project at some level at the time. And after they analyzed what had been built and how it worked on the human head, the hardware was replicated, went into production, and nobody knows where it went. But it was used, of course, in the U.S. somewhere. Exactly where is an unknown at this point. The other factors that go on is, of course, the Germans started this. The Japanese also had their own program going using a totally different approach. They were using microwave energy, a special technique working on the head. I do not know how successful they might have been, but the project was taken over by the U.S. at the end of the war and swept totally under the rug with a complete silence. The work continued basically at Brookhaven National Laboratory starting about 1947. And there they had already in place, having been smuggled across the ocean from Germany, a considerable number of refugee German Jewish scientists. And they were part of the mind control projects and certain other projects. They went to work at Brookhaven, Brookhaven being a national laboratory, to work on the continuation of mind control techniques. Since Brookhaven is a national laboratory, it is funded by tax money, federal funds. They therefore have to make a report every month as to what they're doing, all the projects underway, and a general report of progress, lack thereof, or whatever. And this went on for some 20 years. And then after approximately 20 years, or close to that, somebody in Congress decides to start reading these reports. Instead of just stuffing them in some cubbyhole, they started reading them. They found out about mind control. At that point, somebody in Congress blew their lid, said, what if mind control, if they're building this sort of stuff, they might use it on us, cancel the project. The project was canceled, and the scientists were thrown out of Brookhaven, and they were looking, of course, for a new home to continue their research. And they found it not far from Brookhaven, which was in the eastern half of Long Island. They went a little further east to a location called Mantauk area, and there was a military base called Fort Hero.
which was operational. It was an Army base and an Air Force base at that time. The Army part of the base had been there since before World War I. The Navy was there with submarine pens since before World War I. But the Air Force moved in the early 60s with some specialized radar systems they were testing long range over the ocean, and eventually the SAGE system was moved in there about 1963, and that was decommissioned about 68, 69 because they went to the DuLine project in Canada, still longer range and further north, and all of the SAGE systems around the U.S. were dropped. In that interim, the base was abandoned. It was held as surplus property by the General Services Administration, and this group who was already there stayed. The Mine Control Group. And they continue their projects. Now, other projects under the Phoenix Project, and I cannot say I know all of those which have been put under that little umbrella. Phase 1 was mine control, and that was moved to Mantauk. That is to that location at the abandoned base. And MK Ultra was only one program. There were many others. You also had other programs underway, which started in 47, went on through 52, for finding the basis for changing the memory structure, changing the personality, completely and totally if the CIA or whatever agency wanted to do this. And these programs were instituted by Dr. Wilhelm Reich in Rangeley, Maine in 1947 when he signed a 5-year contract with the CIA to do research, which was, according to what he was given to understand at the beginning, the initial point, the CIA was, quote, interested in two aspects. One was development of psychic ability, finding a means to improve or enhance psychic ability. The second part was they wanted to find a means to deprogram people who had been programmed.
To brainwash them?
Well, they didn't.
Old memories?
They didn't state that to Reich, but he soon found out that's what they wanted. And he blew a stack and falsified the experiments.
Contact killers with us.
Right. He found basically the means whereby you can totally reprogram a human mind at will and change its structure, its intent, its the memory patterns and memory functions. Commands are being built in to control that individual so they were no longer a free agent, even though they might be under the impression they were. Certain command methods could be used to have that pre-programmed person on command do something which had already been programmed into them by the CIA, NSA, or whoever was using these techniques. This was all part of the mind control programs of the 50s and the 60s and the 70s. And this stemmed from basically German work and from some Japanese work, because the Japanese work comes into the picture later in the 70s onward using RF techniques, microwave, and satellites. But this required a great deal more research in between after the beginning programs of the 40s and the 50s. Wilhelm Reich threatened to expose the whole business to the public, and he was then they attempted to hold him to court once in 1954. He refused to show and he got away with it. He sent a letter to the judge. But he was inherently unhappy with what he had been used for and said he would never work for the CIA again. In fact, all of his lab personnel were armed to the teeth to keep out from one particular government agency, and that was the FDA. If any FDA personnel ever showed up on any of his lab property, orders were to shoot first and ask questions afterwards. Other government agencies cooperated with.
It was very interesting for me, the connection that you were discussing yesterday between some certain indoctrination techniques by Indian yogi cults that were later introduced into the CIA, indoctrination techniques that involved some specialized sexual practices.
Oh, this had nothing to do with yoga practices. This was a direct offshoot from the Wilhelm Reich techniques and Wilhelm Reich's research. Basically, we'll not go into the whole 9 yards of it on camera, but basically what Reich discovered in that 5-year period, 47 to 52, was that there was a great relationship between the mental functioning of the human and sex, and the orgiastic state, as he called it, and that he found that in the orgiastic state, if you could hold that point where the person was about ready to have an orgasm, but not have the orgasm. You were held at a peak point of nervous excitation. At that point, the human subconscious and the human conscious lock together in an open line. And everything that's in the subconscious becomes available to the conscious mind.
The soul connects to the mind.
Right. Therefore, you can reprogram that person if you know what you're doing, and Reich found out partially how it could be done, and the CIA, after many years of work, and the NSA found out how you could complete this so that a person could be programmed with certain inbuilt mechanisms, functions, memories, change memories, whatever. And while the initial techniques were more physical, after some time in the 70s, they developed purely electronic techniques which would induce the orgastic state and hold it electronically. And these pieces of equipment are in every hospital in the United States which accepts federal funding by law. It requires a double floppy disk in the computer. One is a standard floppy, because they use these equipments normally for EEG measurement or shock therapy if they need to use shock therapy in the psychiatric wards. But with the induction of a special second floppy which goes into a portion which is normally locked, this is the so-called orgastic floppy, which induces that state in the person who is wired up to this equipment, which now is not a big pad with very tiny little probes which are 50 millimeters square. And in a certain appropriate points of the body, they are attached. I won't go into all of them, but all over the body in very critical nerve ganglia points. That person is pushed and thrown, if you will, into the orgastic state, and then by computer, they can change that person's mind, memory, programming, whatever. And when they're done, shut it off and install a final command that they don't remember anything that's happened. And then, of course, the person is released. No drugs. No messy techniques of the earlier Reichian form, and they can be done to a patient, whether it's a regular patient or an in-out patient, at any institution in the U.S. that has its equipment. Private hospitals who are not accepting federal funding do not have the law requiring them to carry such equipment, but it is recommended that they do. But every major hospital that has federal funding has required by law to have at least one of these machines there, and they're usually kept under tight lock and key. This is how far some of the programming techniques have gone in this country, and this is only one example. A friend of mine who works in one of the hospitals upstate New York has personally seen the equipment, and he didn't say he'd seen it in operation, but I think probably he has. And he knows exactly how it works and exactly what is done to make it function, and that it can be used for those purposes. This took many years of research after Wilhelm Reich, and of course Reich died in 1957 in prison, after he refused to reveal what classified government work he was working on in early 57. And the judge said his hands were tied. He had no choice but to commit him to prison unless he could show good cause why he should not, which meant he had to talk about his classified work, and he says, I can't. So he went to prison and died there. And, of course, came the famous FDA book burning of Wilhelm Reich's works. They went around and literally confiscated thousands of Reich books, and in a particularly vicious form of Nazi book burning, went ahead and burned the books. These have been republished since, most of them. I think there are a few that are still out of print and held privately. They didn't get all of them, of course. They got them in the bookstores and the places where they were normally purchased.
This was an Orwellian blacklisting.
There was a form of Orwellian blacklisting.
From the libraries and from the academic memory of this society.
Right. We were showing in all of his published works, which was not only his journals, his Journal of Orgonomy, but all of the various magazines, the books he had written and published, which were many, about a dozen. They were showing the function of orgone energy, not only in terms of the human body, but in terms of the atmosphere, weather control, smog, the relationships of smog and smoggy conditions in the Earth's atmosphere, how it was related to the loss of orgone energy in the atmosphere, and so forth.
Present state is about secret weather control.
Yes.
Relation to orgone energy.
That's very true.
Balloon songs.
Or radiosondes, as they call them.
Yeah.
And these radiosondes, believe it or not, were designed initially
and built in breadboard form by Wilhelm Reich in his laboratory in Rangeley, Maine, and they were shipped down to a neat little laboratory in Long Island called Brookhaven, and there they were beaten into a production form, found out how they could produce them by the thousands fairly inexpensively, and they did. Preston bought up nearly the entire stock in the United States, surplus, because they were banned after a certain point of time for being used. And the government didn't want the secret out that they were modifying the weather, not measuring it, because the ground receiving stations were not built. All they built was the transmitter. So what do you do with the transmitter if you have no receiver? Well, you're doing something else. And they weren't. They were modifying the weather on an experimental basis. And the bigger units were capable of steering hurricanes. The AMT-6 started out with a little box, an AMT-2, then a slightly larger one with a white plastic bubble on the top, shaped with a point and then with a round section. And this AMT-4 was a little more powerful. And you used that as a more advanced form of weather control.
This is one of the earlier models.
This was the earliest model, the AMT-2, which comprised of this white portion. It had the same antenna in it. It was run by a battery pack. And the rest of it was a different kind of a box structure, which contained some elements, namely three sensing elements. One was barometric pressure. The other was a special strip which actually sensed the amount of orgone energy in the atmosphere and converted it to an electrical signal. The other one sensed the amount of Dor energy, which is considered disintegrant orgone energy in the atmosphere, sensed that and gave it an electrical equivalent. And this went through a special modulator chopper system, and it was fed out in the transmitter, that small unit being one of the first ones, rather low power, which would then modify the weather experimentally in a limited area. They went from smaller to bigger boxes, and finally to the big AMT-6, which in its final form, which you can hardly find anymore, was in a cylindrical tube that stood about this high off the floor, about that diameter, and had a huge antenna that stuck out of the bottom about that long. And the antenna was deployed after it was in flight, so to speak. The large ones were taken up in a plane and dropped off a parachute. The smaller units went up in a balloon.
So basically this is a manipulation of the micro and of the macro, from the mind to the weather.
Yes.
But to summarize here, so basically the Germans developed mind control through chemotherapy and hypnosis.
Correct. And they used very heavily scopolamine and other chemicals, but scopolamine was their principal weapon for hypnosis and mind bending, if you will. And it was used very effectively and with hypnosis to change your mind and do programming under chemical means.
And later on, because not only the German rocket scientists got shared by the Allied powers after the Second World War, but so were all other secret scientists, so were their SS specialists, the Gestapo users, the propaganda ministry specialists that were shared by the Allied powers. And obviously all these mind control experiments were moved and continued in the other countries. Here in the United States, I've read a lot of books about parapsychology development in the Soviet Union. In Russia, of course, the other goes wrong. Always one would read about such advanced technologies developed in the United States, but obviously they were developed everywhere.
In all the major countries.
Yeah. And so here, on top of the chemotherapy and hypnosis, obviously in the United States were developed the other two methods, namely with implanted microchips and with some microwave radiation.
Yes, the earlier form of electrical stimulation using orgone Reichian techniques was one. Then they came to another technique under the more advanced mind control techniques, in which that was discovered by Preston Nichols sometime in the 80s. He found out about the other technique they were using, which was used and implemented at Mantauk, Phoenix Project. It consisted of a more or less standard low-powered radio transmitter, and he replicated the whole system as an experimental test. He took it 250 watt surplus radio transmitter operating at high frequency range, which says between 3 and 30 megahertz. Designed a special modulator for it, and then had a tape recorder, which had a tape recorded on it, which said, in essence, quote, anyone hearing this message will call such and such phone number. And that phone number happened to be a Long Island phone number in the home of a friend of Preston's. We didn't use his number. Now, the criteria of this thing was none of the victims were to have and did have a radio receiver. What they were doing was broadcasting second-order energy, which the human mind picks up and decodes directly, as if it had a radio receiver. The human mind does have a radio receiver operating at second-order frequencies.
Telepathic receiver,
And basically a telepathic type receiver. And you can make it work just as well with an RF transmitter, a radio transmitter, if you know how to do the proper modulation on it. Because what you're doing with a tube-type transmitter is you're already emitting not only ordinary electromagnetic waves, which is first order, but second, third, fourth order.
And does not go through the vacuum tube, but do not go through solid state electronics.
Correct. And what they did was turn this thing on and let it run for maybe 8 hours a day for about 3 days. He wanted to find out, Preston that is, wanted to find out if this technique was valid, i.e. would people hear it in their heads. And they did. They had a tape recorder, an automatic answering machine tied to his friend's phone number for about 3 days. They received over 600 phone calls from all parts of the eastern seaboard of the United States and as far away as Florida. When they finally went through them all, they found that there was actually only about 200 separate individuals. Some of them called several times because this message was on the air for about 3 days. It stopped them because of the fact that somebody in the government found out what they were doing, located the transmitter, which was no problem for the FCC, with all of their portable vans, and pulled off the transmitter. Next thing that happens, the tapes are recorded and the telephone system disappeared, and then sometime after that, the gentleman who let his home be used for this little experiment disappeared himself. But he proved the point. You can program a person, condition them in such a manner that from a specialized radio transmitter, they can receive a signal directly without having to carry a little box around in their pocket. The only box they need is a working brain up here, which will pick up the signal, decode it, and if they're already preconditioned, this is the key, they must be preconditioned by whatever programming is put into them. If they're preconditioned to hear this signal, well, you see, everybody can call in. Only people have been preconditioned. They hear the signal, they go to the phone, they call whatever number they're supposed to call, and then what can happen from that point is, this did not happen in this case, but what can happen is that some respondents, whether it be a machine or a person on the other end, will provide a secondary trigger which will then trigger the whole program which this person has buried in them. And then they become the robot, the automaton, to do whatever they're doing, like
mass killers, schoolyards or cafeterias,
or in the top of the Belfry Tower at UFC Berkeley. There's a famous case there where this guy went up there, gunman went up there with a rifle and shot about 15 people.
Is there a thing that it was an experiment? It could have been such an experiment.
That's could well have been. And you have the famous case of Sirhan killing Jack Kennedy. He shot wildly. He hit Kennedy with one bullet, but it was proven forensically that the bullet that killed Kennedy never came from Sirhan's gun. It came from somebody behind Kennedy, firing from less than 3 inches from behind his right ear. And that man was, of course, one of the guards who was a substitute that day for the regular guard. They planned these very carefully. But then they have to have a patsy. So Sirhan was the patsy. He was accused, he was tried, and he was convicted, and went off to prison. He probably never did any severe damage to him at all. And then you have, of course, the even more famous case of John F. Kennedy, where they said a single gunman, single bullet theory, which has been so thoroughly exploded in recent years. There are at least 3 assassins, and some of the films show it, and some of the private photos show it. And, of course, poor little Mr. Oswald, ex-CIA agent, was the patsy, and they sacrificed him, purposely set up, to call him the gunman. And if that wasn't enough, of course, in the basement of the police station in Dallas, Mr. Jack Ruby runs forward and pulls the trigger and shoots Mr. Oswald on national television.
He didn't die then either, by the way. He died on the operating table later. They made sure he was dead before he left the operating table. And he said himself, that is Oswald, I didn't kill anybody. He never pulled the trigger. He wasn't even on the 5th floor. And that shows very clearly in the movies. These kind of mind manipulation techniques are everywhere. The problem is we don't know who is pulling them or what they intend to do with them or how far they intend to go.
What would you comment on the implantation of microchips into the human brain for the purposes of listening to the sounds around the person, maybe even getting visual signal from what the person sees, to, from one point on, turning the big master switch and assuming control over that being and actually commanding it what to do. In one of last year's issues of the Mutual UFO Network Journal, the MUFON UFO Journal, there was a very good article of about maybe 24 papers in official academic medical journals about implantation of microchips into pets and human beings, into human brains, for the purpose of mind control. Some of these papers were from the early 60s, which means that more than 30 years of such research has been going on. This is a topic very important in the field of ufology, with all this mind implantation by the little grays going on. And it has been my suspicion all along that many of these techniques have been in the arsenal of the government, and so one should look first of all into his own government and then into some aliens doing this massive implantation. Rumors are that from 1 in 40 all the way up to 1 in 10 from the United States population have been implanted.
Well, if you go into the history of this type of mind control by signal, by external control, you can go back as early as 1960 when Dr. Delgado was experimenting with implanted chips in the heads of bulls, and he proved in the ring in Spain, I think Barcelona, that a charging bull could be stopped in its tracks by flipping a switch on a little electronic control box in a radio transmitter, which affected this chip buried in the bull's head. The bull,
like a radio-controlled model.
Similar to a radio-controlled model, except he was doing a very simple signal transmission, which caused the bull to turn aside, and it was set up in some manner, which made a very effective control of the bull. He lost his anger, or he was just directed to turn aside. That was publicly demonstrated. Now, that was only the beginning. Nobody has been able to find out exactly what Delgado did since then, but of course, you have the spectacle of the CIA continuing, and as microchips were produced, you have had implants which have been found in people's heads by the proper high-definition radar, not radar, but X-ray systems. and also the MRW systems, or MNR. They can also find these chips. But you have more than one class. The initial class was probably developed by our government, possibly in conjunction with alien technology and possibly strictly on our own. But then you have certain documentary films which the Japanese have produced showing, after interview of people and putting them through CAT scans, they can show implanted devices directly in the brain. They cannot figure out how they got there, and they know damn blessed it well they can never remove them because it would kill the person to try and dig these things out of the brain. And they cannot explain how they got there. They cannot understand the technology involved because it's not terrestrial technology. It's one of the proofs about UFOs and ETs. Some of these implanted devices defy any medical skill we have to put in the head where they are.
Maybe they were beamed inside, beamed down.
It's hard to say how it was. It's hard to say how it might have been done. But they're there. They're easily visible in layer-by-layer CAT scan into what part of the brains are in, and very often they find two of them, one on the left lobe, one on the right lobe. What effect they have is unknown because it's not been detected in some of these cases that the individuals had particularly erratic behavior. But the technology is there, the technique is there, and where the line ends between U.S. government hardware and control and alien technology and control is really hard to say. But this is...
They all work.
The evidence is they're working together. They're working together.
One for the other.
Exactly. Going to the Phoenix Project, one of the aspects there, of course, was mentioned the radio device, radio transmitter for human people, brains properly set up will pick up the signal and respond. You have other types of technology which have been developed as a result of the continuing work at Phoenix, at Mantauk, elsewhere. But you must also know that there were 25 stations. Every SAGE station was converted essentially to a Mantauk-type operation, though they didn't all stay online. Eventually only about 3 left. And how many other projects buried elsewhere were going on, we don't really know. We know of 2. ITT Corporation, who was the contractor for all of the hardware for Mantauk, that is for the Phoenix Project at Mantauk, also had some ongoing side projects. Brentwood, Long Island, existed for many years, actually since sometime after the turn of the century, an overseas communication system known as McKay Radio Overseas Communications. About 1966, the system was bought out by ITT.
No noise communication?
No, it's a standard, ordinary communication using regular transmitters. Only they had a bank of about 52 transmitters there for different frequencies. They were set up for continuing overseas communication, which was voice, which was teletype, which was fax, and everything imaginable, both black and white and color fax. The transmitter site was at Brentwood, and after it was shut down, which was in the fall of '86 when I was there on the island, we went through there and found that they had been experimenting on other projects on the side, and some of the transmitters had some non-standard equipment in them. We found other non-standard equipment around, and we finally located the chief engineer of the site, who admitted that there were major changes in installation, which he had no understanding of what they were for. They had the regular traffic, and they had direct tie-in to ITT laboratories at Nutley, New Jersey, through dedicated phone lines direct to that site for inputs that he had no idea what they were. He said it was totally controlled from ITT Nutley.
It could have been for some special communications, not to Europe, but probably to outer space, to the moon bases.
Could well have been. Now, they had a parallel project going on with certain other aspects in which the transmitter site had to have a receiving site. Now, the receiving site was not in the same location. They moved it about 30 miles away to Southampton, Long Island, and there they had the gigantic receiver site, which is still essentially there. The transmitter site was demolished and converted into a industrial park, which is all you see now is an industrial park from about '87 onward. But in that site, some strange things went on, and the story of how the project came down is even stranger. Might be worth noting. We had to track back, and Preston Nichols was very heavy in this because he's a radio amateur and he's in the radio amateur clubs. And he had been by that place many times, and one October night, with he, Duncan, and myself in his van, headed up to the place. He wanted to show me this vast transmitter site. He said, I don't think we can get on in there, but it's there. Well, the gates were wide open. The guards were gone. The power was off. So we drove in and drove around and wandered all through the place. And they had not yet started demolishing the main transmitter building. They had demolished some of the smaller buildings peripherally, which may have had some manufacturing facilities. We're not sure. But we went through that, saw all of the transmitters, and there were some very strange charges left on them. Eventually, of course, the amateurs were invited in to strip the place, take anything you wanted, because it would save the contractor the trouble of removing it. So the amateurs had a field day. They took down 5 towers, 120 feet high with the rotating antennas. They saved the antennas. They took everything you can imagine. And when they were done, they still had literally tens of tons of hardware to scrap. The transmitters eventually were bulldozed, what was left of them. But we couldn't understand why this place shut down, because it was a functioning overseas communication system. Well, finally the story filtered through from ITT Corporation's headquarters at Maiden Lane, New York, about a very strange occurrence in one night in September, actually a Saturday. ITT had planned to shut this facility down on a permanent basis because they really had a little more use for it. And that particular morning on a Saturday, they gave instructions by phone to the station master that this was to be the last day of transmission. There would be some traffic that would come through, and they would have shut down and secure the transmitter on a permanent basis. So he received his orders, and throughout the rest of the day and far into the night, the transmitter remained on, and was receiving traffic, and nobody at the Nutley end or New York could figure out what was going on. They had orders to shut down the station, and it was not shut down. It was accepting traffic and transmitting. So they sent somebody out from New York to investigate, and he arrived that night and started to go on base and took one look and said, I ain't going on this place. The transmitter building, with all of the transmitters, which was quite a large structure, was glowing with a blue glow over it. Something which was totally abnormal. He wouldn't walk on the base. The whole was surrounded with gates and fences and all of this. He wouldn't go on the base at all, and he went to a telephone and called Nutley and said, there's something very strange going on here. I refuse to set foot on base because of this very weird blue glow, and it just doesn't seem normal at all. And attempts from Nutley to contact any of the personnel on the base in the latter part of the afternoon and the early evening were futile. They got no answers on the phone. So they said, okay, don't go on base. We'll come by with a crew in the morning and we'll shut down the power from the substation outside the operating area, which they did. And then they went on base. Nothing wrong, everything appearing perfectly normal. All the equipment was there. 12 people on that base earlier in the day had vanished completely, were never found. Not a trace. They finally had to tell the families that these people had disappeared. How they handled it, I don't know. But about 3 days later, they fired up the equipment to see if there's anything wrong with it. They found nothing wrong with it, whatever. Every piece of equipment on that base operated properly, but nobody was there. So ITT shut it down, and a little head-scratching finally says, okay, we don't have anything more to do with this place, get rid of it. So that was when the order came to sell it. They found somebody who was a developer of industrial properties and bought it lock, stock, and barrel for $5 million cash. They finally found out how much they paid for it. And ITT told him, you get everything. He says, we don't want all this transmitting gear. He says, you got it all. We don't want it. It's your problem. That's when came the famous offer to the radio amateurs to come in and have at it and take anything they wanted. And they did for 2 weeks or 3 weeks. And then, of course, eventually everything was torn up and transmitters were destroyed, the buildings were leveled. I was there when they were doing it. And the underground facilities, and there were some extensive underground rooms, they were so strong that they supported the bulldozers without bending at all. What they did with that, I don't know. But they eventually cleared everything, and it's now a large industrial site, and there's no trace of the old transmitter site towers, the buildings, or the site. But that story was weird in that whatever was going on at that station, apparently the station or something connected with it wasn't about to be shut down. So into the blue went about 12 people.
somewhat reminiscent of what happened at Mantauk not too long before, except there was a different phenomenon. But that's some of the strange things that have turned up in Long Island in the process.
This reminds me of the additional byproducts to the Philadelphia technology way back in the 40s when seamen were disappearing off the deck of the Eldridge, and then somebody else appeared, another seaman appeared in Italy, buried in a brick wall. Then that barroom fight with human that came out of nowhere.
Those are all interesting stories. The one about the barroom fight is documented. I do have the newspaper clipping finally, which documents a group of sailors coming out of, as they put it in the paper, the rear room of the barroom, fighting and engaging in a brawl, and involved themselves with the customers in the bar, and bar stools were overturned and things were damaged, and they estimated $600 worth of damage, which was quite a lot of damage in 1943. And the MPs and the SPs were called, and the police and the shore patrol hauled off the sailors, and the Navy said they would pay for the damage that was done. The only problem with the story was there was no back room in the bar. There was nothing but a wall. And it would appear that these sailors came out of the wall, probably connected with the Philadelphia experiment. And we don't really know, as has never been run down for the ultimate answer as to where they came from. The other story I've heard once, and I've not been able to get any data on it, is that about the same time the sailor, an American one, turned up buried in a brick wall someplace in Italy. Quite dead when discovered, but the body was half buried in the brick itself. And this was very reminiscent of what happened on the Eldridge, where 4 bodies were buried in the steel, 2 horizontally in the deck and 2 vertically in the bulkhead walls. So the phenomenon that was created by the Philadelphia experiment in the final test was enormous. It was very far-reaching and was very, very destructive of many things. And we perhaps do not yet know the full story of what it really did. But we do know that the Navy, of course, wouldn't leave it alone. Eventually had to pick it up again in 47, which I've already outlined.
I remember a story here, a very interesting story that I heard on American radio, American Forces Radio in Japan in the late 70s about a big rock that was a program on unexplained phenomena, 14 phenomena. One night, a big rock, huge boulder appeared out of nowhere in the middle of the city square of a American city on the East Coast. Next morning, all the city elders gathered. The rock was so big they couldn't haul it in any truck. They had to cut it in pieces or to dynamite it. Scientists were called in, and one of them said, well, maybe this is a materialization of some material out of a different dimension. And I said, nah, different dimension, my left foot. That was almost 20 years ago when I have absolutely no idea about time travel, about different parallel dimensions and so on. Yeah, the 14 phenomena were absolute taboo in Eastern Europe and still are widely unknown. But the program ended with the word, and the name of this scientist was Albert Einstein, and I clearly remember to this day cold ants crawling down my back because I realized that there may be something more serious to this rather than just a simple joke. Then I remember another story in a science fiction magazine. My personal feeling is that many of the science fiction stories that we read, and even many of the tabloid reports that we read, and that the supermarket checkout lines are daily bombarded with these messages. I'm subscribed to most of the tabloid papers, and the Weekly World News is my favorite one. My feeling is that this is a very subtle way of manipulation and of education of the whole society. It works on a principle similar to the immunization of an organism with a weakened poison or a weakened disease, so that the organism can develop its antibodies. In this case, the lowest strata of society that doesn't read anything else but tabloid papers serve as this sacrificial lamb that is exposed to the dangerous, threatening information, and through many years of such bombardment, they finally learned to live with UFOs visiting us every day, or the government manipulating space, manipulating time, manipulating the genetic code, creating hybrids between humans and animals, between humans and aliens. And in many ways, the science fiction literature has been serving the same purpose. There are so many stories that are written after a carefully orchestrated or designer leak, as I call them sometimes, happens, and some intelligence official contacts his friend, who happens to be a writer, and nice best-selling story or short story or novel appears on the book, on the market after some time. So in this science fiction story, two British constables discovered one night a talking head that was protruding out of the pavement and smiling and talking to them. And little by little, more and more human parts and whole and half bodies and whole bodies appeared out of the pavement, out of bricks, out of walls, out of ceilings, out of everywhere. So this is a very interesting attempt to acquaint the public with the possibility that it is possible to walk through walls, that it is not that difficult and dangerous. And obviously these are signs that secret programs have been going on behind the scenes. For me, every story that I read in the tabloid papers is an indication that some research of that type is going on somewhere behind the scenes, and somebody is interested in educating the whole society, so that 20 or 50 years later, when this research would be put out in the open, in public, in the academia, there wouldn't be massive panic or suicide. What other byproducts, negative byproducts of the Philadelphia experiment would you comment upon? Or maybe some of these first nuclear tests that we were talking today that had some very interesting, scary effects.
Well, we can go into the nuclear test program, but first I would point out the phenomena which has been discussed and described is certainly not new to this century. Charles Fort, who was an ordinary newspaper reporter a century and a half ago in England, would start investigating some of these strange occurrences and reports he heard, and of course, like most other people at the time, was very skeptical, but started clipping these newspaper files, and he wound up with some 50 or 100 shoeboxes full of clippings, which wound up being eventually the property of the Fortean Society. He wrote a series of books, Land of the Damned, and a few others, in which he concluded that basically we might be the property of somebody else. But he documented so many of these strange occurrences, like frogs falling out of the heaven, fish falling out of the heavens on the ground, and other strange falls, even parts of bathrooms, of sinks and what have you, angel hair, animals, just coming out of nowhere. There has to be an explanation, but none could be found at that time, and the scientists, of course, ignored it. These things have been going on through quite a period of time, and they're not new to us. But this sort of thing continues, and we have the barroom brawls, which may have been induced by hardware that we controlled. Who knows what caused these other phenomena 100 years ago? When we came on to the era of the nuclear energy, where we dropped the bombs in Japan, we had atomic tests in the Pacific in 1946 and 47, which were essentially ordinary atomic bombs. I use that term ordinary advisedly, because it kept growing in size and power. But in 1952, with Edward Teller having created it, they were ready to test the first hydrogen bomb. And in 1954, they tested a second one. And what I remember, if my dates are correct, it was the second test they had an enormous problem with. They decided they wanted a 3-mile-long tunnel to instrument the rate of propagation of the explosion. And it was very carefully instrumented with very precise equipment, because EG&G instruments all of these tests, has from the year one and still is to this day. No one else will or can, because they control all the patents.
But in any case, all of this very nice equipment was built, and measurement equipment and time zero markers and so forth, and high-speed cameras. So they detonated the device, and as the photos from Life magazine showed, and some of the movie films they showed, a mushroom started to form at the island where the device was in a building, and then all of a sudden it was full-blown, full-size, and covered more than the island. The measurements down the tunnels are expected would take about 18 microseconds for propagation if c is the maximum speed of travel of light or anything in this universe, according to Einstein's theory. Well, the bomb went off, and it was t equals 0 everywhere, as there was no propagation rate. It was instantaneous to the end of the 3-mile tunnels while they lasted. And this threw all of the physicists into a tizzy. He literally threw out the physics books and says, well, we're back to square one. We start over. And none of the physics we know works or means anything anymore. And, of course, one of the other aspects was Life somehow got a hold of the photos. And as the huge, not mushroom cloud, but hemispherical glowing sphere of light with strange patterns in it started to rise and thin, the aerial cameras which are photographing this whole thing caught some very strange phenomena. You could see from the camera and from the pictures which were published by Life that we were looking through the fireball into what was apparently another universe. We were seeing stars. I never forgot that when I saw that in the issue of Life, and I found out later from channels Life was almost put out of business over that. They were very severely reprimanded, but however, they didn't even know how they got a hold of the photos, but they did, and they published, which I think the public has a right to know, but the military didn't feel the same way about it, particularly the AEC. Right, who cares about the public seems to be the attitude. They never detonated another hydrogen bomb. A simple reason.
This was the last one?
54 was the last one. They scheduled one for 56, but it was never been detonated. They canceled it because it was to be an underwater test, and they decided, in view of what happened with the 54 test, where not only did they lose the 3-mile tunnels, but the entire island was vaporized, and it went down and burning and boiling down to bedrock, and it was burning and boiling at bedrock for 3 days afterwards, till the ocean water finally damped it out.
So basically they started kind of a chain reaction.
They started a chain reaction in the rock, which certain scientists had so warned, and others said, oh, poo-poo, this can't possibly happen. And those who poo-pooed it, of course, were those who ran the tests, and they were performed, and they found out it can happen.
And they were afraid that the second explosion may ignite the very water of the ocean and explode the planet.
They were afraid of this for the simple reason that H2O is the most common substance on Earth, the most common compound, and it's everywhere. And if somehow they were managed to start a chain reaction in the water itself, it would go through the entire oceans everywhere, and it would be essentially the end of the Earth. They did not, fortunately, set off such a reaction, whether it was damped by minerals or whatever else, I don't know, but they were fortunate in that that did not happen. So all further tests were abandoned, and then, of course, the Russians start their H-bomb tests.
And because the Americans didn't give them the data, they had to repeat everything again.
Exactly. So they had their one and only test, which I believe was about 1959. And they expected, according to the reports which came even from Khrushchev later, about a 30 megaton yield. They got a little bit more, something they would never admit how much, but it was in excess of 100 megatons. And the Russians said they would never set off another hydrogen bomb again, because it was totally out of control, as far as they were concerned. The mathematical models or predictions, the so-called nuclear theory was a pile of garbage. They don't really know what's going on, and I know personally a nuclear physicist. He's published 125 papers, and used to teach at UC Berkeley, who said the same thing. He says the nuclear scientists have no idea what's going on. They don't know what's going on with nuclear processes, period. And this from a nuclear physicist.
This is the famous explosion on an island in the sea north of Siberia, in basically the northern ocean. That was so powerful that it broke the needles on the seismograph, not only in Russia, but in many other countries. The earthquake created, but it was so powerful.
Well, that one I did not hear of. I most certainly don't hear of everything, and that's why it's necessary for people to get together and compare notes and do networking. Today, the networking via computers is what's getting information around faster than it can be stopped, because you cannot stop the network if the computers are on. It's nationwide. And all of the little computer bulletin boards, which are maintained privately. This kind of information does get out. Back in the 50s, there were no computers and computer networks. It had to be verbal.
Talking about nuclear bombs, I was very interested when you mentioned that there are persistent rumors and even comments by some major physicists, Oppenheimer included, that the two devices that were exploded over Japan were actually of German origin, of German production.
This was alluded to by a German who was writing or connected with the book that was published in Toronto, Canada, outlining the history of the UFO development in Germany, and also making some passing reference to the nuclear program which Germany had ongoing during World War II. And it was known, it was found out after the war was over, it was known that the Germans had developed and had built a number of atomic bombs which were in their arsenal and apparently never used. And they were working on a super bomb of a totally unknown design, which they were going to plan to use on New York or London, probably London, or New York, whichever they chose to wipe out first, which, according to the reports, a single bomb about the size of a pineapple was sufficient to wipe out the entire city, which is to say it was more powerful than the hydrogen bombs which were yet to be invented. But this
would be an anti-metal bomb.
Very possibly. That's about the only thing that would do it. The German technology was so far advanced beyond ours, it's unbelievable, and it's unbelievable that they lost the war. They did. And perhaps better for all of us that did happen. But their technology was very advanced, and they were into these areas. Now, the reports were that, and this was allegedly admitted by Oppenheimer after the war was over, that the two bombs we dropped in Japan at Hiroshima and Nagasaki we did not build. Because we had an extreme shortage of plutonium. There was not enough plutonium to cover the head of a pin in May of 1945, and which was when Germany surrendered. It was in May of 45? Yes.
May 45.
And by the time we came around to dropping the bomb in 46, there was a lot of time in between.
No, actually 45, August 45.
It's August 45, okay. There was a few months in between, and it was in that interim period that we suddenly were able to develop a bomb which was dropped, or actually not dropped, but tested at Trinity, New Mexico, allegedly the first nuclear device we had built. And within a few weeks after that, we dropped two bombs on Japan. The question is quite well asked. If we were so short of nuclear materials, they had enough uranium-235 to build bombs, but those were the huge devices like Fat Man, or Fat Boy as they called it, which required a gun barrel to bring the two charges parts together.
A howitzer barrel.
A howitzer-type barrel, especially made by the Navy. And it was not a particularly high-yield device. It was rather sloppy, but at least it proved the principle. The question is, did we carry something like that over Japan, or did they drop one of those, and it was later claimed the Nagasaki bomb was actually a plutonium bomb? I can't prove it at this point. But I do know there were enough records at Los Alamos, where I was at the end of the war, to show that the Germans had developed quite a few nuclear devices. And that was not unknown up there at that time.
What is your explanation of why Hitler didn't use these devices at the end of the war?
I would say there is no good explanation unless you were to totally modify your view of what Hitler's real character was, his real nature of the person. He has been painted, of course, by many news media, continuing to this day, of course, as being a monster, a person without any feeling or heart, who's out to conquer the world. All of the records today show he was not out to conquer the world, and it's the actual military aspects of the weapons development in Germany were very peculiar. They would not release a weapon into general use in the German military until they had already produced a countermeasures weapon. There was no counterweapon, countermeasures of any type to an atomic bomb. Not at least that were known at that time or now. That is, after the bomb is triggered and set off, there is no countermeasures. The only countermeasure is that you don't set it off. It may have been for that reason that Hitler refused to use it. So it's a speculation, of course, at this point. If he had it and he was losing the war, why didn't he use it as a military weapon? He many times ignored the advice of his own military high staff because he got into the area of the Aryan racial considerations, the racial superiority, and when the British were on the beach at Dunkirk waiting to be evacuated back to England, after they were driven into the sea, the German High Command wanted to kill all of the British because, after all, they were soldiers and there was a war on, and there's about 500,000, and there were prime targets and legitimate targets in terms of war to be eliminated, as you would eliminate any army in the field. Hitler interceded and says, no, you will not attack them, you will let them escape. They're Aryans. You don't kill Aryans. That was his thinking at the time. The British survived, of course, and some Australians and others with them. The end result, of course, they lived to come back to Europe another day, which, of course, did happen. But he had some very peculiar philosophies, and one among them was he did not want us to wipe out unnecessarily a lot of Aryans, which he considered the British as being. So one has to take another look, no matter how difficult it may be, at some of Hitler's philosophy and find out where his head was really at, because you will not get a true picture from the current propaganda or the ongoing propaganda from the end of World War II or during World War II. Much of the propaganda that was against Hitler from our side after we were in the war, of course, portrayed him as a beast. But remember two things. Hitler never had a bodyguard. He had military around him, but he never carried bodyguards around with him like every president in the United States does, particularly in the last two administrations. And number two, when he went anywhere in Germany, the children all ran up to him. They actually loved him. And children have a way of knowing psychically when somebody is evil. Now, if they didn't shun him and they ran up to him on a regular basis, you cannot stage manage this all the time. You can stage manage it perhaps a good part of the time. But all of the newsreels are there as testimony. He went all over Germany, sometimes very much alone, without bodyguards, would hike in the mountains alone. If that man was so evil and so hated, why did the German people not attack him?
Very similar to the way Russian children would rush to Stalin and shower him with flowers and kisses and hugs. It's an interesting way of how a totalitarian country can manipulate its population and through propaganda and paint a picture of a person being the father of a nation.
True, and he was, in the case of Hitler, he was considered not only the Führer, the leader, he was considered in many respects the father of the new nation, the Third Reich, and that he had made many promises and he kept them all, namely guns and butter. He would pull the nation out of the poverty it had been in, rebuild the nation, rearm it. He did all of these things. Regardless of how he did them, he did them. And regardless of the concentration camps, the people who were dissidents, he did reunify Germany and keep his promises. And he also kept another basic promise, which was the reason why he achieved power in the first place, was he promised to throw all of the Bolsheviks and all of the communists out of Germany, and he did. They were threatening to take over Germany in 1928-29. There was a very serious movement, a communist movement in Germany at that time before he acceded to full power. He was in a semi-full power from 1930 on, but when the burning of the Reichstag, and he became...
Which actually was ignited by the Bulgarians that were on trial for the burning down of the Reichstag.
That part I wouldn't know.
That's another long story.
Right.
Other than the Bulgarian involvement, as usual, in not only the killing of the Pope and burning of the Reichstag, but in other famous espionage affairs in Europe, I would like you to comment if you have any information about particular extraterrestrial race involvement with the Germans. I've heard about crash saucers in Peenemünde or elsewhere in the Bavarian Alps. I've heard about some races coming and getting disillusioned and going from Germany.
Well, there's a great deal of information, and Billy Myers is a source of quite a bit of it, that the Pleiadians approached Hitler, a specific group of Pleiadians, approached Hitler in 1933-34, and eventually, after first approaching the U.S. and being rejected by Roosevelt, they went to Germany, made a deal with Hitler to provide him with technology and help build up the nation. And their price and requirement was that he would take a very easy stand and no rough stuff in handling the Jewish problem, which he said, we know you have. He says there'll be no rough stuff. Now, Hitler on that day readily agreed to it, because history shows that in the period up through 1940-41, there was no rough treatment of the Jewish and other dissidents in the concentration camps. In fact, they were treated quite well.
And that there were plans to repatriate all of them to Madagascar, that island south of.
Right, there was that plan, and of course the Madagascarians apparently rejected it. They wanted no part of it. But in any case, there were plans to do this. The National Socialist Party, in the period prior to World War II, did not and could not conceive of a massacre of the Jewish people. They knew it was a problem, they wanted to get rid of them, but they didn't know how to do it, and it was an endless debate. But quite aside from this, the Pleiadians said they would provide them with technology, and there was the rumor and the story of a crash saucer that came down in the Bavarian Alps in sometime in late 1935, which was a source of a lot of German technology. Now, this story has been repeated many times by people who came from Peenemünde who found the wreckage of a UFO in Germany after the war was over.
In the same place or Peenemünde?
At Peenemünde.
So that's the second crash.
I don't know if it's the second one or not. But they found the parts and pieces for it, and they knew that the Germans had some kind of outside help. Now, from what I understand, the operation with the Pleiadians, they provided some personnel also, went ahead, they developed fast new technologies, and they moved very rapidly in developing their own technology and some highly advanced technology, which included circular foil aircraft, which started to show up in the research areas in 1937-38, were actually being built as early as 1939, replicas of the Pleiadian craft, but not with the Pleiadian drive. What I understand, they never did solve the Pleiadian drive system, but developed their own. Victor Schaumburger, who is well known for his contributions technically to the flying saucer, circular foil aircraft, if you will, technology, is known throughout the world for his aircraft designs and the circular foil aircraft designs. Eventually developed a true electromagnetic anti-gravity drive, and this came in the latter part of the war. But this basically all stems from the Pleiadian giving the technology to Germany and a lot of other ideas. How much was given, we don't really know. But I understand that about 1941, for whatever reason, the Pleiadians pulled out. They would no longer support Hitler. And in its stead came via, the information came via a respected channel that I know of, and I do not mean a metaphysical channel, but a very physical, real channel, and that's agent of the government, U.S., who knew Germans during the period right after World War II, and they used to tell the stories about how the Greys made a deal with Hitler, the little 3.5-foot Greys, allegedly, and gave him technology, and they wanted humans to experiment on. And the stories are that Hitler told them, he said, you can't have any of the Germans, the Aryans, but he says, you can take all the people you want out of the concentration camps, so I don't give a hoot about them. And they did. I am told that there was a large discrepancy in count between the records of those who went into the camps, those who came out alive, those who were there dead, in which they had skull bones and other evidence of who had died there. There was still a large number unaccounted for. What percentage, I don't know. It may well be that the Greys took some of them out of the camps for their own genetic experimentations under Germany. The second largest area of Grey invasion is in Europe. The primary area is in the U.S. So this is just another side issue.
I've been thinking about this crash landing of UFOs when an alien nation wants to establish contact with a particular planetary race. It has many functions. For example, when a disabled UFO is left in the middle of a field, it is like a huge dead bear being found in the middle of or a dead bee being found in the middle of a primitive village on the morning. People are afraid of it, but eventually they overcome their fear. They start dancing over it, and little by little they develop their stories of how to fight these beasts. So my feeling is that these are all engineered crashes, and these are old surplus ships that are left on the planet for the locals to explore and to slowly get over the fear. If it is a live UFO with live aliens coming out of it, it would be a panic similar to what Orson Welles caused with his dramatization of The War of the Worlds. Another interesting detail here is that many times the aliens conclude a treaty with a government, but with the very top echelon. Less than probably 10 or 20 people in the whole country know that there is a treaty with aliens, and that information is being transferred from their civilization to ours. And so crash landing of a UFO is an interesting explanation for the lower echelons of the engineers and the military of this sudden explosion of new ideas, new solutions that come literally out of nowhere, as we have all seen. And especially I was astonished myself in my research of the last year, starting very skeptically to research the rumors of German UFOs, and only in 1 year discovering more than 50, 60 different models of flying craft powered with every possible engine that we know of, and some other impossible engines that the Germans built, especially for the UFOs. So my point is that such crashes are organized, engineered, so that to explain away this sudden explosion and cornucopia of new technologies to the rest of the engineering elite, without having to reveal to everybody that, oh yes, yeah, we are in contact with aliens.
That's a very interesting point, because the cover-up that has persisted throughout history, and I'm not talking about modern history in the last 50 or 100 years, but throughout history, all of the researchers have shown, whether you quote G. Cope Shellhorn, who is a PhD, a biblical scholar, and has shown that UFOs have existed throughout the ages, going back at least 5,000, maybe 10,000 years, and there's ample evidence of it. There has always been somebody here that's been contacted, and it usually is going to prove to be that it was the kings, the priests, or those at the highest echelons of government. They didn't want the general public to know that they were trafficking with aliens, if you will, and for whatever purpose or reason. Now, in the current era, let us say the last 100 years, you have the same problem. There were aliens around this planet. And in the period of more modern history, which I would say, let us say from the time of the fall of Atlantis, or the destruction of Atlantis, which many people may still dispute, and a lot of scientists want to dispute, but there's more than ample evidence if you know where to dig. Atlantis was apparently destroyed by outside intervention, which produced the cataclysmic earthquakes which finally sank the last island. But in the process after that, a governing body on Earth was set up, which is now known as, and has been known for centuries and millennia, as the Order of the Illuminati. The Illuminati is a strange organization. It has its current world headquarters, and has had it for at least 500 years at Basel, Switzerland. But in the earlier days it was elsewhere, and it went back actually to the days after the collapse of Atlantis. And there's a governing body within it of 3 people. 2 were always humans, and the 3rd was always a reptilian. Which is to say, there is an outside influence in the affairs of Earth, and has been for at least 10,000 years, a direct influence. And the rest of the orders, apparently, the progress of humanity, what is to go on here, would appear from outside. Today, the Order of the Illuminati is not the only secret organization. There are many. We have not so secret, but of course it has the secret aspects to it, the CFR, Council on Foreign Relations. We have the Trilateral Commission. We have the Club of Rome, which is not well known, but a think tank for the whole operation of the secret societies and groups.
And the limitation of the population and all these populations.
They have generated the programs, and you have the Bilderbergers, and interlocked with all of this, of course, is the order of the Illuminati. They have been setting policy, along with the so-called elite, the wealthiest people on Earth, for more than a year or two, or more than 100 years or two. It's been going on for centuries, because the old money of Europe, as they call it, is not 400 or 500 years old. It's perhaps 1,000 years old. You have to consider the Medicis of Italy and some of the other families which are unknown totally to the outside world today, which have trillions of dollars in wealth. There's only one example. The Habsburgs of Germany and of Europe have enormous wealth. It's uncounted. It's in the trillions. They have gold reserves of staggering quantities that would make Fort Knox look like a toy playpen. Fort Knox doesn't have any gold now anymore, but in any case, when it did have a gold reserve stock, but the Habsburgs already had for centuries in Europe was far greater than anything we've had in this country. I won't go into all the financial details and how I know some of this, but enormous quantities of money, of gold, of wealth have existed, and it's all been maneuvered. It's all been controlled for a purpose. The real break in civilization, you might say, became obvious in the Industrial Revolution, and when the church's power was broken in 1500 A.D., when you had the Protestants, as they called them, Luther, John Calvin, and all the rest who followed, and the power of the Vatican was largely broken, not totally, but largely broken, and with it came the Renaissance and, of course, the development in an open style of the technology which was already known and held in secret. And this has been known for many, many centuries. You have knowledge of alchemy, which is a very advanced form of chemistry, actually a very advanced form of matter manipulation, which was known to the ancients.
Vibrational chemistry.
You go back to Atlantis and elsewhere, you probably will find an older form of alchemy, which was very active in those days, in which they transmuted metals and all kinds of substances. That art has been largely lost. It is not lost totally. There are secret schools which still operate teaching alchemy. And you have, of course, now in modern scientific terms, you have the capability with these giant cyclotrons and atom smashers, you can transmute matter on a very small scale. And when it came to the development of the atomic bomb, they had to transmute matter on a large scale. Plutonium is a synthetic element. It does not yet exist in the atomic table, but beyond the 92 elements. And it is artificially created. And they had to create it in large amounts, and they gave them a great deal of trouble, but it's modern alchemy.
Are you implying that some of the plutonium from the bomb may have been created by the secret society through purely alchemical?
No, I wasn't implying that. I was merely stating that the conversion of uranium to plutonium is, in essence, an alchemical process because you're changing one element into another.
But very crude.
In a crude but scientific manner, but in large amounts. That is, compared to alchemy, you are converting it. We do have the technology today to do this sort of thing. And it's not in the form of the older alchemy, which is a very difficult process to learn, but it is real. We're now doing it. What else are we doing that the public doesn't know about? This is the problem. You have a two-tiered technology. It may be many tiers. You have had a two-tier technology for 200 or 300 years at least. Radio was used earlier than Tesla, who was given the credit for developing it and inventing it in 1893. It was used as early as 1847, if not earlier. In fact, it was used, according to some reports, in the Napoleonic Wars.
To manipulate the London Stock Exchange.
Right. And by other means, to do some very fancy manipulation where the public and even the elite, for the most part, were not told what was going on. Only a few key people knew. These technologies have existed from ancient times and have been kept well hidden. They were not available to the masses because they didn't have the technological base to build them. These may have been leftover pieces of hardware, they may have been supplied by aliens, there may have been secret laboratories that produced them by ones and twos.
And not only this, but they were made You have to have special technologies available only to the elite to continue their sense of control, their feeling of power. And every time a given technology is spread into the wider population, you have to present the next new toy for the elite. These higher levels of conspiracies that control the terrestrial elite, they never leave the guys without any new toys. It may be a new no-kill submarine when everybody travels above surface and nobody even dreams of going underwater. It may be a program to land on the moon way before anybody even dreams of going there.
And it's like the British team exploration of the moon in 1897, 1898.
I'm very curious of what you inferred between your opinions about this.
Well, there is an interesting story that went around. A friend of mine, Preston Nichols, and I can't talk about it now because he's not only no longer employed, he's blacklisted by the government totally. When he was still working with his company, AIL, I got into a discussion with him about earlier landings on the moon and Mars, namely the Alternative 3 story in the program. And he says he got discussing this with his boss one day at the company he worked at, AIL, one of the divisions of it on Long Island. And his boss looked at him curiously and says, "You don't really know what's been going on." He says, "You don't know anything about the moon explorations of the last century."
With an illuminated smile on his face.
And because Preston Nichols, who was not usually jogged very much, probably dropped his jaw to the floor at that point because that was one he was not ready for, as much as he has been ready for. He says, "I couldn't pump anything out of the boss as to what really happened and who did it." But he implied it was just before the turn of the century that this actual exploration took place. Now we have the stories also, we know about the Alternative 3 program, but there are also now documentaries which show that the Germans went to the moon and Mars in 1949 with a circular foil aircraft. Probably the rest of the engineering was perfected down in Antarctica because they prepared these bases in Antarctica in 1939 after the 2 years of exploration and moved there before the war collapsed. How many moved there, I don't know, but there are rumors that there were thousands of German troops moved into Antarctica and the prepared quarters they had. And they continue their manufacturing either down there or in one of the friendly South American countries, such as Argentina as one example. So they finished the development. They made the circular foil aircraft. Pictures show them as quite large. Building in, if you can believe this, in 1943 aircraft, circular foil designs which were 75 meters in diameter and carried naval guns under the turrets underneath them. If not naval guns, Panzer-mounted guns from the turret from their tanks. And these are photographs which are clear enough to show that no extraterrestrial vehicle is going to carry naval guns or tank guns or of a very normal and recognizable terrestrial design. These were not alien UFOs. These were German-built, terrestrially built, undoubtedly German because nobody else had the technology. But you see pictures of this. You see documentaries which show that they left and went to the moon and Mars in 49. One has to ask questions, maybe earlier. Where did they manage to complete this technology? Where did it get buried? Where have they been? Where else have they gone beyond the moon and Mars? And what have they done with this technology? Here. This is the big unknown.
And so this is actually the very reason I've been talking and researching the topic of German UFOs and the German secret space programs, because my feeling is that all behind the scenes, the United States and Germany during the war have been controlled by the very same power center. So on a one level up in the conspiratorial hierarchy, two bitter opponents and fighters, usually their corrupt governments, are controlled by the same power source. During the Cold War, the United States and the Soviet Union took part in a vast secret space program for exploration of the solar system and beyond, with flying saucers of basically the reality that we see on Star Trek. So it is very interesting to explore how these little conspiratorial levels go up through the hierarchies, leave the material terrestrial domain and continue through the supermaterial to the non-terrestrial, through the extraterrestrial hierarchies and federations of united planets, all the way to the highest levels of celestial power structures. And so going back in time 100 years and discovering that there may have been a secret British space program and a recent private interview with a Russian academician from a secret government research institute on anti-gravity basically gives a theoretical explanation of how this could have been done with a hybrid gun, rocket, and anti-gravity technology that the British could easily build at the end of last century. The big question is, if the British and later the Germans had that much and could go to the moon and Mars in 50 years ago, what do we have now? And so we naturally come back to the Philadelphia experiment and to the Phoenix project, because in my opinion, the Philadelphia experiment is not only invisibility and time travel, but it's a teleportation. It's a very important teleportation experiment where people can be beamed up and down from a ship to the surface of the planet. And even more, they can be beamed from one planet to another, totally bypassing the rocketry or the source of technology, and basically putting the Earth on par with some of the more advanced extraterrestrial technologies. Even the Pleiadians have to use their craft in order to hop and fly from planet to planet. And obviously, some of these technologies were used exactly for that, for teleportation between different planets, and even for creation of these time tunnels or wormhole tentacles that can be attached to another planet in our solar system or in a different solar system in our galaxy, basically to any point in our galaxy or to planets in other galaxies. It becomes an interesting celestial wormhole subway system that can transfer people and objects and material to any point in the universe, and this was the most astonishing finding for me after our lengthy talks here with Al. So I would be very glad if you can comment a little bit, and that would be actually the preparation for our next day, because I see that we have just 6 minutes more left, so if you can give a little summary on these aspects of the Phoenix project.
Right, the Philadelphia experiment was really the granddaddy experiment that set the stage for everything that came after it, including the Phoenix project. But the peculiar part, of course, was that the Philadelphia experiment would not have created the disaster and also laid the groundwork for what came later if it had not been for the Phoenix project. It's a time loop problem. Which came first, the chicken or the egg? In terms of ordinary time, the Philadelphia experiment. Then came later the Phoenix project. What the Phoenix project in its final phases really accomplished was the creation of a transportation system in both space and time, which is capable of going anywhere in our galaxy. Set a person, an object down, or pick a person or an object up and bring it back to the station, which was the primary one at Mantauk.
Without a second station.
Without a second station.
To be on that planet.
No receiver.
One station, transportation system.
Right. There was no receiver at the other end. None was required. All of the operation was done from the Mantauk end. The technology for this was beyond terrestrial. It was alien technology, and there was a large contingent of aliens involved with the Phoenix project in developing the last phase of this, the wormholes in space and time aspect. If any of you are familiar with Dr. Carl Sagan and his books and his commentaries on black holes and space, he talked about the possibility, maybe even the feasibility someday, of creating wormholes in space and time for travel through the universe without having to go through all of the encumbrance of large ships and long, tiring voyages. We did it at Mantauk.
It was done in the period from 1977 until it crashed in 83. The project, by the way, has been replaced. It did crash on 12 August 83 because of various reasons, and sabotage being the primary one. But the project was moved to Germany, West Germany. There's an ongoing leg of it there. Additional stations, later ones, P8 and P9 is what they call them. Say P8 and P9. P1 was the first phase of Philadelphia, which was mind control. P2 was the invisibility prospect. P3 was the program for the wormholes in space and time. There were other interim programs where they made some of this equipment portable. P7 is now on helicopters. It takes 3 large helicopters to do a mind control number over the whole city. And then you have P8 and P9, which is the newer fixed location Phoenix projects. I only have an idea where some of them are located. I do not know if they're operational. I think it's safe to assume they probably are. At least one of those 4 that I know of is at Lake Michaud, Louisiana area, and that, of course, is a huge NASA base. There are 2 more in the U.S. and 1 in Canada from my data. Whether any have been built beyond, I don't know. But Phoenix proved that you can transport a person or an object through space. Let us say, if you're going to go from one end of the sky, far out of one of the spiral arms, you were dealing with a distance of what is classed as 120,000 light years. It elapsed time. The person is inside the tunnel.
How about the
person
side of the tunnel?
Well, they won't. Actually, the tunnel goes through and functions as a link to whatever point you connect to, and is therefore, the time link is, for all practical purposes, essentially 0. It's not absolute 0. It may amount to minutes, depending on the distance.
Can the guy that was sent being back radio message that yes, I arrived on the planet at this and this time, so that we would check?
Theoretically, he could take a video camera with him. He could take a radio transmitter receiver setup so they could communicate back, or they could use one of the superluminal communication systems, which have been conveniently developed during this period, where they now have an interplanetary and intragalactic communication system, which we didn't build all of, but which our government has access to, which is a C8 system. That means it travels at the speed of light to the 8th power across the galaxy with a phase shift in a matter of a fraction of a second.
So
that's operational.
To any point of the galaxy without any lag.
That is operational, that system, and has been for years. The earlier form was a C6 system, which said there was some delay, so they had to correct that. They wanted instantaneous communication.
To reach out and touch.
Right. You can go through my bill if you got the right code numbers. But they're very, very restricted.
Good evening. This would be our third underground interview with Al Bielek, coming to you directly from the American Academy of Discipline Sciences. A lot of interesting things happened after our last recording on April 16 when me and Al here organized that famous academy, the most famous academy in the world, the American Academy of Discipline Sciences. There were several conferences that we both visited. Also, we released the first tape from that recording, the second underground interview with Al Bielek, which is a discussion on the Philadelphia experiment, Nazi mind control, nukes, saucers and drugs, Illuminati bankroll the rise of the Bolsheviks, and Nazis to power and secretly transfer military technology to them. Also, we talk about catastrophic ecological effects of the first nukes and hydrogen bombs. And finally, and probably this is the most interesting part of the whole tape, is Wilhelm Reich mind control experiments in the underground labs here in the United States. Some other tapes that we have here are, well, finally we prepared the tape on the Alternative 3 film. It contains the full 1-hour film, a crystal clear copy that we got straight from England, and a 1-hour lecture that I did at the First World UFO Conference in Tucson, Arizona in May of 91. And the third tape that we have here is on my favorite topic, the close encounters of the Foo Fighter kind, research and development of anti-gravity in Nazi Germany during the Second World War, and subsequent research of superpower alternative space programs. I'll be very glad to, if you can tell us all some new interesting developments that happened here in the last month or so, and then we'll go on with our interview about the Phoenix project. Okay?
There have been, since the April 16th date, a few more developments. Of course, I've been digging into my favorite subject, the Philadelphia experiment, and some additional data has come to light. One of the items, which is probably of interest to those who are interested in the movie that was produced entitled The Philadelphia Experiment, finally a copy was sent to me of an article entitled On the Set of the Philadelphia Experiment. And this is a Xerox copy, of course, but it does show that there's extensive work done, about 5 years of preparatory work, including about 6 screenwriters, and they finally came up with the full story as they eventually released it, and some information about the various actors.
As the Navy wanted it to be released?
Possibly not. They got absolutely no cooperation from the Navy during the days of shooting. They had to find literally a naval museum in the southern states to find a ship which they could shoot on. It was the backdrop for the Eldridge. They did eventually. And of course, when they went out to the other terminal, which should have been at Mantauk, but in the movie was shown as the air base, the old abandoned air base in Utah. That particular location, back in 80-81, I had visited many times and had all of the buildings left from World War II, all the hangars, etc. So Doug Curtis comes up to the town fathers and says, we want to shoot part of our film here. And part of the film shows for that we must have burned these buildings down as part of the whole operation. Do you mind? And the town father says, not in the least. We're happy to I'm glad to have you burn them down because we want to get rid of them anyway. So I went over Utah's air base, so it finally was stripped of its old air hangars. And when I was through there in 85, 86, I noticed they were all gone. And there's some nice shiny new office buildings there because the city of Wendover, Utah, when they moved in and built all new office buildings and converted the base to what they wanted. But the article is most interesting in that it shows a real history of the film. And I'm still digging in on this to find out the full history and where the original ideas came from. That is still not very clear. The title of the magazine here was Starrick, and it was the August 2 issue, I believe, is what it says down there.
Yeah, that's the August maybe 82.
Right.
1982.
This was actually released before the movie. So it's sort of a historic document, pre-humorous, not posthumous. But I found it very interesting that there is some documentation around about the movie film, and I'm still digging in on the true history of the film, where it came to be, and so forth. There possibly may be a second version of the Philadelphia Experiment movie, but that is very nebulous at this time, and many people who claim to have inside information on this, when you get back to the source, they deny it. Maybe there will be, and maybe there will not. But it's interesting that it has been considered again, and I hope that if they do a new one, that it will be much more accurate in terms of the actual history of what happened. Because there's a great deal of fill-in, as Hollywood loves to do. Love interest, chase through California, and the whole 9 yards of it. None of that actually took place, as those who've listened to my lectures know. But that part is very interesting. Now, other aspects in trying to dig into the real history of the Philadelphia Experiment and what really happened and who was involved, and are any of these people alive today? I know of 3 sailors who are alive, but they don't want to see me or talk with me. One officer, who I've talked with several times in this matter, Alan Batchelor of New York City, has talked, and he does not hide it, but he does not lecture publicly on it because he's doing other things to make a living. I've since found several other people, and until I have clearance to give their names, because they were part and parcel of the Philadelphia Experiment in 43, until I have clearance, I will not use their names. One of these people is now dead, and I don't think there's any problem in stating that Captain William Harrison was in charge of the actual observership detail, in which 2 separate observerships were used. One for the first test on July 22nd, and that was a smaller ship, and the final test, which was done on 12 August, involved the use of a small carrier, a jump carrier as they called it. And William Harrison was in charge of both of these tests in terms of the observance of what happened and what went on.
Or did you meet with these people by chance, or did they come up?
No,
at the conferences?
I came up with to meet at some of the conferences, and I finally was able to meet with somebody who, shall we say, knew the facts, and do not want to name this person because he might be in trouble with his employer.
I've discovered the same thing, that in such conferences one can get the most interesting information from totally unexpected and
always totally unexpected
people that come through with literally jewels, the gems of information.
Gems of information.
Anything else interesting that you've discovered in the last month?
Well, this goes back a few months, but it's finally now published in the journal out of Sedona, known as Emergence. And a lady there by the name of Helga Morrow had 2 articles in the current issue, and this one was more or less on her mystical psychic capabilities and what she was doing. That's a fairly good likeness of her in the middle. It turns out that, if you turn to the second page, because that's the important part of this. Now, this article is detailing the history of her father, Fred A. Kuppers, Kueppers, born in Germany, raised and educated there, and came over with family back before World War II. And he was a very strict authoritarian German. Your children do not speak unless spoken to, and then if you request perhaps something at a time to talk to the father, it has to be something intelligent, or don't bother.
And the request has to be submitted in writing, so they...
Well, not quite. Her father wasn't that strict. But the interesting part was that before he died on Lincoln's birthday in 1963, he took his daughter aside and said, I've been given 90 days to get my affairs in order, and I'm going to tell you a few things you must know, but you will not remember until you're about 55 years of age. Now, the full details of what I'm telling you are in this article. She has chosen to go public with it. And in this, she tells a story of her father. The story basically is that he admitted to her he had been involved heavily in the Philadelphia Experiment and a number of other government projects. And he had been not only on the moon, but in the moon. And he stated that emphatically.
Inside the moon?
Inside the moon.
Which is another extremely important clue of information in another crazy story that I've been pursuing about the moon being hollow.
Right. And remember, he died in 1963 before we were supposed to have gotten to the moon. And he stated flatly he had been to the moon and in the moon. He also made further statements, all outlined in this article, which, because it's public, I will go public on it. He stated flatly that one of his tasks for the government was to train aliens to work within our government, and there were human types which were totally undetectable. It was his job to train them to work within our government. Period.
Fascinating. So this sort of blows the cover of the party line ufologists that have been claiming for years that the biggest headache and problem for our government were exactly these totally human-looking aliens that are indistinguishable in a crowd.
Not hardly. Since they were being trained to work in our government by Mr. Fred Coopers, puts an entirely different cast on the whole situation. Now, after his 90 days were up, he went back from the hospital for his usual medical checkup, and allegedly he died in the hands of a nun who they were totally could not trace afterwards. They had the standard type funeral for someone who was going to be removed from the public circuit, so to speak. And as Helga remembers, very detailed memory now, when she viewed the body in the casket, she found something wrong with it. Her father always had a lot of hair on his fingers and the backs of the hands. The corpse had no hair on the fingers or hands. The face looked very peculiar. It looked almost waxen, as if it was a wax mold. And though pictures were taken of the actual funeral, she was not allowed to see the pictures ever. Apparently still held by somebody else in the family. So they had the funeral, the whole thing was over. And 2 months later, one night when she was in bed, she gets a visit. A very physical visit, not a ghost. First she thought it was a ghost, and it was her father. He came and sat down on the edge of her bed, left a normal impression of a person who has an appropriate weight on the mattress, talked with her for a period of time, and told her, he says, you wanted to see me, so I'm letting you know that I am well and okay, and I'm living in another dimension, in another domain. He said, it's very difficult for me to come here, and it's very painful to go back. But I said, nevertheless, I wanted to come here and reassure you of a few things. And he says, if you really need me sometime, I'll come back. According to her, he has returned once to her and once to another family relative. I believe it was her mother.
So her opinion is that he came as a ghost form and solidified in a material form, or that he secretly worked for a governmental program and was even by one night.
He was not hit by a car one night. He went through the normal dying in the hospital, according to the records. And when he appeared to her in the bedroom, he was very solid. You couldn't see through him. He was also like a normal person. He could shake her hand. He could smell the normal cologne he used, the tobacco he smoked. And after about an hour or so, he says, I've got to go now. And he got up and walked over towards the wall and disappeared in a beam me up Scotty number, exactly like Joan on Star Trek. And she swore that this happened and that this was the way he disappeared. Now the mystery deepens even further.
So she wasn't driven by a car to the place of
no, she happened.
His daughter, but
No.
he was beamed down.
He was beamed down or beamed through or whatever you want to call it to her bedroom where he could talk with her, and then he left from there to return to wherever he returned to. Now, most interestingly, a few weeks ago, she called me and says, I have absolute proof that he's still alive. I said, what do you mean? He said, I have some technical papers published in Germany, translated to English, of work that he's done with a certain German professor in Germany. There are 3 or 4 papers with his name attached to it, Fred Kurters. She called the head man at the university where he was alleged to be working and asked him, is this so-and-so and so-and-so? Well, yes. Who are you? And his daughter. And I want to know certain things about physical details. And he confirmed them and said there was no question that this was her father. I said, I'm sorry, I can't tell you anymore. I said, well, I would like copies of certain papers. He says, why? He says, because I want them for my grandchildren's scrapbook. Oh, in that case, you can have them. And she had received them. They were sent to her in the mail, and I obtained copies. Now, highly technical papers dealing with magnetometers and magnetic field mapping and magnetic field measurements, all of them in Germany, and all of them taking place in the German university. It's curious because he went through the German university system in the first place. And apparently he has returned there.
Which is another little sign that Germany and Japan and Russia and the other superpowers are in on the secret space travels with Just
They're on to so much secret stuff.
that scenario.
It's on to so much secret stuff. It's unbelievable as to what they've done and what they've accomplished.
About his going to the moon, I'm extremely curious. Was he in a cave inside the moon, or was he in a more cavernous internal structure?
That I cannot answer because he did not give her any information. Merely stated he'd been on and in the moon and did not elaborate insofar as Helga knows. And I'm quoting, of course, I talked with her privately long before this article was published and never said anything, but now that it's published, I will talk about it. But it's detailed and gives a lot of information, background of the family and a few other things. And, of course, raises the serious question, what did the government really do? Obviously, he was part of one of these protected witnesses programs, given apparently for a period of time a new identity, moved to another location. But now he turns up with his true identity in Germany working at a university, which is even more bizarre. That doesn't normally happen. But these papers were written about 1980, in that time frame, 79, 80. And I don't have them with me, or I could show the titles. I don't want to create a major furor over this. Perhaps at a future time I can do this. I did not think of bringing those with me unless they're in some envelope which I can check. But there's a lot of background data there involving Helga, what she's been through. Her memory was wiped and erased until a few years ago, at the time about the age of 55, when she was told, no, I don't have those with me. I got some spare copies for you next time. And she has been thoroughly involved in trying to find out the real history of her father. And she was finding out more and more. And her memory of those periods, a period of time when he told her so many things and said, you will forget this until you're about 55, then you'll remember it, and you will also become one of the world's greatest psychics. And he also told her on tears, that he says, I'm very sorry about the way I treated you when you were a young girl. He says, I had to do that, to be stern.
But this is what the party required from me, and I had to
Precisely.
follow my party call.
Precisely.
Fascinating.
But he did say this. He said, I wish I could tell you who I really am, but I can't. Which indicates there's a still deeper part of this mystery.
I remember we talked about that in the... No, actually, we didn't. We'll be talking about this in this tape, about you and your brother Duncan going to Mars through the Phoenix time tunnel technology, going to the insides of Mars, penetrating the inside chambers there. And I see a similarity here that the government being unable to go into these inside chambers left by past dead or departed civilizations on these planets, finally they were able, through these beaming down technology, even the more advanced Phoenix time tunnel technology, through the time portal, to move the portal right in the inside of the cavern, and to explore it. And this further confirms, or this adds one more little rumor for me about the speculation that actually the moon is a ship that was driven, a starship driven and parked in orbit around the moon, even an abandoned starship. Some stories say that in past history there were 2 moons orbiting our planet, and probably the occupants of the first and heavily damaged ship, or should we call it a battle planet, they just built themselves a new one and departed. But that's another story for a very long speculation. It's known that the Americans did experiments in bumping abruptly at the moon surface at the expanded landing module, the cabin of the lunar landing module, after the astronauts got back on their way to Earth with the Apollo spacecraft in lunar orbit. So by dropping that cabin at a much steeper angle and crashing it into the surface, they used that as a test explosion. And they measured on the seismograph they left on the moon's surface the echo that was created. And it turned out that the moon reverberated for many hours. It was a reverberation signal much, much longer, but the attenuation was very little. which can be explained only by the fact that if the moon is a hollow sphere made of titanium. So I wouldn't be amazed that similar projects have been done with the pyramids here on our planet, and that all the chambers of interest have been long ago penetrated by the powers to be. I would like to actually just to say 3 words about our previous tape that we did, and to basically introduce the discussion into the contents of our next interview. We talked about basically the Philadelphia project, how it developed, starting with the invisibility project at the University of Advanced Studies at Princeton, going through the Rainbow project, and finally ending with the Philadelphia experiment of radar and optical invisibility for a ship. And as an unexpected byproduct and bonus from these experiments, basically time travel and teleportation was discovered. And these technologies, although the experiment had a disastrous end in 43, when a lot of the sailors were either missing or were totally deranged after they got exposed on the deck, on the top of the ship, to these heavy radiations. Later on, this technology was perfected so that time travel, teleportation, and invisibility could be achieved at ease, basically, in a dial a destination procedure on the main ship's computer in the late 40s, early 50s, and 60s. And right now, as Al and many other sources have said, basically all nuclear-powered carriers and the stealth bombers and fighters have this possible Philadelphia technology of invisibility, teleportation, and time travel. So with this behind us, I would like to basically steer the discussion into the next big project, the Phoenix / Mantauk project, and all the subsequent experiments with travel in the universe with a technology that is way more advanced even than the teleportation technology. This is the technology of the time tunnel, the time portal, the tentacle that can be spread from between any 2 points in our galaxy or universe and transfer a human being, a celestial being, or a cargo or material to a base on a different planet.
Now, that was the final phases of the Phoenix project. It was sometimes called the Mantauk project for the simple reason that the master control point and the major research was done at the base at Mantauk, and that was, of course, originally known during World War I as Fort Hero, an Army base, also Navy, as they had 2 underwater submarine pens, which were there operational until 1983. But during the period of time between World War I and World War II, it was still a military base. When World War II was over, and eventually the Air Force came in and used it for a period of time for experimental radar systems. And eventually a SAGE system was installed about 1963. Some 25 of these were installed around the U.S., operational. In 68, 69, they phased them out for the simple reason that we now had something better, the D-Line project, and then eventually the B-News, which were across northern Canada. And it was felt that the detection capability of over-the-horizon radar with those systems was far superior to the ones which were called the SAGE projects. So the SAGE projects were shut down and abandoned, and the Air Force and the military walked out of these bases and left them surplus. And they were carried on General Administrative Services roster, particularly Montauk and most of the others, as surplus property, abandoned. They didn't know what to do with it, and they didn't do anything with it until 1986, which was after the project had collapsed. But in that environment of a collapsed base with all of the buildings there, an underground facility which had been built in the period of about 1928 to 31, which is somewhat getting ahead of the story, but nevertheless they had a perfect facility for doing what they wanted to do.
Even probably earlier, because I remember you mentioned the Fort Hero underground submarine base with underwater entries of the submarine tanks.
Correct. That goes back to World War I, which says basically 1917 or a little earlier. Now, there was only one level at that time from people we talked with who were involved in the later construction,
of underground, and the area at the extreme eastern tip of Long Island, called Mantauk Point, was essentially flat. About 1928 through 30-31, the Army Corps of Engineers comes in and other contractors, and they build 5 additional levels above the original low one. And after they completed all the construction and all of the elevators, shafts, and all of the other work which got them from one level to another, they covered everything over with tons and tons of dirt, planted trees, shrubs, grass, and made it look like this grassy knoll, no pun intended, this hill had been there forever. And it was a perfect disguise, completed in 31. Who gave a hoot as to what went on at Mantauk in 1931? The only people out there at that time was the lighthouse keeper for the Mantauk Lighthouse.
I would like to add here a little comment. It's fascinating for me to discover the precursors of certain secretive developments of our present days. For example, it took Bill Cooper many years, several years, to convince the large public, the public at large, of the existence of massive underground research and development installations, of massive underground Frankensteinian factories for genetic research. But we discovered that, I was astonished myself to discover that similar massive underground facilities existed in Nazi Germany 50 years ago. And through your stories, I realized that their precursors could be found even almost a century ago, developed by the military with the very same purposes, to have a convenient spot, not observable by the general public, not scrutinizable by anyone, where they can run their black projects.
Sure. And this was a military base with an outer fence and an inner fence, and they could set military guards there, and they did. Now, going into the history of some of the projects which went on there, one has to go back to Nazi Germany in the period of time prior to World War II. And during World War II, they were working feverishly on mind control projects. There were a number of people who were involved with these who were smuggled into the United States in the period from 1933 to about 1942. I don't think we didn't smuggle them out under the war years, because underneath all of the facade of this world war, and we were going to bomb the blazes out of Germany, which we did later, there was a lot of covert cooperation between the two governments on research. Now, this is hard, perhaps, for some people to accept, but it is a fact which can be proven. Number one item, which has nothing to do with the Mantauk project, but which helped to maintain the stability and the functioning of the German military through the major part of World War II, was the fact that when all of the Ploesti oil fields were bombed and blown up and they had no more oil left for gasoline, guess who comes to the rescue? Standard Oil Company of the United States, New Jersey, and gave them the process for converting coal to gasoline.
So this is an American process. This is not a German process.
That's correct.
I've always thought.
We have always been told it was a German process, which they developed. They did not. It was developed here in the U.S., and that process probably dates back to before the turn of the century, and that's a very long story in itself. In any case, they gave them the process, helped keep the war going, and who knows what other things were done to help keep the German war going, because this war, that is the one in World War II between Germany and the Allies, was not what it appeared to be. It was not a war of politics. It was not a war of borders. It was not a war of people against people. It was a war of banking interests against banking interests, who, no matter who won or lost, they all made tons and tons of money, because the munitions had to be built to fight the war.
Well, actually, this was a war of the bankers against the whole humanity, because by killing humanity, they were loading the governmental credit card with these exorbitant astronomical military expenditures, and also they were achieving their targets of limiting the population on the planet, which has very long been the number one goal of the Luciferian lobby on the planet, to reduce the population.
Right, I figured in it, and of course a periodic war does help reduce the population. Most people throw up their hands in horror at the reported stories of 6 million Jews dying in the Holocaust in Germany, which is a total fabrication, but nonetheless, many did die, and there's no question of that. The figure is wrong, and who died is wrong, and the causes and the reasons are not accurately reported. Let us say 2 million died in those camps for whatever reason.
does the general public realize that in the bombing raids of Germany, 26 million German civilians died in those bombing raids? The cities were leveled, and when the war was over, Eisenhower himself ordered the German soldiers put into concentration camps and other local holding areas, cut them off, no food and water, and let the tens of thousands of them die.
This was the book, the Canadian book, Other Losses, that was seriously debunked even in the tabloid press here, which turned my attention to that. I thought, gee, this must be something very important if they are so angry about the book.
Right. That's usually the case.
This also plays very well with the population policies, because bombing Germany gives an excuse to everybody, including the pilots in the bombing crews that would drop the bombs on the cities, to eliminate all these people. Dresden was target bombed and leveled. Tokyo was target bombed. Tokyo was target bombed with incendiary devices, and in less than a week, actually, I think in 2-3 nights, in Tokyo there were as many casualties as in the Hiroshima and Nagasaki nuclear bombing. By these carpet bombings of whole city neighborhoods, first they would bomb the periphery of the neighborhood to prevent anybody from escaping, and then they slowly, drinking their coffee up there, unobstructed by any fighter aviation, they would level and burn the whole city. Anyway, to come back to the mind control experiments in Germany.
Right. As merely may wish to make a point here that in spite of the appearances of being terrible mortal enemies, there was covert cooperation going on, and one of the other areas of this covert cooperation was in the fact in the period of 1933 to approximately 42, they were smuggling out Jewish scientists who were working on mind control and other projects, and this was essentially allowed by Germany.
Even Einstein was smuggled out.
He was smuggled out. He did not leave because he was thrown out. This is a total fiction. He left in 1930, before the rise to power of Hitler with his full power, because the National Socialist Party considered him an asset, wanted him to leave, and to stay, and his friends told him, you better get out while you can, because after the war, or let us say the build-up into full power of the Nazis comes into place, you're not going to be able to get out. And he was a pacifist. He knew there was going to be war eventually, so he moved to the U.S., to Caltech, taught there for 3 years, and was invited to join the Institute of Advanced Study at Princeton, which he did in 1933, and remained there till his death in 1955. But there were many others smuggled out. They did a lot of work on mind control in Nazi Germany during the war, much of it centering around the indoctrination of the SS troops, involving supersonic sound impingement on the occipitals of the brain, and it was quite successful.
Ultrasonic.
Ultrasonic, correct. The Japanese worked on RF techniques, and that has been swept under the rug and was never admitted to by the U.S. government. The stories of the Buck Rogers screws that went into Germany are fairly well known. What is not well known is that some 26 railroad carloads full of patents and other technical data were seized by the British and the Americans and the French when the war was over. And these were technical processes which we did not have and we wanted, and that was one of the aspects of the war.
Actually, I heard stories in Renato Vesco's book, Intercept But Don't Shoot It. There were miles of boxcars. There were 9 kilometers from one underground huge city, and 16 kilometers from another city. Miles of boxcars loaded with design, with blueprints, with machinery, with sophisticated equipment and so on.
Include the equipment and the machinery and working models of devices, yes, it would be a lot more than 26 boxcars for sure. But this whole business of interchange and cooperation took place covertly. The war ended. And, of course, certainly the Nazi hierarchy, namely SS Chief Gehlen, who was the security chief for Hitler, in a deal worked out by Roosevelt before he died, all of this group of intelligence people was transferred to the United States and formed later the backbone of the CIA. The deal was in order to obtain and retain the surveillance crews and groups which were already in Russia in place. The U.S. agreed to have these people be transferred to the U.S. so we would have the capability, and these people would be left alone.
This is the price. They said, we will do what you want and cooperate with you, but you leave us alone.
At the same time, Russia captured another portion of the SS officers, and they had them transfer the SS spies in the United States to the Russian interests. So basically, the very same things have been going on both sides of the curtain, which was a Mickey Mouse curtain to start with.
All right, now let us get back to the technical side of this. Right, these people, scientists from Germany, were held in hiding, so to speak, while the war was on, and when the war was over and 47 rolled around, they went to work for a U.S. national laboratory called Brookhaven National Laboratories at Brookhaven, Long Island. And their first and primary project there for many years was mind control. They worked on this for some 20 years, up until about 1968. Since Brookhaven is a national laboratory funded by tax money, they must, under law, report what they're doing in all departments and all projects once a month. Who's on them, what they're doing, what they're accomplishing, what they're not accomplishing, whether they're going to cancel a project, whatever, the whole 9 yards of reporting of what the activities of that laboratory is, or any national laboratory in the U.S. that's receiving tax monies. So this went on for about 20 years. In about 1968, somebody started reading these reports in Congress. Finally, after 20 years. And they looked at this stuff and they said, mind control? They're getting results. They're not using stuff on us. Cancel the project. The project was canceled, and the orders also came down that these scientists who were working on the project were removed out of Brookhaven, and they were. So they started looking for a new home. And since they were already at Brookhaven, which is more than halfway to the eastern tip of Long Island, it didn't take them too long looking around to find that Mantauk had a military base called Fort Hero, and the Army there was quite interested in what they were doing and says, why don't you come here and work with us? We'll give you a haven and you can continue your work. So they did.
So from Brookhaven, they moved to Long Island Haven.
If you want to call it that. A Long Island Haven at Montauk in the underground of Fort Hero. Fort Hero was actually a very large installation, and it was right around a state park, which was built sometime in the period, I think, prior to World War II.
How many submarines could dock in these underground tanks simultaneously?
From what I understand, only 2. It was not an extensive Navy operation. It was basically Army. And it was, of course, a defense point during World War I and World War II with the old railroad carriage guns and all of the heavy ammo and such. All of this was abandoned and torn down after World War II. And the radar came in with several systems, and then the Air Force moved in and took over some buildings and did continuing radar work, experimental, and built the SAGE system, and then that was eventually scrapped in '69. Now, it was interesting to note that the people from Brookhaven, the Jewish scientists, and those related to them and working with them, moved out to Montauk about '68, and the base was then formally abandoned by the military in '69. And it became noted on the GAO, General Accounting Office records, that it was an abandoned surplus base. But I can assure you these guys didn't move out. It was the ideal cover for them, and they continued to work.
Well, I've noticed that what they do is they keep the essential people, and then they rotate the non-essential military personnel in order to keep the secrecy. They have one group coming and digging the base, another group coming and doing the concrete, a third one does the interior fittings and decoration, a fourth one does the initial part of the research, a fifth, a sixth, a seventh, and that's how, through this time-wise compartmentalization, the track is lost of what goes on down there.
Right. And, of course, they also had built years before, when I don't know, their own electrical power plant. They had 4 generators of a half a megawatt each in a separate building, and they did for years supply the power, but when they built the later follow-on Phoenix project, they had so much trouble with those generators, they had to stop using them and go to local power, which is Long Island Lighting Company, usually called LOCO, and take power from their lines. But this is much later. Now, the project continued from '69 onward on an abandoned military base, but certain other things also took place in that period which were moved out there also, because this was called the Phoenix Project from about 47 on and became a complete cover operation for many, many projects.
Umbrella.
A real umbrella. Now, what else happened? The Philadelphia experiment, which had been scrapped and abandoned in 1943, The Navy revived it and went to John von Neumann in 1947. He was already working at the Institute on producing the first all-electronic digital computer, which he did complete in 1952.
Again, for the use on the...
For use in many, many areas. But he knew that a computer would be necessary to solve the problems of the personnel and provide a zero-time reference for personnel as well as for the ship. The ship returned after the equipment was destroyed. All equipment was not destroyed, but let's say the banks of electron tubes provided the power to the fields, or the two huge generators provided the magnetic field. When they went, the magnetic fields went, then of course the regular field slowly collapsed. But the point here is that all of this work was not abandoned. It was put in a file. And the very high-powered electromagnetic fields which were generated for the invisibility effects produced the very severe problems on the personnel. And this was the result of course, grossly excessive magnetic and electronic fields, which never had been used before, to my knowledge or anyone else's, in such close proximity to personnel, namely about 75 feet from the antenna, which was radiating something in the order of 20 megawatt pulses, rotating in a circular field of RF, and all of the power that was going into the generators also pulsed to produce a rotating magnetic field on the deck. This is very, very high-powered stuff, and you don't subject the human mind or nervous system to this. They found out, of course, later that you don't, and many medical reports were written. In 1947, they asked von Neumann to resurrect the project, see if it could be salvaged, if there was anything they could learn from it.
It would be interesting to see in the medical literature whether these reports can be found. Our leading Russian dissident proved that there was a massive contamination and probably a nuclear explosion in an underground nuclear storage in Ural by discovering an explosion in the number of papers on the radioactive contamination of the environment in official papers in official journals. So if these papers could be traced in official journals, that would be a roundabout way to proving that something like that could have happened.
Well, I'm sure that those reports are still classified by the military, the Navy, but I do know one person who examined them and told me that he had examined them and found they were very interesting in terms of the results, and that was a Mr. George Hoover, now retired from the Navy, who was in charge of an investigative commission appointed in the Office of Naval Research in 1955. And I've talked with him personally. He admitted to the Philadelphia experiment. He admitted to the four medical reports. He said, so far as he was concerned, the four medical reports were the most interesting part of it because there was prime research material to try and show what happened to these sailors, what was the cause of the problem. Well, they had to solve it, obviously, and they did. Von Neumann found the means with the computer to provide some type of zero-time lock reference to the personnel. How this was accomplished, I do not know, because when the equipment was smashed, the ship returned to its proper point in the harbor because not all equipment was smashed, and the zero-time reference generator they had, designed and built by Tesla, was still working.
And even here, a little introduction. I've noticed that several such smashings occurred in the Philadelphia and Mantauk projects when there was a locking into some energies from higher states, so that basically the whole system became a free energy device that was siphoning energy off from the ether, from the higher dimensions, from the higher classes of energies in the universe. So even after cutting the cables from the local power supplier, the installation would not turn off. Cutting the cables inside it would not turn it all of it down. So finally they had to physically smash most of the modules in order for it to shut down, which is another indirect proof that free energy can be obtained out of thin air.
In a sense, that is quite true. There is no such thing as a free lunch. The energy comes from somewhere, but our modern physics has not recognized this until very recently, that this possibility may exist. Now, to get back to this thing, when they resurrected the project, von Neumann found the answer. We also had built and designed this computer. A new system was delivered to the Navy and tested in 1953. It was fully successful, no personnel side effects, and therefore the Navy now changed the name again from its classification of 1940, which was the Project Rainbow. They changed it to the Phoenix Project.
a continuation of the same project but again under a new name. The Phoenix Project became an umbrella for many, many things. Now, of course...
Can you name a few that just
Oh, yeah.
the most important ones?
I can. I want to show the time frame of what happened here to this. So they continued onward after 1953, and of course it went through many generations, and the equipment became small, almost portable, and still worked, and worked very well.
How portable?
Down to the point, down to the size, essentially, of an attaché case in the latest systems. They do have the capability of making a Secret Service operator for the president or the government invisible, either with carry-on hardware on his belt or his back or a suitcase, by treating him in a field which will render him physically invisible without carrying hardware for a period of about 72 hours. Now, this technique is good for that period of time, but when he comes out of it, he gets very sick and very nauseous for days. The use of the hardware apparently produces no nauseous side effects. In any case, this project continued on, and eventually, while it was initially at Brookhaven, it also was moved to Mantauk. And that was what was called P2 or Phase 2, the Invisibility Project. Phase 1 was, of course, the mind control, which they developed some very successful techniques in the late 70s. The Philadelphia experiment hardware and process was continued, and they became very successful with that. It is now installed on all of the super carriers, all of the fighter aircraft, both Army and Navy, Israeli fighter aircraft, and the B-1 bomber, the B-2, which of course is a stealth bomber, and it is very successful. They've made attempts, of course, with the B-2 to make it radar nearly invisible by means of a special absorptive coating. A coating is so damnably heavy that with their normal jet engines, and they have some big ones in it, that aircraft is subsonic. It cannot go supersonic. So they've since, according to rumor, in quotes, outfitted some other special drive engines, ET hardware, if you will, or our own government's developments in those directions, where it makes it a TOV, a transorbital vehicle, which says it can go out in space. According to the public record, only one B-2 has been built because of the unbelievable cost. The research on that thing cost billions upon billions of dollars. I understand $22 billion total. And they figure to replicate it today will cost about $1 billion per copy. And the government is tearing their hair out about it. They're thinking they're going to scrap the project, and of course that's what they tell the public. Who knows what they will do. But that's only one of the side aspects. The real main factors of what went on at Mantauk were Phase 3, which was, of course, the development to a much higher degree, time travel, which was discovered by the Germans in 1945. That process was removed, and the war was over and went to Mantauk. And even prior to that, Dr. John von Neumann had created the time machine. There was no problem in doing this because the technology for the Philadelphia experiment was so similar that it only been carried a little bit further with certain controls, and they had a time machine.
But there was a separate time machine installation that was not using the ship's
No,
coil.
it was totally separate. It was fairly small, and von Neumann did this on his own at the Institute, under the nose of the Navy, without letting the Navy knowing what he was doing. And of course, he was not working for the Navy. He was working for the Institute.
Time machine hobby, his little hobby.
His little hobby. And he said when it was ready, well,
Let's go.
Edward, which was my name then, says, let's take a look at what's going on in the future. I want proof that you were back there and that you really talked to me 40 years later. So I made a couple of trips back and forth. I don't honestly recall how many. And eventually I came back with enough paperwork and proof that he was satisfied that, yes, there was a Phoenix project. Yes, I had been there. Yes, that this thing did exist in the future, and he was part of it. Going to be, that is, from his viewpoint in 43, 44.
How big was this time machine? Do you remember the physical dimensions?
Physical dimensions were fairly small. The radiating control element was perhaps 6 feet high and perhaps 2 feet, 2.5 feet in diameter.
Would you go inside it? Or
no, actually it created a field which you just stood within the field. You didn't have to get in the machine. There was a lot of other peripheral hardware driving it. A lot of tube circuits and a lot of other stuff, because in those days everything was electron tubes. And as a matter of fact, still is in certain areas, because they're the only things that will work.
when you're dealing with higher order energies.
Did he use a computer to drive it, or?
There were no computers
No
then.
computer. Okay.
So the computer did not begin to take shape until 1946. So in the meantime, when he was satisfied, in October of 43, he became part of the atomic bomb project, and of course he spent a lot of time up there, but not full time. He was there as a consultant. And in early 44, he made a suggestion to the Navy, well, I'd like to have Edward up there with me, and they loved the idea because it would bury me in the most remote and the most secret place in the United States, and nobody would know where I was, and I could not talk about what had happened on the Philadelphia project to the rest of the Navy. And the few people up there had such a high-level clearance, if they believed it, they would ignore it anyway.
Because they already knew about it.
Perhaps so. Because my research has shown that at least 2 Air Force officers knew all about it at the time it was going on for various reasons. A number of other Navy officers knew about it, some of whom are still alive, whose names were not used until that clearance. And there's a lot of evidence around yet which has escaped the notice of the wonderful Navy Office of Naval Intelligence and or the other intelligence agencies that have made a very thorough job of searching stuff out. They've removed all of my school records. They've removed my military records. I'm sure they exist somewhere.
Talking about Bob Lazar's story.
Thank you very much. Very much. As a friend of mine living in Flagstaff, Arizona, who used to be on the White House staff with President Nixon, told me once when he became interested in my story and maybe trying to set up a possible suit against the government. He says, I can tell you this much from my experience in the White House. He says, I'm not there anymore. I don't want any part of it. He says, I could make one phone call for 25 cents in a pay phone and say, I want so-and-so made a non-person. And within 1 week, all records would be gone. From Social Security to bank accounts to school records to employers' records, where he went to school, you name it. Driver's license, the whole 9 yards. All ID would be gone and he would be a complete non-person. So that can happen in 1 week.
So basically they have this procedure established because they obviously have used it on numerous occasions. Dozens, if not hundreds of occasions.
Definitely, they've used it on dozens and hundreds of cases where for some reason they want to keep the victim alive instead of pulling the, as I think L. Ron Hubbard called it, the 2-45 instant fatal clearing technique, which means 2 slugs from a 45. It's a very quick way of exiting the individual, but it has sometimes its own repercussions, and the military or the government does not wish to do this technique all the time. Undoubtedly, and without question, they've used it many times, but there are cases where they do not want to use it, for whatever the reasons. So in any case, I was at Los Alamos by von Neumann's suggestion from 44 to 47, July 44 to July 4th, 47, when I was hustled out on the trumped-up charges. Never faced a court-martial because they were trumped-up charges, and the Navy just wanted an excuse for the MPs to arrest me and get me out of there. And then I was given the 9 yards of brainwashing, and gone...
When you say brainwashing, this means total deletion of your past memories, of your identity, of
everything. Everything.
Words?
Everything.
Basically, they reformat your hard disk, and you lose everything.
They lost everything from it, memory of who I was, all of my history of schooling, everything I had done that I was ever was lost. And then they did the piece de resistance with alien technology help. They did an age regression number, which the government has the hardware for this, but normally does not take anyone to an age earlier than 21 because of the genetic side effects. And they decided they wanted to reduce me to the age of 1 and plug me in a new family, the Bielik family. It's a long story, and some people I know may have a great deal of difficulty in believing it, but I was sent back to 1927 as a 1-year-old kid, approximately, and plugged in the Bielik family after the kid there, who was the normal, real Al Bielik, and there's a birth certificate to prove it, allegedly died of some illness, and then I was put in as a substitute, and then, of course...
But with your physical body, not as a walking of your soul into his body?
No. They originally intended to do something like that. But there was, shall we say, I was saved at the last minute by Dr. John von Neumann, who was totally upset about it and didn't want to see this happen for his own reasons. So I went back, and I was a young kid, about 1 year old, and grew up, and I didn't know anything
Other than I was just growing. We lived my entire life from yard one, scratch one.
So you finally discovered your past connections with the Philadelphia experiment.
Right.
But tell us how the Philadelphia led to the finish and into the time tunnel. How did the idea for the tunnel appear? Who was
The idea for the tunnels actually was alien technology. We did not have the technology to do this. We had the technology to build a time machine, go either forward or past in time. But we had no technology at that time capable of producing a tunnel wherein a person or an object could be sent down this tunnel to another physical location on this planet or another part of this galaxy and also shift its time reference. This was exceedingly advanced technology which only the aliens knew how to do. And the Phoenix Project was overrun with aliens.
So basically, what the Phoenix technology is ahead of the Philadelphia technology.
Much.
You don't need the hardware of the Star Trek ship orbiting around the planet to bring you up or down.
That's right.
You probably extend the distance of this travel tremendously comparable to the teleportation technology. And you can travel in time.
That's correct.
I don't know whether the teleportation technology can travel in time.
That I don't know. But the Phoenix Project with their tunnels, as they finally got them to work properly, and it was a long process of a lot of work, all of which is detailed in a new book. That new book is, of course, the Mantauk Project.
Fascinating book that we greatly recommend to anyone.
It's written by Preston Nichols. He was part of the Phoenix Project in a major way, as was my brother Duncan. But he remembered after a period of time and his own electronic systems for restoring his own memory, all of the technical details of what he did, what projects were on, and it certainly does not cover all of the projects under the umbrella of the Phoenix Project because none of us remember everything yet, but enough to make a very viable book.
What you remember is fascinating.
That's right.
I remember walking out of your lecture, the first time I heard your lecture at the Dinner Whole Life Expo, I had the feeling that the reality, that the world I was living in has ceased to exist for me, that the ground, that somebody pulled the ground from under my feet, and that I was free falling into unknown space.
As we did.
How strong was the impact of all this information upon me, despite the fact that for the last 10 years, all I've been doing every day is digging into paranormal, into metaphysical, into the ufological and other crazy marginal stuff.
Well, that stuff, as you call it, is nothing compared to what they did at Mantauk. And since. But basically the Mantauk Project set the pace for everything that came afterwards and did things which I don't think have been replicated. Let's detail a little bit about what they did. They had time tunnels. They were able to go to Mars, as Duncan and I did, to go into the underground of Mars to explore the underground caverns and the vestiges of their civilization. Right, the vestiges of a dead civilization, which they knew existed, and they had all this evidence on the surface. We've had colonies on Mars since the 60s, late 60s. And
how big are these colonies?
I don't really know. I would have to guess and say there's at least 2 bubble cities there, and by now they probably don't need the bubbles, because they do have an atmosphere on Mars of about 707 millibars, which is 7/10 that of Earth, and the temperature of the equator is about 40 degrees Fahrenheit during the day, which is adequate.
So basically a pair of jeans and a pullover would be good enough for jogging.
But when they first went there, they were convinced there was no oxygen, but there was suddenly, for some reason, oxygen released. And it's a story I don't really know all the details over how that happened.